Chapter 34. Chang Yaojin was chatting with Li Zishuan in the front hall, mainly to learn about Li Zishuan's past. At this time, a pretty servant girl came in and bowed to Chang Yaojin. "Master, the food is ready. Do you want to eat now?" Chang Yaojin waved his hand. Then serve the food." The servant girl accepted the order and left. At this time, Chang Yaojin said to Li Zishuan, "Today, thanks to nephew, I can eat chicken again." "Ha! Your family's drunken immortal restaurant is too stingy, limiting the amount every day. I can't eat enough." Li Zishuan stood up and said, "This nephew didn't think it through. Since Uncle Cheng wants to eat, why don't you send a cook to my house to learn how to make this dish? This way, Uncle Cheng can eat as much as you want in the future." Chang Yaojin was moved, but he still pretended to be reserved. "How can this be? This method of eating chicken is your family's drunken immortal restaurant's business secret. How can it be spread? Old Cheng will not do such an unkind thing." Finished speaking, he looked at Li Zishuan. His eyes were clearly saying, "Come and refute me, come and convince me." Sure enough, Li Zishuan was very cooperative. "Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? This little bit of food can at most be exchanged for some stinky things. Since Uncle Cheng likes to eat it, there's no harm in teaching it to the Cheng estate's kitchen maids. In addition, this nephew believes that the Cheng family's servants will not spread the method of eating chicken." Moreover, there was one point that Li Zishuan did not mention. Although the method of eating chicken was novel, in less than a month, there would be other restaurants that could imitate it. Chang Yaojin was a little surprised. Merchants valued profits. Previously, he had looked down on Li Zishuan because of his family's business. He did not expect that this child would value profits more than righteousness. What he said before was also a test for Li Zishuan. "Good. You are an interesting child. You are not like other merchants who stink of money. Come and eat. The two of you are not allowed to fight with me for the chicken for lunch. You must have eaten enough before. Chang Yaojin saw the servant girl bring in the dishes. He happily patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and invited him to the table to eat together. Li Zishuan only felt a huge force on his shoulder. If it wasn't for his good martial arts, with Li Zishuan's physique in modern society, Chang Yaojin's slap would definitely have slapped him to the floor. As for Chang Yaojin's shameless words, he didn't care at all. He was indeed a little tired of eating chicken. However, Cheng Chumo was not tired of eating it. On the way back, he was carrying a big box of food. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was still secretly happy. He thought that his father would not be able to finish all the chicken, and that he would be able to get a share. He did not expect that before the chicken was even served, his father would mercilessly extinguish his hopes. He did not dare to argue with his father. Old Cheng would not reason with him and would only talk with his fists. Cheng Chumo sat next to Li Zishuan and ate the rest of the dishes fiercely while looking at his father eating. Delicious. Little Xian, you don't have to be polite. Other than this, you can eat whatever you want." Chang Yaojin stuffed a mouthful of chicken meat into his mouth and chewed as he called out to Li Zishuan. Then, he felt that his mouth was a little dry, so he poured himself a bowl of wine and ate the chicken meat while drinking by himself. He even forgot to call out to Li Zishuan to drink. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. However, he was happy that Chang Yaojin did not persuade him to drink. Otherwise, if Chang Yaojin insisted that he drink, he really could not think of an excuse to refuse. He definitely could not use the excuse he used to fool Cheng Chumo. If he dared to say that to old Cheng, Li Zishuan believed that Chang Yaojin would definitely beat him to death. After the meal, everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. Of course, Cheng Chumo was an exception. This fellow did not have a good meal. After the servant girls removed the banquet, Chang Yaojin rubbed his swollen belly and let out a comfortable groan. He picked his teeth and said to Li Zishuan, "Little Xian, your chicken is so delicious. Little Xian, the chicken you gnawed on is really too delicious. Old Cheng, have lived for more than half of my life and have never eaten anything so delicious. How did you think of this thing?" Li Zishuan looked at Chang Yaojin, who did not care about his image, and said, "This was taught by my master. My master not only taught me martial arts, but also taught me some cooking, arithmetic, and the art of investigating things." That Taoist priest Spirit Void? Chang Yaojin had heard Cheng Chumo talk about Li Zishuan's master before. Li Zishuan nodded. Chang Yaojin said curiously, I only heard that Taoist priest Spirit Void has great achievements, but I have never heard that he also knows how to cook. Was his lie about to be exposed? Li Zishuan was a little flustered, but he still forced himself to be calm and asked, Uncle Cheng, you know my master? Cheng Yaojin shook his head, a look of reminiscence on his face. How could I know such an immortal? I only heard of your master when I was in Wagong more than 10 years ago. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. The Turks wanted to take advantage of the situation in the Central Plains. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of crimes. But at that time, the Central Plains was in chaos. There was no extra force to resist the harassment of the Turks. Once, a small group of over 200 Turkic wolf riders was raiding a village to the south of the Ain Mountains. An old man in a green Taoist robe came with a sword in his hand. He fought the 200 Turkic wolf riders alone and killed them one after another. Then, he piled the heads of the Turks on the border between the grassland and the Ain Mountains. He set up a huge rock and wrote a cross on it. Those who offend the Central Plains will be killed. Spirit Void. When this news spread, the world was shocked. In those years, although a large number of powerful martial artists emerged from all over the world, no one dared to face a regular army of more than 50 people, not to mention more than 200 Turks with outstanding combat power. This kind of combat power was simply shocking. Taoist priest Spirit Void became famous because of this battle. After that battle, Taoist priest Spirit Void floated away and no trace of him could be seen. Later, although the Turks occasionally went south to take advantage of the situation, they did not dare to act like before. At best, they would massacre villages and cities. At most, they would rob the food of the people at the border. Brat, you're quite lucky to have such a godly figure as your master. Speaking of this, Cheng Yaojin's face was full of emotions. He touched the big beard on his chin and suddenly looked at Li Zishuan. He said with interest, since your master is Taoist priest Spirit Void, your martial arts must be quite good. Come and spar with me, old Cheng. After saying this, he began to rub his fists, eager to give it a try. Li Zishuan was listening to Cheng Yaojin talk about his master's bravery from the side. His master had never told him about these things before. Who knew that Cheng Yaojin would then propose to spar with him? Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This Cheng Yaojin was like an elder, but with his rough temper, he did not know how to control his strength. Li Zishuan was not willing to spar with him. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and declined. My martial arts are low. How could I dare to spar with Uncle Cheng? Cheng Yaojin patted him on the shoulder and said carelessly, You're so wishy-washy like a girl. What are you afraid of if your martial arts are not good? Just as well, old Cheng can give you some pointers. I'll teach you a few moves. Haha. Then, without waiting for Li Zishuan's agreement, he pulled Li Zishuan to the practice field in the backyard. Cheng Chumo also followed quickly, worried. Chapter 35. Duke Lu's Mansion, Martial Arts Practice Field. Cheng Yaojin took a lance from the weapon rack and said to Li Zishuan, The 2 axes from before were too heavy. I was afraid they would hurt you, so I will use this lance to spar with you. Boy, what weapon are you going to use? Go and pick one. Li Zishuan did not bring his sword with him, but even if he did, he was too embarrassed to use it because it was too sharp. Since he could not refuse this duel, Li Zishuan had no choice but to pick a long sword. Isn't there a saying? Life is like that. Since you can't refuse it, then you should enjoy it. It just so happens that Li Zishuan needed some real combat experience to improve his martial arts. This sword was slightly light in his hand, not as heavy as his chasing wind sword, and not as sharp as his chasing wind sword. However, it was still a good sword. Li Zishuan casually swung the sword a few times to get used to the weight of the sword. Cheng Yaojin saw Li Zishuan's standard movements and his eyes lit up. He praised, Hey boy, you are also a sword master. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He almost cursed out loud. In his heart, he cursed, You are the one who is a sword master. When Li Zishuan saw Cheng Yaojin practicing in the martial arts practice field, he knew that Cheng Yaojin's skills were not below his. He did not waste any time and poured his internal energy into the long sword. He took the initiative to attack. The first style of Taishan 9 swords, Ride the Wind. Li Zishuan held his sword and rode the wind. Cheng Yaojin's pupils shrunk as he thought to himself, What a fast sword. Indeed, a great teacher produces a great disciple. He put away his contempt and held his lance as he flew up to meet the enemy head-on. No matter how fast this sword was, he, Chang Yaojin, would not retreat. The sword and lance collided in the air, producing a sonorous sound of metal. Then, both of them were sent flying back. Chang Yaojin was forced back 2 or 3 steps, while Li Zixuan was forced back 10 steps. It was clear that in the first round of confrontation, Li Zixuan was completely defeated in terms of strength. Li Zixuan was not discouraged. As soon as he landed and stabilized his body, the second style of Taishan 9 swords came right after. The sword in Li Zixuan's hand moved even faster, its trajectory like a flying dragon soaring in the sky. Carrying the remaining power of the first sword, riding the wind, its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. Chang Yaojin was also unable to predict the trajectory of the sword. He could only wield the lance in his hand in a vigorous manner, not allowing even a drop of water to leak out. At this moment, Chang Yaojin suddenly felt a chill behind his back. He immediately knew that something was wrong, but it was too late to turn around. He could only rely on his many years of experience in life and death battles to thrust the lance in his hand behind him with all his strength. A loud and clear sword hum could be heard from behind him. Li Zixuan's sword had been blocked. Li Zixuan also knew that this was not enough to stop Chang Yaojin. He immediately changed his move. The third style of Taishan 9 swords, snow treading, left no trace. Li Zixuan's footsteps constantly changed. He waved his sword in all directions. For a moment, only the sound of sword and lance clashing could be heard. After more than 10 attacks, Li Zixuan changed his move again. He used the fourth style of Taishan 9 swords, Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker was furious. Li Zixuan's momentum changed. He stepped on the ground and his whole body soared into the air. He raised his long sword and bent his waist. His whole body bent into a circle. Then, he and his sword were like a large wheel with sharp blades. He spun rapidly. It was as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. He flew towards Chang Yaojin. Facing this ferocious and bizarre sword, Chang Yaojin turned pale with fright. He no longer dared to hold back. Both of his feet fiercely stomped on the ground, causing the martial arts stage to rumble. Chang Yaojin also soared into the sky, using his horse lance as a battle axe. He used the flying axe to attack Li Zixuan. The two collided fiercely in the air. It was like a comet hitting the earth. The rumbling sound spread throughout the Chang mansion. The sword and lance separated upon contact. The two were once again sent flying. The difference was that this time, Chang Yaojin retreated 5 steps before stabilizing himself. Li Zixuan only retreated 8 steps before stabilizing himself. Li Zixuan used 4 swords in succession. The power stacked layer by layer. In terms of strength, the gap between him and Chang Yaojin became smaller and smaller. After stabilizing himself, Li Zixuan did not stop. Using the power of the first 4 swords, he continued to use the 5th sword of the 9 Taishan swords, Absolute Dust. After fighting for so long, he could see that Chang Yaojin was a master. Even if he was not in his prime, he could still block his sword. Therefore, he used the 5th sword with all his strength. The sword was bleak and cold. The cold light at the tip of the sword emitted a bright light. This sword, Absolute Dust, arrived in a flash. Chang Yaojin had fought for many years, but he had never seen such a fast sword. He roared. Relying on his many years of battle experience, he predicted the direction. Using all his strength, he fiercely smashed the lance in his hand towards the sword tip. Suddenly, the stage was filled with smoke and dust. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed. The two people in the stage were standing facing each other. However, the lance was broken and the sword tip was damaged. Both sides were injured. Cheng Chumo was below the stage. Since Li Zixuan used the first sword, his mouth had not closed. He had judged that Li Zixuan's martial arts were above his, but he did not expect that his martial arts would be so powerful. He could even fight his father to a standstill. His father was a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles on the battlefield. People called him the devil incarnate. What kind of monster was this brother of his? He was younger than him by 2 years, but his martial arts were comparable to his father's. Watching Li Zixuan's dazzling swordsmanship raining down like a torrential storm, his father was barely able to resist by relying solely on his advantage in strength and years of battle experience. No matter how stupid Cheng Chuma was, he knew that Li Zixuan's martial arts were not on the same level as his own. Li Zixuan had already begun to draw closer to the masters of the older generation. Comparisons were odious. Cheng Chumo's little heart had received tens of thousands of blows. Haha, not bad, not bad. Little Xian, you've reached the peak of qi transformation at such a young age. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Ha ha ha. Chang Yaojin threw away the broken lance in his hand and laughed loudly. His laughter was so loud that it reached the clouds. He stepped forward and squeezed Li Zixuan's shoulder, sighing with emotion. In this battle, Li Zixuan had used his full strength for the first time. He had also fought to his heart's content. He threw the sword in his hand into the weapon rack and wiped the sweat off his face. He modestly said to Chang Yaojin, "Uncle Cheng is too kind. Thank you for holding back. Otherwise, this nephew would not have been able to last until the end." He was right. If Chang Yaojin had used his full strength from the beginning, he would not have had the chance to use these 5 swords. After all, there was an absolute gap in strength. In the end, he was able to tie with Chang Yaojin. On one hand, Chang Yaojin was old and definitely not as strong as he was in his prime. On the other hand, he relied entirely on the mysteries of the 9 Taishan swords. Every move was linked and the power was constantly superimposed. Chang Yaojin laughed and waved his hand. "If I say you're strong, then you're strong. What's there to be modest about? You're too hypocritical. Young people should be arrogant. Don't be like those old scholars who are sour." What else could Li Zixuan say? These words could be said by Chang Yaojin, but he could not say it himself. He was also very helpless. He could only bow and accept the advice. "Uncle Cheng is right." Chang Yaojin sighed in admiration. "Your swordsmanship is exquisite. On the battlefield, I have always liked to use my strength to defeat 10 people. No matter who the opponent is, I'll smash them to death with an axe. I didn't expect that when you fully used this sword move, the power that erupted would not lose to mine. It's not easy for you to cultivate to the qi transformation realm at such a young age. I never expected that you would be able to fight a great master with your qi transformation realm cultivation. You really are worthy of being the disciple of an immortal. I, Chang Yaojin, am completely convinced by Priest Spirit Void." Li Zixuan bowed and cupped his fists. "Uncle Cheng is too serious. How can my insignificant martial arts compare to Uncle Cheng's? My master also praised Uncle Cheng's courage and loyalty when he was alive. He often mentioned you in front of this nephew." Cheng Yaojin's expression shook, and he asked urgently, "What? You're saying that Priest Spirit Void has passed away?" He had heard from Cheng Chumo that Li Zixuan had taken Spiritual Master Spirit Void as his master when he was young, but he really did not know that he had passed away. Hearing this, he was extremely shocked. Li Zixuan's expression also darkened, and he replied, "My master passed away 3 months ago from Mount Longhu." Hearing this, Chang Yaojin's expression was complicated. He pinched his beard and sighed heavily. "I didn't expect that even an immortal like Priest Spirit Void would not be able to escape death. Alas." Chapter 36. In the backyard of the Cheng mansion. Chang Yaojin sighed with emotion. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Li Zixuan with a smile. "Boy, your kung fu is so good. Are you willing to go to the army to gain some military merits and be bestowed with a title?" Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in trouble. He quickly shook his head and said, "Uncle Cheng, I've been away from home for many years and have yet to fulfill my filial duties. I really don't want to be away from home." After a pause, he continued, "But if one day, the foreign tribes in the north dare to covet the national treasure of the Central Plains, I'm willing to go to war and be a small soldier in the border army. Just like my master, I'm willing to go to war and protect the country." The main reason was that Li Zixuan was lazy and didn't want to be restricted by the army. Thus, he declined Chang Yaojin's offer on the grounds of filial piety. But the second half of his sentence was also sincere. If the Turks really attacked the Tang Empire, he would also go to war in armor. He couldn't disgrace the reputation of Priest Spirit Void. Besides, if the Central Plains were to fall into the hands of the foreign races, the tens of millions of Han would definitely be massacred. He had many loved ones in Great Tang, and if he wanted to live a peaceful life as a wealthy man, he needed a stable external environment. When Chang Yaojin heard Li Zixuan mention filial piety, He frowned slightly but didn't insist. He knew the situation of Li Zixuan's family. He was the only child. Although he was good at kung fu, the battlefield was ever-changing. No one could guarantee his safety. If anything happened to him, Cheng Yaojin would be too ashamed to tell his parents. When he heard the second half of Li Zixuan's words, Cheng Yaojin's heart warmed. He secretly thought that this boy was a good seedling. After pondering for a while, he said to Li Zixuan, "Since it's like this, I, old Cheng, won't say anything more. If you change your mind one day, come and tell me. How can a dignified man stay at home and wait for death? My Tang Empire's men naturally have to earn military merits. Go back and think about it." After saying that, he patted Li Zixuan and left alone. At this time, only Li Zixuan and Cheng Chimo were left in the backyard. Li Zixuan stood on the side and carefully considered Cheng Yaojin's words. After a long while, he shook his head and said to himself, "I'll just be a rich man." At present, the Great Tang is still filled with fierce generals and powerful soldiers. The borders are safe and secure. There's really no need for me. He knew that Cheng Yaojin was saying these words to him because he cherished talent and wanted to guide the younger generation. He was very grateful to Cheng Yaojin for thinking highly of him, but he had no plans to join the army at the moment. Having lost the familial love, friendship, and love of his previous life, Li Zixuan wanted to live well for himself in this life. Cheng Chimo walked over and touched Li Zixuan's shoulder. He looked at him with a strange expression and said, He looked at Cheng Yaojin and said with a strange expression, "Xiaoxian, you really hid it from me. I didn't expect you to be so secretive." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Brother Chou Niu, I didn't hide it from you. You didn't ask me about my martial arts before, right?" Cheng Chimo looked up and thought about it. It was true. He had only estimated Li Zixuan's martial arts based on his experience. He thought that even if Li Zixuan was better than him, the difference wouldn't be too big. Now it seemed that it was just his wishful thinking. Cheng Chimo patted Li Zixuan's shoulder dejectedly and said, "Xiaoxian, your martial arts are really good. Other than Uncle Qin and Uncle Yuqi, I haven't seen anyone who can force my father into such a difficult situation. Moreover, you're younger than me by 2 years. Today, I've been dealt a blow by you." Li Zixuan saw that Cheng Chimo's mood seemed to be a little down. He patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Brother Chou Niu, what are you saying? You and I are brothers. If you need help, how can I not help? No matter how good my martial arts are, I wouldn't use it against my own brother, right?" Cheng Chimo thought about it. "That's right. If that's the case, won't I have such a great master to help me when I fight in the future?" Thinking of this, Cheng Chimo chuckled and said, "Xiaoxian, I like your words. Haha, you're indeed a good brother. If one day I get into a fight with someone, you have to remember to help me." Li Zixuan was speechless. This idiot. He really didn't know what to say to him. Cheng Chimo was happy for a while. He then touched Li Zixuan and asked, "Xiaoxian, what my father said, are you really not going to reconsider it? My father wants to send me to the Northern Army next year to gain some military merits. Do you want to go with me? With our martial arts, we'll definitely be able to gallop on the battlefield and kill the Turks until they piss their pants." Haha. Li Zixuan shook his head expressionlessly and said, "I don't want to join the army for the time being. I have to stay at home and fulfill my filial duties. When I change my mind, I'll come and talk to Uncle Cheng." Cheng Chimo chuckled and said, "Haha, make it up, keep making it up. Do you think I don't know you? You're just lazy and don't want to go to the battlefield. That's why you're using this excuse to fool my father, right? If my father finds out, he'll beat you to death. Haha." After saying that, he looked at Li Zixuan with a gloating expression. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. He didn't expect this idiot to see through him. He said unhappily, "Oh, I just remembered that my cook went home to visit her parents. I'm afraid she won't be back for the next 2 months. The cook from the public house shouldn't come to my house for the time being, right?" This idiot just called him brother, and now he wanted to betray him. Cheng Chimo immediately panicked and said shamelessly, "Don't, I said the wrong thing. Xiaoxian, you're really a filial son. The heavens can be my witness." At this moment, Cheng Chimo really hated himself for speaking the truth. If because of this sentence, his family could only eat chicken 2 months later, even if he was not beaten to death by his own father, he would regret it to death. Looking at this scoundrel, Li Zixuan laughed and said, But why did I hear someone say that I'm lazy by nature and that I'm using filial piety as an excuse to avoid joining the army? Chung Chumo stuttered for a while. Then he stretched his neck exaggeratedly and looked around. He said, "Who said that? Why didn't I hear it? Xiaoxian, you must have heard wrongly. Oh, there was a dog barking here just now. You must have heard wrongly." Li Zixuan looked around and asked curiously, "Where's the dog here?" Cheng Chumo stretched his neck and said, "Why not? Look, it's right behind you. Woof! Woof!" Li Zixuan had just turned around when Cheng Chumo immediately mimicked a dog and barked 3 times. Cheng Chumo shouted, "The dog ran away. It barked just now. Did you hear it?" Li Zixuan was speechless. This idiot was going all out in order to eat the chicken as soon as possible. He said helplessly, "Okay, I just remembered. I seem to have remembered wrongly. It wasn't my cook. It was my mother's maid who wanted to go home to visit her parents." Cheng Chumo was furious. He didn't expect to be tricked by Li Zixuan. He pointed at him and shouted, "Good boy, you dare to lie to me?" After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat him up. But he didn't think about it. With his martial arts, he didn't know who would be the one to beat who. In an instant, the backyard of the Chung residence was filled with smoke and dust. Then came Cheng Chumo's wailing and howling. "Ow, damn it. We agreed not to hit people in the face. You're really shameless. I'm going to cut ties with you. Ow." Chapter 37. The sun was setting. Li Zixuan was in a very good mood after beating up this idiot who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Under the strange gaze of the Cheng family's housekeeper, he left Cheng Chumo lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. How many people in Chang'an City could beat up Lu Guogong's son without fear of retaliation? "I'm just that awesome, humph." Li Zixuan was secretly pleased. The next day, Li Zixuan woke up early for the first time. He didn't know why he couldn't fall asleep. Maybe it was because he had been home for so many days and slept in every day. Plus, there wasn't much entertainment at night, so he went to bed early. After washing up, he went to the front hall. His parents and Lan'er were preparing to eat. "Hey, let's eat together." Li Zixuan quickly went in and sat beside Lan'er. "Oh my, did the sun rise from the west today? Our young master Li woke up so early?" Father Li saw Li Zixuan coming over to eat breakfast with them and teased him as if he was an alien. Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He didn't know what was wrong with his father. Last time he woke up late, he scolded him. This time he woke up early, he was still scolding him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that his mother couldn't sit still. "How can you talk to Xian like that? Speaking so strangely early in the morning. You'll sleep in the study tonight," Mrs. Li said angrily as she pinched Father Li's waist. Father Li grimaced from the pinch. His face darkened when he heard his wife's last sentence. He secretly hated himself for having such a cheap mouth. He stopped talking and buried his head in the food. Li Zixuan was amused, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Lan'er didn't care so much. Seeing this scene, she was so happy that she couldn't stop giggling. "Ha ha ha, that's great, that's great. Lan'er can finally sleep with Mom tonight." Father Li almost vomited blood when he heard this. He had doted on his daughter for nothing. Mother, yesterday at the house of High Duke, Lu Guogong saw that I was good at martial arts, so he asked me if I wanted to join the army. He wants me to go to the army to gain experience." The family laughed and joked for a while before Li Zixuan began to talk about business. A trace of worry and anxiety flashed across Mrs. Li's face. Mr. Li was stunned for a moment. He pondered for a while and said slowly, "Since Lu Guogong said so, it means that he thinks highly of you and wants to promote you. It's your fortune. As the saying goes, scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. Although my Li family is rich, in the end, we are only merchants. My great Tang was founded on martial prowess. Duke of Lu, your actions are to pave the way for your future. I didn't think that Xian would have such an opportunity." "Xian, did you agree with him?" Sigh, listening to Dad's words, it further proves that the status of merchants is indeed low. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to make a contribution and become a marquis or a duke so that Dad and Mom can be happy. Does this guy think that marquis and dukes are cabbages? Interrupting his thoughts, Li Zixuan shook his head at Dad and said, "I didn't agree. I've been away from home for 8 years and have just returned. I haven't fulfilled my filial duties in front of my parents, so how can I go to the battlefield? Mrs. Li heard and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was gratified and happy. Her son had been away from home for so many years and finally came back. She was really worried that her son would go to war. She didn't expect her son to be successful, just safe and sound. Mr. Li heard and sighed softly. He was a little disappointed, but also relieved. He asked, "Then Lu Guogong didn't blame you, right?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Father, Lu Guogong is such a person. Why would he blame me for such a small matter? Besides, Cheng Chimo and I are good brothers. He treats me like a nephew." Mr. Li heard and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was also happy for his son's encounter. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then little Xian, you should interact more with the House of Duke in the future. Don't treat this friendship coldly." He was already old and didn't care about fame and fortune. However, he had to consider Li Zixuan's future. "Father, I'm not the kind of person who fawns over those in power." Li Zixuan turned his head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He said proudly and playfully, "Little brat, I'm doing this for you. Who are you calling a fawning over those in power? I think you're itching for a beating again, aren't you?" Old Man Li was furious. He. Lawner giggled happily at the side. Mrs. Li looked at them and smiled. This is what a family should be like. It's good to have a family reunion. "Brother, it's so boring. Why don't you tell Lawner some more stories?" Lawner followed her brother to the west courtyard after breakfast. However, she didn't see anything interesting. She just wanted to listen to stories. This girl had been sticking to him all the time recently. Li Zixuan squatted down and casually plucked a weed in front of him. He twisted it a few times in his hand and said gloomily, "Didn't I already tell you Journey to the West? What else is there to tell?" The Journey to the West in his stomach had already been tricked by Lawner with all kinds of excuses. For example, one day Lawner ran over to him with a frightened expression and yelled, Brother, Lawner just saw such a big rat in the room." Lawner was scared to death. "Brother, quickly tell Lawner Journey to the West to calm her nerves." This girl's expression and actions were really on point. They were so vivid and lifelike. It would be a pity if she didn't become a child star in the modern era. Li Zixuan knew that the girl was lying. How could there be a rat in her room? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, he couldn't resist her coaxing and pestering. He could only obediently tell her the story. Another example was one day, Lawner ran over while wiping her tears. She cried and said, "Brother, Little Gray is dead. Boo-hoo, Lawner is so sad." Lawner wants to listen to brother's story. Boo-hoo. Little Gray was a little gray dog that Lawner had raised for more than 2 years. Li Zixuan saw Lawner crying so sadly. His heart was broken. He didn't care if Lawner was lying or not. He told her 2 chapters of Journey to the West, without hesitation. Who knew that the next day, when Li Zixuan went to the backyard to look for Lawner, he saw Little Gray wagging its tail and intimately biting the hem of his clothes, trying to worm its way into being friends with him. Li Zixuan, who felt that his IQ had been crushed, flew into a rage and kicked Little Gray away. Little Gray rolled on the ground and whined pitifully at him. Sigh, if this girl was in the modern era, she would definitely be a movie queen. Recalling what had happened in the past few days, Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Lawner came over with a smile. She shook Li Zixuan's arm intimately and said slyly, "Since Journey to the West is finished, brother can tell Lawner something else. As long as you don't tell Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai from last time." Li Zixuan rubbed his head in distress. He still had many stories in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything suitable for children. Suddenly, he had an idea and said to Lawner, let's not tell stories today. Brother will make you something fun, okay? Lawner's eyes lit up. She excitedly agreed in a crisp voice. Okay. What is brother going to make for Lawner? You'll know in a while. Chapter 38. Li Zixuan ran to the kitchen and after searching for a long time, he finally found a very thick piece of wood. After examining it carefully, he realized that it was actually a yellow birch. He secretly praised his good luck. Yellow birch wood was fine and sturdy, easy to polish. It also had good grip strength and was not easily deformed. It was a good material for making skateboards. That's right. Li Zixuan wanted to make a skateboard for Lan'er. However, it was a skateboard with handles in front. This kind of skateboard had a higher safety factor. Li Zixuan carried the piece of wood with one hand and came to his small courtyard. Lan'er was still waiting for him here. Lan'er saw her brother carrying a large piece of wood over and ran forward to ask, "Brother, are you going to make a puppet for Lan'er?" But what's so fun about puppets? This little girl was still picky. Li Zixuan pinched Lan'er's porcelain doll-like face in amusement and said with a smile, "Of course it's not a puppet. What kind of skill does a puppet require?" Lan'er slapped her brother's hand away and wrinkled her little nose, saying unhappily, "Brother, your hands are so dirty." Li Zixuan took a look and realized that he had forgotten to wash his hands after picking the wood for a long time. Seeing Lan'er become a cute little cat, Li Zixuan laughed dryly. Afraid that his little sister would take revenge, he hurriedly went to the porch to make a skateboard. Li Zixuan first used the wind-chasing sword to cut a piece of wood that was about 40 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters thick. The wind-chasing sword could cut iron like mud and cut wood as easily as cutting tofu. Moreover, the wood that was cut out was as smooth as a mirror and did not require any additional polishing. Li Zixuan sighed inwardly. This wind-chasing sword was a divine tool for woodworking. If spiritual master Ling Xiu heard his current sigh, he wondered if he would climb out of his grave in anger and clean up the house. Li Zixuan cut the exterior of the skateboard, took out a ruler, measured the dimensions, and drew the central axis of the force acting on the skateboard as well as the connecting rod of the wheel. Then, he picked up the wind-chasing sword and aimed it at the connecting rod of the wheel. Circulating his true qi, the wind-chasing sword began to rapidly spin in Li Zixuan's hand. Not long after, 2 holes were drilled out from the side of the skateboard. The more Li Zixuan looked at wind-chasing sword, the more he liked it. It could be used as a saw, a chisel, and even an electric drill. It was truly a divine weapon, he. Lan'er, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi were dumbstruck by Li Zixuan's series of miraculous operations. It was not that they had never seen carpenters before, but who else in the Great Tang could be so amazing? Lan'er couldn't help but ask softly, "Brother, was your master also a carpenter in the past?" The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched when he heard this. He silently mourned for his master who was in the underworld. He was the #1 expert in the Jianghu, a martial arts grandmaster, and a godlike figure. Yet, Lan'er, this little girl, called him a carpenter. Li Zixuan said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your brother taught himself carpentry. Don't simply talk about my master." Lan'er also realized that she had misspoken. She agreed and continued to watch her brother make toys for her at the side. Li Zixuan cut 2 short sticks that were slightly longer than the width of the skateboard. After polishing them until they were extremely smooth, he inserted them into the holes that he had just drilled and used them as the wheel axles. There were no ball bearings in this era, so he could only make do with them for now. Without rubber tires, Li Zixuan could only make 2 pairs of wooden wheels and nail them onto the wheel axles. He thought to himself that he would find a blacksmith to make a cast iron one in the future. Wooden wheels were not resistant to wear. In the end, he made a T-shaped wooden pole and fixed it in front of the skateboard as a handlebar. Just like that, the first super simplified version of the Tang Dynasty scooter was born. "Lan'er, come here. Put your hand on this, 1 foot on the skateboard, and the other foot on the ground. Give it a try." After putting away the tools, Li Zixuan demonstrated the movement and encouraged Lan'er to come forward and try it. Lan'er was already eager to try, but she didn't know how to play with this thing. When she heard her brother's words, she immediately couldn't wait to snatch the scooter. Following her brother's instructions, she began to slowly slide forward. The wooden scooter was indeed much more rusty than the ones made with modern technology. Li Zixuan stood at the side and could hear the rusty zhi-zhi friction sound when the scooter started moving. But fortunately, his wheel holes and wheel axles were polished smooth. Lan'er used a little strength and the scooter began to slide. Ah! Lan'er just stepped on the ground and the scooter slid forward. She didn't control her center of gravity and her small body couldn't help but lean back. She couldn't help but cry out in shock. The 2 little maids were watching with their hearts in their throats. Li Zixuan wasn't worried. The scooter wasn't fast. Once Lan'er adjusted her center of gravity, she would be completely fine. Even if an accident happened, he was confident that he could save his little sister. Sure enough, at first, The little girl was very careful and didn't dare to step too fast. She was like a graceful lady, stepping there with small steps. After she got used to it, the little girl became bold and began to go crazy. "Oh, brother, look, Loner knows Qinggong. Come and catch up." Loner stepped lightly and saw the scenery around her rushing back. Feeling the speed of the wind, Loner was extremely happy and couldn't help but cheer. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, the scooter had a fatal attraction for children. Looking at his little sister who was cheering in front of him, Li Zixuan's thoughts flew back to his previous life. At that time, the streets were filled with naughty children who rode on scooters and raced with each other. They would play for a whole day and never get tired of it. Perhaps he could give this scooter to the children of Tang Dynasty more than 1,000 years in advance. As for whether the parents of the naughty children would have a headache or not, it was none of his business. By that time, Chang'an City would be filled with naughty children riding on scooters. It was quite interesting when he thought about it. Loner played for a while and felt that her brother's west courtyard wasn't big enough. She stepped on the scooter and went to the front courtyard to play. Li Zixuan shook his head in amusement and followed her with Xiao He and Xiao Shi. Li Jingma went to the clothing store in the West City this morning. A few days ago, after the introduction of a few old business friends, he recruited a new shopkeeper for the clothing store. His name was Sun Huaiming, who was in his 30s. He was smart and capable, and he was also quite honest. Today, Li Jingma went to take a look at the business situation of the clothing store and found that Sun Huaiming was extremely smart. He had introduced many new ready-to-wear styles, which were very popular. In just a few days, the business situation of the clothing store was obviously much better than before. Li Jingma was in a very good mood after reading it. He gave Sun Huaiming some words of encouragement before returning. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his daughter stepping on a strange wooden board and rushing toward him. Loner saw her father at the door and was overjoyed. She wanted to show her father her new toy immediately, so she shouted happily, "Daddy, Daddy, look, Loner knows Qinggong." As she spoke, she stepped hard on the scooter and rushed toward Li Jingma. The speed of the scooter was getting faster and faster, and she was getting closer and closer to Li Jingma. Ah! After a while, Loner screamed. The little girl only cared about increasing her speed and was too fast. Now, it was too late to slow down. She couldn't help but be frightened. Li Jingma also noticed the danger at this moment. He could avoid being hit, but behind him was the door of the residence. If Loner crashed into it, her head would be broken and she would bleed. He couldn't bear to see his beloved daughter get hurt. Li Jingma instantly made a decision. He stood in place and waited for his daughter to crash into him. However, with his old arms and legs, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 2 months after being hit. He just didn't know where Loner got this thing from. When he returned, he must punish the servants in the residence. How could they let Loner play with such a dangerous thing? Seeing that she was about to bump into her father, Loner's little face flushed red with anxiety. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She regretted her earlier arrogance. Her father was so good to her, she couldn't bear to see him get hurt. Seeing that she was about to touch her father, Loner suddenly felt her vision blur. Then, she was carried up into the sky. She turned her head and saw that her brother had carried her and the scooter. The little girl understood that she was saved. Her father didn't have to get hurt because of her. She was very excited. She hugged her brother tightly and whispered, "Thank you, brother." Chapter 39. In the front hall of the Li residence. "You stinking brat. You don't do proper work all day long. You're always messing around with messy things. How can you let Loner play with such dangerous things?" Li Jingma paced back and forth, pointing at Li Zixuan's nose as he scolded him. Today's matter was too dangerous. "Father, it was Loner who wanted to play. It has nothing to do with brother," Loner said weakly as she tugged at her father's sleeve when she saw her father scolding her brother. "I haven't even scolded you yet. You're a girl, but you're always like a wild brat, following your brother around. You haven't been going to your mother's place to learn how to be a maid recently." Li Jingma changed his target when he heard Loner's words. Loner's eyes were red from her father's scolding, and tears were about to fall. She tugged at her brother's hand, lowered her head, and bit her lip, not daring to say anything. She also felt that she was in the wrong today. Li Zixuan couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out and hugged the pitiful Lana, saying to his father, "Father, Lana is still young. If she wants to play, let her play. Why do you have to force her to learn this and that? Our family has so much money. Do you think we'll be short of food for Lana in the future?" Although Li Jingma didn't expect his son and daughter to learn how to earn money for the family, when he heard Li Zixuan speak so matter-of-factly, as if all the money in the family was earned by him, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After calming down, he said, he calmed down and calmed himself down. "So what if the family has so much money? Isn't it earned by your father? Why? Do you want to stay at home for the rest of your life? Besides, Lan is almost 7 years old. If she doesn't learn how to be a maid, how can she get married in the future?" Li Zixuan was speechless. Lan wasn't even 7 years old. His father was thinking so far ahead. Although he knew that his father was angry, Li Zixuan was still a little unhappy. "Father, I won't stay at home and wait for death. Even if Lan doesn't learn anything and can't get married, I can still earn money to support her for the rest of her life. My sister can't be wronged by anyone. Not only Lan but I can also rely on my own abilities to earn money for my parents' retirement." After saying that, he looked at the dumbfounded old man Li with an arrogant expression. His eyes seemed to say, "Yes, you didn't hear me wrong. I want to earn my own money." Lan's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard her brother speak up for her. She hugged her brother's arm tightly and refused to let go. She thought to herself, "Brother is so good, even better than Daddy." Li Jingma stared blankly for a moment. After a moment of calmness, he stepped forward and placed his hand on Li Zixuan's forehead. He asked worriedly, "Xian you don't have a fever, do you?" "What? My Xian you're sick?" A cry of surprise came from outside the door. Then, Mrs. Li Zixuan rushed to the front of Li Zixuan like a gust of wind. She pulled him over and looked at him carefully. It turned out that when Xiao He saw the young master and young miss being scolded in the front hall, she hurriedly ran to the eastern courtyard to ask for help. The servants of the Li family all knew that the master was afraid of the madam. Li Zixuan's face was filled with black lines as he slapped his father's hand away from his forehead. He looked at Mrs. Li and said, "Mother, Xian is fine. Don't worry." He then turned around and said seriously to his father, "Father, I was serious about what I said just now. I don't want to always stay at home and live off my parents. I also want to do some things myself so that I can take care of father and mother in the future. I know that father doesn't believe in my abilities, but wasn't the chicken I ate previously a proof? Just based on that alone, the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's profits should be more than 1,000 strings of coins, right?" Li Zixuan really wanted to open a small shop and sell the things in his mind to the people of Great Tang. Not only could he earn money, he could also find something for himself to do. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed if he stayed at home and lived off his parents every day. After all, the soul in this body was 25 years old. When Li Jingma heard this, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. The profits the Drunken Immortal Restaurant had brought in for the past half a month were more than 1,000 strings of coins. A few days ago, he heard from shopkeeper Lu that the Drunken Immortal Restaurant had increased the daily supply of Drunken Immortal Restaurant under the strong demands of the customers. There were too many high officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City. Blindly limiting the supply would offend many people for no reason. It was really not worth it. Later on, Li Jingma simply decided not to limit the quantity of Drunken Immortal Restaurant and even launched a takeout service. As a result, the sales of Drunken Immortal Restaurant increased dramatically. In less than half a month, the profits were close to 4,000 strings of coins. Even though Li Jingma had done business for decades and had seen hundreds of thousands of strings of coins, he was still shocked by the profits from Drunken Immortal Restaurant. When he heard Li Zixuan's words, Li Jingma's heart wavered. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly felt a familiar pain in his waist. "I say, you old fart. So you want to force Xian to go out and earn money? What's the point of keeping so much money in our family? Are you going to bring it into the grave? Since you don't want to see me and my son, then I'll go back to my parents' home with Xian." Mrs. Li listened to the conversation and immediately understood what they were arguing about. She was instantly angry. Old man Li grimaced in pain from being choked. He was full of grief and indignation, thinking that this woman was unreasonable. He quickly explained, "SSS madam, it's not what you think. Let go first." Mrs. Li was not satisfied. She really loved her son. At this time, Seeing that Li Jingma seemed to want to drive her son out of the house and rely on himself, Mrs. Li could not bear it. Her eyes turned red with anger and the strength in her hands increased. Old Man Li's face gradually turned from red to purple. Old Man Li felt very wronged at this moment, but his wife did not give him a chance to explain. He immediately sent a signal for help to his son with his eyes. Li Zixuan was a little amused. He went forward and pulled his mother away, saying, "Mother, it's not what you think. Your son wants to do something. I have nothing to do at home every day, so I might as well do something to earn some money. Your son can't stay at home every day, can he?" Mrs. Li glared at him and said, "Why can't you stay at home? Didn't your father make so much money for you to spend? Why don't you stay at home with your mother every day?" Then she glared at Old Man Li fiercely. If he dared to say no at this moment, he would definitely have to sleep in the study at night. Of course, Old Man Li did not dare to say no. At this moment, he turned his face to the side and rubbed his old waist to recover from his injury. Li Zixuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who would encourage their child to be a member of the family? However, he was still a little touched in his heart. "Mother, Master taught me a lot of things when he was alive, and I still want to carry it forward. Besides, I can't rely on you for the rest of my life. Father is old. I want to grow up as soon as possible so that you can enjoy a happy life." Hearing their son's sincerity, the two old people were relieved. Their son had grown up and knew how to be filial to his parents. For parents in the world, there was nothing happier than this. Mrs. Li looked at her son with a face full of love and said, "Since Xianer wants to do something, Mother will support you. If you need anything, you must tell me. Do you hear me?" Li Zixuan hurriedly nodded in agreement. He turned around and said to Li Jingma, "Father, I can definitely build an even bigger business empire." Li Jingma looked at his son's confident face and stroked his beard in relief. He said, "Since Xianer is so confident, then go ahead and do it." Li Zixuan agreed. Lan interrupted, "Lan also wants to help Big Brother do big things. Lan doesn't want to be paid." Everyone was amused by Lan innocent words. Li Zixuan smiled and rubbed Lan head. He wanted to pull Lan out. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He stopped in his tracks and walked back to Li Jingma, who was full of gratification, and said, "Father, since I want to start my own business and open a shop, you can't not give me the capital, right?" Li Jingma said in a muffled voice, "Then how much do you want?" Li Zixuan smiled and probed, "It's not much. Just give me half a month's profit from the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's chicken. It'll be 1,000 strings. Is that okay?" When Li Jingma heard this, his eyes lit up. This little brat probably thought that the chicken he was eating was still limited to 200 servings a day. He pretended to be generous and said, "How can 1,000 strings be enough? Father will give you 2,000 strings as the initial capital." Li Zixuan was overjoyed. His father was still quite generous. He hurriedly thanked his father and left with Lan. Seeing his son's happy face and thinking that he had taken advantage of him, Li Jingma couldn't help but laugh dryly in his heart. Hee, old ginger is still spicier. Chapter 40. Li Zixuan was very happy to receive 2,000 strings of cash from his father. Don't underestimate this 2,000 strings of cash. According to the current purchasing power, it was almost equivalent to hundreds of thousands of yuan in the future. Li Zixuan had to plan his new shop well and what he could sell. First of all, he needed to build a technical team. As his shop expanded in the future, he would need to make more and more new things. Of course, he couldn't do everything himself. In some aspects he was just a theorist. In practice, he was not as good as today's craftsmen. Don't underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. They only lacked suitable guidance. They were not as stupid as modern people. Especially before the Ming and Qing dynasties, when the ancients' thinking was not restricted, a large number of creative wise people emerged in the land of China. Li Zixuan had more than 1,000 years of knowledge. Coupled with the skilled skills of the Tang workers, he believed that he could bring a lot of new things to the Tang dynasty. Since he had come to this flourishing age, why not leave his mark in history? Li Zixuan wanted to make the Tang dynasty, which was already at the top of the world, even more ahead of the world. As he thought about it, Li Zixuan felt a surge of emotions. In the past, when he read history books, he could only be a bystander. But now, he was a participant in the construction of this prosperous era. But where could he find a suitable craftsman? First of all, the craftsman must have a good character. They must be honest and not cunning. Li Zishuan did not want the craftsman he had painstakingly trained to betray him in the end. Then, of course, the higher the craftsman's skills, the easier it would be. But where could he find a craftsman who could meet these two requirements at the same time? Li Zishuan had only been in the Tang dynasty for half a month, and his social circle was not big. It seemed that he had to trouble his father to find a craftsman. In his memory, his father could travel all over the country and did business for decades. He was involved in various industries such as clothing, catering, cosmetics, and so on. His father would definitely be able to find a satisfactory craftsman for him. Li Zishuan, who had made up his mind, was about to look for his father to ask for the girl when he saw Xiaohe running over while lifting her skirt. She said, "Young Master Li Gaoming, who was eavesdropping on Journey to the West behind us last time, is here. He is serving tea in the front hall." Previously, when he ate with Li Chengqian at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Xiaohe and Xiaoxi did not go. Therefore, Xiaohe did not know that Li Gaoming was the crown prince. Right now, in the little girl's impression, Li Gaoming was still a little thief who eavesdropped on stories. Li Zishuan stared blankly. Now that he knew that Li Gaoming was Li Chengqian, he naturally didn't find it strange that Li Gaoming could find his residence. He was only curious. What was the crown prince doing here? At this time, Lan'er asked, "Sister Xiaohe, didn't Sister Lizzie come with him?" Xiaohe shook her head and said, "No." Li Zishuan nodded and said to Xiaohe with a smile, "Xiaohe, don't be rude when you see Li Gaoming in the future. He is actually the crown prince of the Tang Empire, Li Chengqian." Ah! Xiaohe opened her mouth wide in shock. Her brain couldn't wrap itself around it for a moment, and she was stunned on the spot. Li Zishuan didn't care about the dumbfounded Xiaohe anymore. He pulled Lan'er and walked towards the front hall with some amusement. Li Chengqian was drinking tea in the front hall when he heard footsteps getting closer and closer to him. He put down the teacup and looked outside the door. After Li Zishuan entered the door, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Your Highness." He didn't plan to hide it and directly put it out in the open. He wasn't good at scheming at all. In his previous life, whenever he saw his girlfriend watching a palace drama, he would have a headache. He really wasn't cut out for scheming. Therefore, he might as well put it out in the open today and see how Li Chengqian would react. Then, he would decide whether this friend was worth making or not. Li Chengqian was obviously stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It seems that Brother Chonyo has already told you. Why, now that Brother Zishuan knows my identity, you don't want to make friends with Gao Ming?" After saying this, a trace of loneliness flashed across his face. He was only a child who grew up in the palace. When he was young, he was bullied by his uncle's children. At that time, his father was hiding his strength and biding his time. No one supported him, and he didn't have a single friend. When his father killed his uncles, imprisoned his grandfather, and became the emperor, those who had bullied him before and those who hadn't bullied him before were all killed by his father. At that time, he didn't feel the joy of revenge, only loneliness. He didn't want to kill them. He only wanted to beat them up to vent his anger. When he became the crown prince, he welcomed even more loneliness. He had to always maintain a calm smile. Those young people of the same age as him in Chang'an City either deliberately kept a distance from him, like Cheng Chumo, or deliberately got close to him, wanting to use his identity to gain some benefits. Only in the dead of night would Li Chengqian look at the high palace wall alone, fantasizing about how wonderful the outside world was. Not long ago, when he went out of the palace with Chang'el's younger sister, he met Li Zishuan, heard the interesting story, and ate the interesting food. From the bottom of his heart, Li Chengqian was very envious of Li Zishuan's free and real life. He really wanted to make such a friend. He didn't expect that Cheng Chumo had told Li Zishuan his true identity so early. Perhaps Cheng Chumo had also warned Li Zishuan to keep a distance from him. Thinking of this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Li Chengqian's eyes. As expected, being in the royal family, one was destined to be alone. Li Zishuan had been carefully observing Li Chengqian's expression. At this moment, he saw that Li Chengqian's words were sincere, and the loneliness and disappointment in his expression didn't seem to be fake. He was relieved and thought that Li Chengqian's nature was not bad. He could make friends with him. Maybe under his influence, he wouldn't go on the road of no return. He smiled at Li Chengqian and said, I, Li Zishuan, have always made friends based on the person, not the identity. But if someone talks about the identity with me, then I will keep a distance from him. Li Chengqian thought for a moment and understood the meaning of Li Zishuan's words. He said happily, That's great. I have the same idea. The two looked at each other and smiled. Li Chengqian said again, Since you already know my identity, I won't call you a loner in the future. Let's call each other brothers to avoid being estranged. Li Zishuan didn't answer him. He smiled and asked, Why did Gao Ming come here today? Since his identity had been made clear, Li Chengqian didn't need to deliberately hide anything. He said, Sister Changle has been studying the palace rites in the palace recently. She feels bored, so she asked me to come here and listen to 2 stories. Then I'll tell them to her when I go back. I wonder if Brother Zishuan is willing? In fact, Li Chengqian had always wanted to listen to stories. But as the crown prince, he couldn't leave the palace frequently. This time, he found an excuse to leave the palace after getting his mother's permission. Li Zishuan understood his purpose for coming. He couldn't help but curse silently. This crown prince was really idle. He specially left the palace to listen to stories. Hey! Chapter 41. Looking at Li Chengqian's expectant face, Li Zishuan smiled and said, If Gao Ming wants to hear a story, it's useless for you to look for me. You have to look for Lan Er. Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't wrap his head around it. He looked at Lan Er in confusion. At this time, Lan Er smiled proudly and said, Brother has already told Lan Er the whole journey to the west. Lan Er has recorded it in the booklet. If Brother Gao Ming wants it, you have to give me a story in exchange. Hearing Lan Er's request, Li Chengqian suddenly looked embarrassed. If he could tell stories, why would Changle ask him to come over and steal the story? After searching his mind for a long time, he really couldn't find a story that could be exchanged. Li Chengqian was in a dilemma. Sister Lan Er, can I exchange it with something else? For example, how about Brother Gao Ming exchange it with 5 strings of cash? As Li Chengqian spoke, he gestured 5 with his hand. He felt a little distressed. 5 strings of cash for a booklet was a little expensive in his opinion. Although he was the crown prince, his daily expenses weren't abundant. Even his father had been scrimping and saving. He couldn't even bear to repair the palace, let alone him. However, Li Chengqian didn't know that Lan Er didn't care about 5 strings of cash. The little girl's concept of money was still relatively vague. Lan Er shook her head and said, Lan Er doesn't want money. Well, let Lan Er think about what to do. Then Lan Er tilted her head and rolled her eyes. Suddenly she smiled slyly and said, Hee, Brother Gao Ming, Lan Er will lend Journey to the West to you today, but you have to agree to a request of Lan Er in exchange. Lan Er hasn't thought of the specific request yet. Lan Er will tell you when she thinks of it. How about it? Li Chengqian was dumbfounded. This was more expensive than 5 strings of cash. As the crown prince of the Tang Empire, how could he casually agree to other people's requests? Li Zishuan couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded slightly. Lan Er, don't mess around. Quickly go and bring that booklet to Gao Ming. Lan Er was a little disappointed and could only agree in a muffled voice. Then she pouted and thought to herself, this big brother Gao Ming is really stingy. No matter how stupid Li Chengqian was, he would still be able to tell what that expression, that gaze, meant. A dignified empire's heir apparent was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. At this moment, Li Chengqian was a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly said, All right, Lan Er. Big brother Gao Ming agrees to exchange with you, but your request must not violate the laws of the empire. Lan Er was still disappointed. When she heard this, she immediately said happily, All right, Lan Er will go and get Journey to the West now. After saying that, in order to save time, Lan Er specially took the scooter and rode it to the backyard like a gust of wind. Li Zishuan saw that Lan Er could move so quickly by stepping on a strange wooden board. He couldn't help but point at the scooter in surprise and say to Li Zishuan, What is this? Li Chengqian was a bit confused. It was fine that Li Zishuan's family was wealthier than his, but why did he have these strange things that even the imperial palace didn't have? Li Zishuan smiled and explained, This is a scooter. I made it for Lan Er to play with when I was bored. Why? Is Gao Ming interested in this? Li Chengqian was a bit embarrassed for making a fuss over nothing and said, No, I was just wondering if I could make one for Sister Changle. Changle's health has always been poor. The imperial physician said that she can't do excessive exercise, but this scooter should be quite suitable for her. Actually, it's quite suitable for me. I have to find an opportunity to let the supervisor make a few more so that I can play with them when there's no one around, Li Chengqian added in his heart. After all, he was only a 10-year-old child. Even if the children of the imperial family matured early, they still had a child's heart. It was reasonable for him to be curious about this scooter. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but think of that beautiful girl with a kind of morbid beauty and a dignified beauty that didn't belong to her age. Suddenly, he had an idea. He turned his head and said to Li Chengqian, "Don't worry. Gao Ming, if this scooter were to be sold, would it be a big seller?" Li Chengqian answered without thinking, "Of course it would be a big seller." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Since Gao Ming thinks so highly of it, I have a business here. I don't know if you would be interested." Li Chengqian's eyes lit up. "Brother Zixuan, could it be that you want to sell this scooter?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "I plan to open a shop that specializes in selling this kind of rare item. I still have a lot of methods for this kind of rare item in my mind. In the future there will be more and more products. I wonder if Gao Ming is willing to cooperate with me?" "Of course I'm willing," Li Chengqian quickly responded. This was a good thing that fell from the sky. Unlike Li Zixuan, Li Chengqian knew the profits of the chicken he gnawed on like the back of his hand. Even his father was a little jealous of the profits. Now that Li Zixuan wanted to launch a new product and wanted to cooperate with him, only a fool wouldn't be willing. However, Li Chengqian thought about it and hesitated. "But how do we cooperate? To be honest, the East Palace isn't as rich as your family." Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need for Gao Ming to pay a lot of money. I'll use 2,000 strings of cash and my skills to get 70% of the shares. Gao Ming, you use 200 strings of cash and help me recruit a few skilled craftsmen to get the remaining 30%. How about it?" Pulling Li Chengqian into the partnership was mainly because he was afraid that his profits would increase in the future and easily attract the covetous eyes of his peers. With Li Chengqian, the most powerful second-generation official of the Tang dynasty, protecting him, his shop would have a lot less trouble in the future. Hearing this, Li Chengqian thought about it. This was a great bargain for him. He said happily, "Then I'll thank Brother Zixuan. I'll send someone to send the 200 strings of cash over tomorrow." He thought that if he squeezed around, he should be able to gather 200 strings of cash. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible. The East Palace was also short of money. As for the craftsman, I know a very interesting person. I'll introduce him to Brother Zixuan another day," Li Chengqian added. Li Zixuan was a little curious and said, "Since even Gao Ming says that person is interesting, I can't wait to meet him." Li Chengqian was quite confident in that person. He smiled and said, "Brother Zixuan, don't worry. That person will definitely meet your standards." At this moment, the two of them saw Lan coming over on a scooter with a booklet in her hand. With the previous experience of being at a disadvantage, Lan stopped accelerating when she was not far from the two. She just let the scooter move over according to inertia. Lan came in front of them and handed the booklet to Li Chengqian. She said, "It took Lan a long time to finish writing this. Brother Gao Ming, remember to get someone to copy it and return the booklet to Lan." Li Chengqian naturally agreed and eagerly took the booklet. He was very happy and couldn't wait to finish reading the booklet. Li Zixuan saw that it was still early and suggested, "There's no time like the present. It just so happens that Gao Ming is here today. Why don't we go to the East Market and choose a shop?" He chose to open a shop in the East Market mainly because it was close to home and the palace. Although the West Market was bustling, it was too far away. It was also Li Chengqian's first time opening a shop. He found it quite novel. He looked at the time. It was indeed early. Since he had taken a day off from his mother, it would be a waste to return to the palace so early. Thinking of this, Li Chengqian eagerly said, "Of course. Let's go now." Lana hurriedly said, "Lana wants to go too." Just like that, the four of them went out and walked towards the East Market. The other person was Steward Wang. Li Zixuan didn't know the market and wasn't good at bargaining, so he brought Steward Wang along. Chapter 42. Today, Han Yushi was instructed by Han Lijing to fill a gourd with the first batch of fruit wine brewed by the Han village and send it to Chang'an for the young master and young lady to taste. It was not easy to have a chance to enter the city, so naturally, Iron Egg went with them. He even put a big grasshopper he caught recently into a bamboo tube and planned to give it to his sister Lan. Ever since Li Zixuan left the Han village, the scene of them escaping from the tiger's mouth in the mountains kept flashing in Han Yushi's mind. She could not forget it. Thinking that she would be able to see the young master today, Han Yushi got up early in the morning to dress up. She put on a relatively new pink dress and took out a silver hairpin from an exquisite wooden box at the head of the bed. She pinned it on her beautiful hair. This silver hairpin was left to her by her mother. Han Yushi, who was already fresh and refined, became even more beautiful. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was so radiant that she attracted the attention of passers-by along the way. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty was still relatively clean. Generally, no one dared to kidnap women in public. The siblings entered the city from the Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang'an. Looking at the neat streets and magnificent buildings, Iron Egg did not know where to put his eyes. He looked around randomly, like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden for the first time. They did not know that from the moment they entered the city, a pair of eyes had been watching them. To be more precise, they were watching Han Yushi. A man with a face full of pockmarks and dressed like a scholar carefully followed behind Han Yushi with two servants. The scholar with a face full of pockmarks stared at Han Yushi's figure from behind and drooled as he looked at her. "Young master, if the old master knows about this when we go back, he will break our legs." The short servant next to him saw his young master's lustful face and knew that his young master did not have good intentions towards the girl. He could not help but persuade him with a bitter face. The pockmarked young master was lustful at this time. How could he listen to him? He said impatiently, "What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that these two came from a village outside the city? Later, when we enter the alley in front, the two of you go up and knock them out. Carry the older one to my house outside the city, and throw the younger one to a random place outside the city to bury them. No one will know, hee hee." After he finished speaking, he licked his lips and sneered wickedly. This little lady is really charming. She's even prettier than the courtesans of the Emerald Smokehouse. This young master has traversed the fields of flowers for so many years, but I've never seen such a stunning beauty." When the two servants saw their young master like this, they guessed that they wouldn't be able to persuade him otherwise. Their faces were bitter. In the past, the young master had done this kind of thing many times. However, after being discovered by the old master, the ones who were punished were always the servants. This time, they could only pray that things would go smoothly and not be discovered by others. When Han Yushi and Iron Egg walked into the alley between Xianping Square and Shangping Square, they felt that there were a few people following behind them. She stopped in her tracks and turned around to look. Han Yushi saw a wretched man with a face full of pockmarks staring at her lecherously. She immediately felt angry and flustered. However, when she looked up and saw that there were no pedestrians around, this alley was remote and narrow. Han Yushi was very anxious at this moment. "Little lady, how about coming home with me? How about I take you in as my 8th concubine?" The pockmarked man chuckled and said. As he spoke, he wanted to go forward and touch her. As for the little brat beside him, he didn't care about him from the beginning. "Get lost, don't touch my sister." Iron Egg picked up a stone in the corner and stood in front of Han Yushi. He raised the stone in his hand to deter the three people in front of him. At the same time, he whispered to Han Yushi behind him, "Sister, take the opportunity to find the young master later. They can't catch up with me." Han Yushi quickly shook her head. "How can I do that? If they catch you, they will beat you." Iron Egg said anxiously, "Sister, what time is it now? If I am caught, I will at most be beaten up. Iron Egg has thick skin and is not afraid of being beaten. But if you are caught, sister, it will be different." Children from poor families took charge of the family early. Although Iron Egg was young, he still knew a little about the dirty dealings of these rich young masters. He understood that if his sister fell into the hands of this scum, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. He might as well go up and be beaten up. Anyway, he had thick skin. Han Yushi's face turned pale when she heard this. After struggling for a while, she said, "Iron Egg, you must be careful. Sister will go and find the young master for help." "Humph, want to leave? None of you can leave." The pockmarked man snorted coldly. Two servants blocked their way, one in front and one behind. At this time, Iron Egg suddenly exploded. He threw the stone in his hand at the servant blocking the way in front and shouted, "Sister, quickly leave from here. I will stop them." Although Iron Egg was young, he usually did a lot of farm work and was not weak at all. His stone hit the servant's forehead directly and smashed him to the ground. The pockmarked man was shocked. He didn't think that this little brat, whom he had always looked down upon, would have such great strength and speed. Seeing that one of his lackeys had fallen, he hurriedly joined forces with another tall servant to close in on this side. At this time, Iron Egg quickly picked up a wooden stick next to him and stopped the two people who wanted to chase after Han Yushi. Han Yushi shed tears and cried, "Iron Egg, sister will go and find the young master to save you." After saying that, she immediately turned and ran out of the alley. She knew that she could not help here. She could only hope that Iron Egg could hold on until she found the young master to save him. Li Zixuan brought Lan Li Chengqian, and Steward Wang to the East Market. The East Market was very close to the Li family, so they did not choose to take a carriage and walked directly. They talked and laughed along the way. When they walked to Yongning Lane, they heard Lan cry out in surprise, "Brother, brother, look, isn't that Sister Yushi?" When Li Zixuan heard this, he immediately turned his head and looked in the direction Lan was pointing. He saw a beautiful girl in a pink dress with a fairy-like face, but she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She was wiping her tears as she ran. This girl was Han Yushi. Seeing this, Li Zixuan hurriedly exerted his strength and ran in front of Han Yushi. Han Yushi was thinking about her brother's safety and only knew to run forward without caring about anything else. She did not notice him at all and bumped into his arms. She immediately woke up with an "ah." Looking up and seeing that it was Li Zixuan, Han Yushi was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly pulled his arm and cried, "Young master, quickly go and save Iron Egg. A few scoundrels are beating him up in front." Li Zixuan's heart ached when he saw Han Yushi crying. When he heard her words, he instantly guessed the situation in his mind. He could not help but be furious. He did not have time to ask her why she entered the city today and directly said, "Yushi, you lead the way. Quickly bring me there." He then shouted at the three people who were following behind, "Yushi and I will go and save Iron Egg first. Lan Gao Ming, you guys follow later." After saying that, he directly took Han Yushi and used the cloud-piercing steps. He ran in the direction Han Yushi pointed. He did not deliberately take advantage of Han Yushi. The situation was urgent and did not allow him to hesitate. Chapter 43. I told you to meddle in other people's business. I'll beat you to death today. Seeing the beauty that was about to be sent to his mouth suddenly fly away, the pockmarked man was very angry. He kicked Iron Egg, who had been knocked to the ground more than 10 times, and cursed as he kicked. Even though Iron Egg's skin was thick, he could not withstand such a fierce kick from an adult man. He was only a child who was not even 7 years old. At first, Iron Egg could still curse at this scumbag. Now, he was vomiting blood from the kick and was like a pool of mud on the ground. He was already on the verge of death. Previously, he had thought of letting his sister leave first. If he was caught, he would at most be beaten up. He really did not expect this scumbag to be so vicious. He wanted to beat him to death. Even so, Iron Egg did not regret it. Unlike other 7 or 8-year-old children, Iron Egg was sensible early. He knew that if it were not for his sister, he would have died long ago when he was young. Now that his sister was saved, his death was worth it. Iron Egg's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. When the scumbag kicked him, he could not feel any pain. He really wanted to sleep. Stop! A shocking roar came from the entrance of the alley. It was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the pockmarked man and the servants' eardrums until they were buzzing. The pockmarked man could not help but take 2 steps back in a daze. Iron Egg! Han Yushi ran over with tears in her eyes. Seeing Iron Egg covered in blood from the beating, Han Yushi picked up Iron Egg and called out Iron Egg's name in a low voice. "Oh, little lady, you called for help so quickly? But can this pretty boy really save you? I think, little lady, why don't you marry me obediently and be my concubine? What future do you have with this gigolo? How can he be as handsome as me?" The freckled man was overjoyed when he saw that Han Yushi had returned. He did not care much about the gigolo beside him. He was not even half as handsome as him. Even though Li Zixuan was filled with rage, He was amused by the shameless pockmarked man in front of him. He touched his face doubtfully and looked at the pockmarked man. After confirming that the scum was talking nonsense, he didn't waste any time and directly flew over to punch him in the head. That scumbag was still being narcissistic at the side when he saw a fist coming towards his face. It was too late for him to dodge. Roar! The pockmarked man was sent flying far away with a punch. The two servants who hadn't reacted just now hurried over to help their young master up. The scumbag's mouth was full of blood. He angrily pointed at Xiaofan and said incoherently, "Little rabbit, do you know who this master saw a young master is? Do you know who my father is? You two filth, trash. Hurry and tell him." Then he rubbed his face and took a deep breath. The tall servant came forward and said arrogantly, "Boy, you're finished. Our young master is Chao Xiaoyun. Our master is Chao Rue, the county premier of Wanyan County in Chong'an. You dare to hit our young master. You're dead." Xiaofan snorted and didn't want to talk nonsense with them. He directly went up to fight. Iron Egg was still dying and his injury was unknown. He had to find a doctor quickly. Perhaps Xiaofan used to be afraid of these officials. After all, he was just a commoner. Commoners didn't fight with officials. But now he had the help of Cheng Chumo and Li Chengqian. How could he be afraid of a small county premier? After beating up the three people, Xiaofan kicked the tall servant and said, "Tell your master to come and get him. I want to see what kind of person can give birth to such a scumbag." At this time, Lan and the others had already arrived. When Lan saw Tai Dan lying on the ground covered in blood, her eyes turned red. Although she had only stayed for a little more than a day at the Han Manor, she had already formed a very deep friendship with this little brother she had just met. Lan knelt beside Han Yushi and looked at the miserable Iron Egg. She cried, "Brother Iron Egg, what's wrong with you? Get up, Lan will treat you to some chicken." Tai forced his eyes open and said intermittently, "Sister, Lan, Iron Egg is fine. Iron Egg helped you catch a grasshopper, more powerful than Wei Qing. It's over there." After saying that, he pointed to the wall with difficulty. Xiaofan and Lan looked over there and saw an overturned bamboo tube on the ground. A bigger grasshopper was jumping not far from the tube. Lan didn't have the heart to catch it. She just wanted her brother Iron Egg to get better quickly. At this time, a rooster ran out of a courtyard and flew past everyone. When it saw the grasshopper on the ground, it quickly flapped its wings and pecked at the grasshopper. It ran away like a wisp of smoke. Although Lan felt sorry for the grasshopper, now was obviously not the time to care about it. Xiaofan saw it and suddenly felt something. It was as if he had suddenly thought of something. Li Chengqian asked, "Brother Xiaofan, what happened?" Xiaofan waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to send the Iron Egg to the medical hall. Gao Ming, I know you have guards with you. I'll have to trouble you to ask them to help send the Iron Egg to the medical hall." Although Li Chengqian was curious about how Xiaofan knew there were guards behind him, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. He nodded and shouted into the air, "Wu San, come out." A person scuttled out of the alley and bowed to Li Chengqian. "Your subordinate is here. Send someone to immediately send this child to the Imperial Physician Bureau. Have them treat him with all their might," Li Chengqian ordered. "Yes." Wu San waved behind him and two soldiers immediately came up. They carried the Iron Egg away, but he stayed behind Li Chengqian. Since he had been discovered by Xiaofan, he had nothing to hide. Xiaofan comforted Han Yushi for a while before angrily walking towards Chao Xiaoyun, who was lying on the ground. He had roughly examined the injuries on Iron Egg's body. They were much more serious than the injuries he had suffered at the Han village. He really didn't expect this scum to be so ruthless towards a 6 or 7-year-old child. If he had come a little later, Iron Egg would have really been beaten to death. Xiaofan was grateful to Iron Egg from the bottom of his heart. He was really a good child. Last time at the Han village, Iron Egg risked his own injuries to protect his sister. This time, he risked his life to protect Han Yushi. Although Han Yushi was Iron Egg's elder sister, and it was natural for Iron Egg to protect her, in Xiaofan's eyes, Han Yushi should be his woman first, although she wasn't yet, then Iron Egg's elder sister. The 2 times that Iron Egg was beaten and injured were both related to him. Xiaofan admired this well-behaved child from the bottom of his heart. He planned to keep him by his side after Iron Egg's injuries were healed, teach him some things, and nurture him well. Li Zishuan really wanted to give this ruthless Cao Xiaoyun a good thrashing. Looking at his pockmarked face, Li Zishuan really didn't know where he got the confidence to say that he was handsome. Lan Er was also very angry at this moment. She had also seen that Iron Egg's younger brother had been beaten very seriously. The little girl ran over to Li Zishuan and angrily pointed at Cao Xiaoyun and said, "Brother, Iron Egg is Lan Er's younger brother. This bad guy just bullied Iron Egg, which is bullying Lan Er. Bullying Lan Er is bullying brother. Brother, you must avenge Iron Egg." Li Zishuan didn't expect his little sister to speak so logically now. He was a little surprised. It seemed that the little girl was really angry now. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Lan Er, don't worry. Brother will avenge Iron Egg." Chapter 44. Li Zishuan angrily copied Iron Egg's wounds on Cao Xiaoyun's body. Of course, since he was the one who hit Cao Xiaoyun's injuries were much more serious than Iron Egg's. At first, Cao Xiaoyun could still arrogantly shout a few words, saying that when his father came, he would teach Li Zishuan a lesson. But after a while, he was kicked until his whole body was covered in blood. He was gasping for air and could no longer speak. "Brother, you beat him well." Lan Er was not afraid of this bloody scene at all. Instead, when she saw Li Zishuan beat Cao Xiaoyun, she could not help but clap her hands and cheer. Cao Xiaoyun spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He had never been treated so miserably. He could not help but swear in his heart that he would definitely cripple this brat in the future. Housekeeper Wang was afraid that someone would die, so he quickly pulled Li Zishuan away. "Young master, although County Deputy Cao is only an 8th-rank county magistrate, it would not be easy for master to clean up the mess if someone died." Han Yushi also came over and pulled Li Zishuan away. "Young master, stop beating him." She was also afraid that Li Zishuan would get involved in a murder case because of her and her brother. Li Zishuan let Cao Xiaoyun live and walked to the side to wait for his father to come over. Li Chengqian saw that Li Zishuan wanted to make a big deal out of this, so he waved his hand and asked Wu San to come over. He whispered a few words in his ear and Wu San quickly left. County Deputy Cao was dealing with official business with the county magistrate today. When he saw his servant come to the county office with a bloody nose and a swollen face, his heart skipped a beat and he knew that something bad was going to happen. He quickly excused himself from the county magistrate and took the servant out of the county office. He went to a corner and asked in a low voice, "What happened? Did that unfilial son cause trouble for me again?" He knew his son's character better than anyone else. No matter how many times he reprimanded him, he would still cause trouble. Every time he caused trouble, he would have to clean up his mess. Fortunately, his son still had some brains. He didn't provoke those high-ranking officials and only harmed some commoner women. The trouble he caused each time wasn't too big, so he was able to settle it for his son every time. The servant hurriedly said, "Young master wanted to make a move on a girl at Xianping Lane, but he was detained by a young man. He wants master to go and get him." Hearing this, County Deputy Chao's face darkened. His unfilial son had indeed caused him trouble again. Although he expected better from him, he was still his son. He pondered and asked, "Who is that young man?" The servant replied, "Replying to master, I don't know." Deputy County Magistrate Cao waved his hand and summoned 5 yeoman runners. Helplessly, he asked his servants to lead the way. He prayed in his heart that he would not kick an iron plate this time. When County Magistrate Cao arrived at Xianping Square, he saw his son covered in blood and lying on the ground. He quickly walked over and squatted down to check his son's injuries. At this moment, Cao Xiaoyun heard footsteps coming. He wanted to open his eyes to see if it was his father, but he couldn't open his eyes even with all his strength. Although County Magistrate Cao knew that it was his son's fault, he still felt a little angry when he saw his son in such a miserable state. However, the most important thing at this moment was to figure out the young man's identity. County Magistrate Cao suppressed the anger in his heart, walked forward and asked, "Who are you? How dare you commit a violent crime on the street and disregard the law of Tang Empire?" There was a trace of majesty in his voice. Li Zishuan snorted and said, "You must be County Magistrate Cao. What a powerful official's prestige. Why don't you ask your son what he has done?" "Lord Cao, you don't have to worry about my identity. My father is just a businessman." Hearing that the young man in front of him was just a businessman's son, County Magistrate Chao breathed a sigh of relief and felt more confident. At this moment, his prestige was more powerful. He shouted loudly, "How dare you commit a violent crime in broad daylight? Come on, take him back to the county government." Two yamen runners immediately rushed forward to take him back. Who dares? Seeing that County Magistrate Chao was going to bend the law for personal gain in front of him, Li Chengqian couldn't bear it and shouted loudly. As the crown prince of the Tang Empire, he was very angry that there was such a scum in front of the emperor. He secretly thought that this time when he returned to the palace, he should suggest to his father that the emperor should reorganize the administration of officials. County Magistrate Chao didn't notice Li Chengqian until now. Seeing that he was just a little boy in his teens, he couldn't help but shout, "Who are you? How dare you obstruct the government from handling the case?" He was just a small official of level 8, who was not qualified to meet the crown prince before. Therefore, he had the courage to say those words just now. Li Chengqian was not afraid at all and replied, "County Magistrate Chao, you don't need to know who I am. But there is someone you definitely know. You will see him later." Seeing that the young man in front of him was so fearless, County Magistrate Chao was about to ask who he was when he saw a group of people coming to the alley. When he saw the leader, County Magistrate Chao was shocked. He hurriedly ran over and bowed to him. "County Magistrate Chao, I am County Magistrate Wanyan." The middle-aged man in the official uniform was Magistrate Hua of Chong'an. The city of Chong'an was divided into Chong'an County and Wanyan County. The officials of the two counties in the city, as well as Lantian, Xinfeng and other counties outside the city, were all under the jurisdiction of Magistrate Chao. Therefore, Chao Rui was so respectful when he saw the people coming. Magistrate Hua heard from a guard that there was a man with a token of the East Palace and asked him to send people to save the crown prince. Magistrate Hua took the token and carefully observed it. It was real and he couldn't help but be shocked. If something happened to the crown prince under the emperor's command, he would lose his position as magistrate. He hurriedly brought over a dozen people. County Magistrate Chao tried his best to bow and greet Magistrate Hua in a low and flattering voice. However, Magistrate Hua ignored him as if he didn't see him and went straight to Li Chengqian. When he was about to bow to him, Li Chengqian waved his hand to stop him and said in a low voice, "Magistrate Hua, the governance of Wanyan County has collapsed. I will tell my father the truth when I go back to the palace today." Magistrate Hua's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat when he heard this. He hated Chao Rui to death in his heart. He was about to explain and plead with Li Chengqian, but Li Chengqian ignored him after he finished speaking. He turned around and walked to another 14-year-old boy. At this moment, Li Chengqian said to Li Zishuan, "Brother Zishuan, let's leave this matter to Magistrate Hua. Let's go to Shi City." Li Zishuan thought about it. There was indeed no need for him to do anything here. Chao Xiaoyun had been beaten to such a state. If he beat him again, he would be beaten to death. Moreover, Li Chengqian had already warned Magistrate Hua personally. As long as there was nothing wrong with his brain, he wouldn't dare to cover for Chao Rui and Chao Rui. Looking at Chao Xiaoyun's behavior, he knew that this was not the first time he had done this. Now, he had gotten rid of a scourge for the people of Chong'an. Li Zishuan walked to the side and pulled Han Yuxi up. He took Lan Er and Li Chengqian to Shi City. They were going to Shi City to buy a shop today. Chapter 45. When they arrived at the East Market, Steward Wang found someone from the broker house and explained his intentions. That person brought them to a shop that had recently shown interest. In the end, Li Chengqian and Li Zishuan took a fancy to a wood-carving shop called Heavenly Craft Pavilion. The shop was rather large. It was a small 2-story building. People could live on the top floor and store their goods, while the bottom floor could be used as a storefront. Moreover, the shop's location was excellent. Diagonally across from the East Market's largest restaurant, the Yunqi restaurant, was the location with the densest flow of people in the East Market. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the shop's structure and location. He hurriedly signaled for Steward Wang to discuss the price with the shop's owner. He, Li Chengqian, and Lan Er strolled around the shop. When he saw the wood carvings on the shop's shelves, Li Zishuan was immediately shocked. Taishang Laojun, Methreya Buddha, 2 dragons playing with a pearl, and monkey birthday gifts were all on the shelves. Moreover, the layout of each carving was full. It was scattered but not loose, numerous but not messy. The layers were distinct, and the theme was prominent. The carver was truly a master of knife skills. The shop's name, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, lived up to its name. Li Chengqian was also somewhat astonished. Although he was young, he still had the ability to appreciate. Now that he saw so many exquisite carvings, he exclaimed to Li Zishuan, "Brother Zishuan, the wood carvings in this shop can only be compared to some of the finest heirlooms in the palace." Li Zishuan nodded. At this moment, Steward Wang had finished negotiating with the shop's owner and was walking over to them. "Young master," according to the shop's owner, his master was transferred to Suzhou, so he was in a hurry to sell this shop. The final price was 780 strings of cash. "What do you think, young master?" Steward Wang reported. "Cheap, so damn cheap." This was Li Zishuan's first thought. Compared to the price of housing in the capital of his previous life, the current price of this shop was too low. Li Zishuan hurriedly nodded in agreement, then personally walked over to the shopkeeper. He cupped his hands and said, "Shopkeeper, may I ask who the master carver of this shop is?" The shopkeeper had found a buyer and was in a good mood. He replied, "Oh? Was this Lang Jun also interested in wood carving? The sculptor is Lu Dingy, the famous sky broadsword in Chang'an City. People call him Lu Yidao. Our shop paid a lot of money to hire him. If Xiao Lang Jun bought this shop for the wood carving business, I suggest you find a way to keep Lu Yidao here. There are many shops out there competing to hire him." After saying that, the shopkeeper pointed to a skinny old man at the door. When Li Zishuan heard the shopkeeper say that the old man's nickname was Lu Yidao, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Why don't you call yourself Yidao Niu?" In his previous life, he was a Dota enthusiast, and he had played a lot of Dota moves. Ugh, this guy couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. However, Li Zishuan really wanted to keep this old man with exquisite carving skills. Although he didn't plan to open a carving shop, he still needed a master who knew how to carve some rare items in the future. Li Zishuan immediately asked Lu Yidao to stay at the Heavenly Craftsman Pavilion for 1.5 times the previous salary. After the handover with the shopkeeper, they were given 3 days to move out. Li Chengqian saw that it was getting late and was about to leave. Suddenly, he remembered that their shop didn't have a name yet, so he asked, "Brother Zishuan, what should we name this shop?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Let's call it Wonderful Interest Pavilion. In the future, all the wonderful treasures in the world will come from this pavilion. Haha." Li Chengqian nodded in agreement and said, "We'll call it Great Kindness." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He pulled Li Chengqian over and whispered, "Brilliant, I heard that His Majesty loves calligraphy. If you can find a way to let His Majesty inscribe a plaque for Wonderful Interest Pavilion, I'll give you half of the shares and 2 wonderful stories like Journey to the West." What do you think? Li Chengqian's expression changed when he heard this. He immediately shook his head like a rattledrum and said anxiously, No, my father will definitely not agree." Although Li Zishuan's offer was very tempting, it was obvious that he was more afraid of Li Er's tiger might. To let Li Er inscribe a plaque for a shop, it was really his brother's idea. This was simply courting death. Li Zishuan saw that his refusal was very straightforward and knew that there was no hope. He settled for the next best thing and said, "Then forget it. But brilliant, you have to find a famous calligrapher to inscribe a plaque. Our Wonderful Interest Pavilion style must be as high as possible in the future. The plaque can't be shabby." Li Chengqian thought for a while and already had a plan in mind. He nodded in agreement and said, "That's not a problem. Oh right, tomorrow I'll bring over that very interesting person with excellent skills in machinery for you to meet. I see that Brother Zishuan often has some wonderful ideas. Perhaps the two of you can collide and create some sparks." Li Chengqian didn't see any problems with this sentence, but as a modern person, Li Zishuan saw a big problem. He cursed in his heart, "I'm not gay." However, Li Zishuan couldn't explain anything. Instead, he was somewhat interested in the person that Li Chengqian was talking about. He said, "Then I'll wait and see." Then, Li Chengqian bid farewell to him and left with the guards. Li Zishuan took Lan Yushi, and a few others and hired a carriage to go to the Imperial Medical Department to pick up Iron Egg. Seeing that Iron Egg was wrapped into a dumpling, Han Yushi's heart ached and she couldn't help but cry. Lanner's eyes were also red. Iron Egg saw that his sister and Lana were sad for him and hurriedly comforted them. Sister Lan, don't worry. Iron Egg is fine. It doesn't hurt anymore." It would have been better if he didn't say anything. As soon as he spoke, Lanner immediately cried out. Li Zixuan saw that Iron Egg could already speak and his injuries were bandaged. He wanted to take him home to take care of him. Thus, he found a medical officer and asked, "How is this child's injury? Can you take him back?" Iron Egg had no relatives or friends in Chang'an. Today he was injured because of Han Yushi. No matter what, Li Zixuan had to take him back to the residence and have someone take good care of him. When Li Zixuan came to the Imperial Medical Department, he brought Li Chengqian's warrant. This medical officer naturally didn't dare to offend him. He replied, "The child's broken bones have been connected. Next, he only needs to rest. You can take him back, but you must be careful." Li Zixuan nodded. He invited a few students from the Imperial Medical Department to carefully carry Iron Egg into the carriage. Naturally, a few bedding had been prepared in the carriage to avoid bumps. Li Zixuan let Han Yushi and Lan enter the carriage to take care of Iron Egg. He also instructed the driver to walk slowly. He and housekeeper Wang followed behind the carriage on foot. The group rushed to the Li residence. Iron Egg saw that the young master wanted him to sleep in the carriage while walking by himself. He was immediately moved. He wanted to get up and refuse, but Li Zixuan sternly stopped him. Iron Egg's heart suddenly felt warm. He thought to himself, "They are both young masters. Why is it that his young master is so good to us country bumpkins, but Lu Haojin and Chao Xiaoyun are so bad to country bumpkins?" Bruiser had saved people twice, and both times he had been beaten. Although he had succeeded in saving people, he had been injured each time. He had a thirst for power. He wanted to be as strong as his young master, or even as strong as his father. That way, he would be able to protect his family from being bullied. Seeing that his young master was so good to his family, Iron Egg had a glimmer of hope. He thought, maybe if I beg the young master, he can teach me martial arts? Even if his young master was unwilling, Iron Egg planned to go back home and ask his father to teach him a few moves. Yes, Iron Egg was not stupid. He also knew that his young master's martial arts were better than his father's. After experiencing so many things, Iron Egg also understood many things. He wanted to become stronger. Chapter 46. When they returned to the Li residence, Madame Li was in the front hall when she heard the commotion at the door. "Xian, where did you go? Whose child is this? How did he get hurt so badly?" Madame Li asked in shock when she saw her son calling Sanbao and Afu to carry a little boy wrapped up like a dumpling. "Mother, this is Han Village's Han Lijing's son, Iron Egg. This is Han Lijing's daughter, Han Yushi. Today's matter is a long story. Let me help Iron Egg settle down first." Li Zixuan told the servants to be careful not to hurt him as he answered his mother's question. At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly walked forward and bowed. "Yushi greets Madam. Us siblings have disturbed you today." Iron Egg, who was being carried, forced himself to stand up and said to Madame Li, "Iron Egg pays his respects to Madam." Madame Li hurriedly pressed the child down and said there was no need to be so polite. She then turned to look at Han Yushi. Seeing her beautiful appearance and pitiful appearance, she was truly a peerless beauty. She was stunned and secretly wondered if her son had taken a fancy to this girl. She walked forward to help Han Yushi up and said, "Miss Han, there's no need to be so polite. Our Li family usually collects rent from the Han village. Your father has also given us a lot of convenience." She then turned to Li Zixuan and said, "Xian let Sanbao and the others place Iron Egg in Mingyue Xian. The siblings will stay there tonight. Mother will send a few servant girls over to take care of them." Mingyue Xian was a small independent courtyard in the west courtyard that Li Zixuan lived in. It was used by the Li family to entertain guests. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. Han Yushi hurriedly declined, "Madam, we don't need servant girls to serve us. I can take good care of little brother." Madame Li smiled and said, "You little girl, there's no need to be so polite in our house. Previously, Xian'er was taken care of by your father in the Han village." She had just noticed that there was a trace of adoration in her son's eyes when he looked at Han Yushi. As an experienced person, Madame Li naturally understood everything. She thought to herself that although this girl's family background was a bit poor, her appearance could indeed be considered stunning. No wonder her son was infatuated with her. Her son was finally enlightened. It seemed that she would soon be able to hold her grandson. Mrs. Li's imagination was running wild, and she began to fantasize happily. Li Zishuan politely directed the servants to carry his future brother-in-law. With such a good opportunity to perform, of course, he had to perform well in order to get closer to Han Yushi. However, he was completely unaware that his thoughts had been completely seen through by his quick-witted mother. After some work, Li Zishuan, Lan Er, and Han Yushi followed the servants to Mingyue Xian. Madame Li naturally went to instruct the kitchen to prepare dinner. After placing iron egg on the bed, the servants took their leave. Li Zishuan turned around and said to Han Yushi, "Yushi, iron egg's injuries can't withstand any bumps. The mountain road to the Han village is also rugged. You should accompany Iron Egg and stay at my house for a few days. When Iron Egg's injuries are more or less healed, we'll talk about it again. I'll send someone to the Han village to inform your father in a while." After saying that, he looked at Han Yushi and prayed that she would quickly agree. Spring was coming, and this fellow was now a little moved by love. Although Han Yushi felt that it was inappropriate to stay here, everything the young master said was reasonable. Iron Egg's injuries were indeed unable to leave. She could only nod and say, "Then I'll have to trouble you, young master." After saying that, a trace of joy and anticipation appeared in her heart for some reason. Children all loved excitement. Lana heard that and cheered. That's great, that's great. Now there's finally someone to play with Lan Er." Li Zishuan pointed at Lan Er unhappily and said, "Big brother, haven't I been playing with you all this time? You ungrateful little girl." Lan Er naughtily stuck out her tongue at her brother. She tugged at Han Yushi's arm and giggled. She didn't say anything else. Xiao He walked in and bowed. "Young master, the food is ready. Madam wants you to go to the front hall to eat. Old master is also back." Li Zishuan nodded and said to Han Yushi, "Yushi, follow me to the front hall to eat. I'll ask Xiao He to send some food over for Iron Egg to eat later." Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lana mischievously said, "Brother Iron Egg, you have to be good. Lan Er will ask Sister Xiao He to send you some chicken to eat later." Iron Egg didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Come, Yushi, eat this base. It's good for your body." At the dining table, Madame Li was beaming with joy as she frequently picked up food for Han Yushi. Han Yushi's small bowl soon piled up into a small mountain. Han Yushi was helpless. If she refused, she was afraid that it would be too rude. Moreover, she kept feeling that Madame Li was looking at her strangely. She was a little flustered and could only hurriedly thank her and bury her head in eating. Li Zishuan also noticed his mother's strange gaze. He thought to himself, could it be that his mother saw that he was interested in Han Yushi? That shouldn't be. Li Zishuan felt that he hid it very well. "Xian, I heard from your mother that Han Tianhu's son was injured today?" Li Jingma asked. "Yes, father. Iron Egg's injury is very serious. I want him to recuperate in our house for a few days. I'll send him back when his injury is better," Li Zishuan answered. Li Jingma nodded. "Yes, that's how it should be. Your father and I have some friendship before. Since his son is recuperating in our house, we have to take good care of him. But speaking of which, why was Iron Egg injured? There are actually people who dare to commit murder and injure people at the foot of the emperor. Isn't this disregarding the national law?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he felt that the latter half of his father's words were very familiar. After thinking for a moment, it turned out that County Magistrate Chow had just told him this afternoon. He couldn't help but find it funny. He told his father about how they went to Shi City in the afternoon and met Yushi and the others who were bullied. Bang! When Father Li heard about Chow Xiaoyun's evil deeds, he immediately slammed the table angrily. This is really preposterous. He actually snatched a commoner's daughter in broad daylight and maliciously injured her. I've heard of this Chow Xiaoyun before. He used his father's official position to snatch commoner's daughter and committed all kinds of evil deeds. He's really guilty. Madame Li also said angrily, this kind of evil person really deserves to be killed. Xian, what happened after that? Li Zishuan said, later, Gao Ming called the capital magistrate and ordered him to handle the case impartially and not to play favoritism. Their Chow family will definitely be finished this time. Madame Li let out a sigh of relief. She held Han Yushi's hand and gave her a comforting look. Li Jingmo reacted quickly and asked doubtfully, Xianer, who is this Li Gao Ming? Why is he able to call the capital magistrate? Li Zishuan didn't plan to hide this matter from his parents. In any case, they would find out sooner or later. He said, "Father, this Li Gaoming is the current crown prince, Li Changqian." A single sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. This was simply earth-shattering. Other than Li Zixuan and Lan, everyone else in the room was dumbfounded. They were just ordinary people. The crown prince was too far away from them. They never thought that Li Zixuan would be related to the crown prince. Li Jingma's psychological quality was better. After all, he had been in the business world for decades. He was the first to come back to his senses. He muttered, "Xian, why is the crown prince with you?" Li Zixuan really wanted to tell his father that his words were ambiguous. He wasn't gay. However, now was obviously not the time to joke. Thus, he told his parents about him and Li Changqian opening Strange Interest Pavilion. When Father Li heard that his son dared to take 70% of the shares, he was so shocked that his mouth fell open. He secretly thought that his son was really a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. How bold! Li Jingma planned to talk to his son alone after dinner. He wanted to remind him to pay attention to the etiquette between a ruler and his minister. He didn't want to be too rude and offend the crown prince. When Madame Li heard that her son was opening a shop with the crown prince, she immediately felt that her son was promising. She was very happy. Just like that, the family finished dinner with their own thoughts. Li Jingma stood up and said, "Xian, come with me to the study. I have something to tell you." After saying that, he directly walked to the study with his hands behind his back. Li Zixuan hurriedly stood up and followed. He also had something to tell his father. Chapter 47. Li Zixuan entered the study and closed the door behind him. He found that his father was already sitting on a stool, holding a cup of tea and waiting for him. Li Zixuan sat on the other side without hesitation and poured himself a cup of tea. Drinking tea after a meal was good for digestion. Seeing his son's carefree attitude, Father Li couldn't help but get angry. "Xian, how did you meet the crown prince?" Looks like father is still worried about the crown prince. His mentality isn't stable. Li Zixuan put down his teacup and told his father about how he met the crown prince on the way to Shi City, and how the Drunken Immortal restaurant had invited the crown prince and Cheng Chumo to eat together. Father Li stroked his beard and digested the information. "Xian, you have to follow the rules in front of the crown prince. Pay attention to the etiquette between a ruler and a minister. You can't be as undisciplined and reckless as you are at home. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. If you anger the crown prince, even I won't be able to save you." Thinking of that brat Li Zixuan, if he had to bow and scrape before him, he wouldn't have been able to do it. However, Father Li's words were for his own good. Li Zixuan couldn't be bothered to explain and could only reply vaguely. "Father, don't worry. The crown prince and I are friends. He won't use his status to pressure me." Father Li glared at him. "Even so, you can't overstep the etiquette between a ruler and a minister. What if the crown prince decides to settle the score one day?" Yes. Father is right. I'll listen to you." In order to avoid being lectured by his father, Li Zixuan quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing his son's behavior, Father Li knew that he didn't listen. He snorted angrily and didn't bother to persuade him anymore. "Why did you only give the crown prince 30% of the shares of your Strange Interest Pavilion? Why don't you give him 30% tomorrow? Our family doesn't lack money. There's no need to offend the crown prince over such a small matter." Li Zixuan immediately stomped his feet and said anxiously, "No, this won't do. That won't do. The crown prince himself has already agreed to this condition." "Father, what are you doing here? Aren't you just as anxious as the emperor?" "You little bastard, how dare you talk to your father like that? Is your skin itching again?" Father Li was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. Flustered and exasperated, he was about to get up and hit him. Li Zixuan immediately got up and dodged. As he dodged, he shouted, "Mother, help! My father is going to put righteousness before family." Old man Li was even more furious. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. At this moment, a cough came from outside the study. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan could tell that it was his mother's voice. Sure enough, her mother pushed the door open and entered. After Mrs. Li came in, she coldly glanced at Old Man Li, then directly sat down beside him and said to Old Man Li, "I think you want to sleep in the study again? What couldn't he say to little Xian properly? Little Xian is already so old, yet you still hit and scold him. What a scandal. Old man Li instantly lost his temper. He sat back down like a wronged wife and sipped his tea in grievance. Li Zishuan saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff. He laughed dryly and went forward to reason with his father. Father, that strange interest pavilion is your son's first business. In the future, its scale will definitely surpass the Tang Empire. Your son has already given the Crown Prince 30% of the shares. Why can't you see the Crown Prince clearly? Old man Li obviously felt that his son was bragging. He laughed coldly, indicating that he didn't believe him. Li Zishuan said helplessly, Father, if you don't believe me, then let's wait and see. Also, your son has something to tell you today. Old man Li swallowed his tea and said unhappily, What can you possibly want? It seems that his father's heart is full of resentment. Li Zishuan said awkwardly, Father, other than the abilities I told you before, my master is also proficient in divination. Did you know? Old man Li stared and said, How would I know? Besides, why are you telling me this? Li Zishuan patiently said, Father, when your son was 7 years old, I accidentally heard my master say that on the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda. Li Zishuan obviously didn't know the exact date. He heard it from Xiao He when he returned home. The Xuanwu Gate would be filled with corpses and blood. At that time, your son didn't know what it meant. After my master passed away and I went down the mountain, I found out what happened on the 9th year of Wuda. Li Zishuan's parents turned pale with fright. They had been living in Chong, and naturally knew what happened on the 4th day of the 6th month last year. The location of the incident happened to be the Xuanwu Gate. This incident had now become a taboo among the people of the Tang Empire. No one dared to mention it in public. Mrs. Li stood up and said anxiously, Xianer, is this true? Li Zishuan nodded solemnly and said, Your son doesn't dare to lie to you. Although old man Li was shocked, he still had some doubts and asked, So what if your master has the ability to predict the future? What's the point of telling us this? Li Zishuan stood up and said slowly with his hands behind his back, After I went down the mountain and found out that my master's prophecy came true, I was even more worried because my master left another prophecy before he died. Old man Li was also a little nervous at this moment and asked hurriedly, What prophecy? Li Zishuan gathered his emotions for a moment and said in a low voice, My master said that on the 6th day of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, there will be a large-scale and unprecedented locust plague in the Tang Empire. At that time, the locusts will cover the sky and the earth and pour down in torrents, sweeping across the entire Guanzhong plain. Wherever the locusts pass, the land will be barren and all the crops will be destroyed by the locusts. The Tang Empire will suffer a world-destroying catastrophe. At that time, thousands of people will starve to death because of the lack of food. It's not surprising that the locusts will eat their children. The two elders were stunned by this shocking prophecy and were speechless for a long time. Mrs. Li had always been kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see others suffer. At this moment, the miserable scene described by Li Zishuan touched her delicate heart and her eyes turned red. Mrs. Li gently wiped the corner of her eyes and asked sorrowfully, Xian, did your master say that there is a way to resolve this locust plague? She still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Li Zishuan slowly shook his head and said, My master said that in the 9th year of Wuda, even if the Turks attacked the vicinity of Chong'an, it wouldn't be terrible. The Tang Empire will have a wise ruler to resolve this disaster. But this locust plague in the 2nd year of Zhengguan is the biggest test for the Tang Empire that has just been pacified. No one can resolve it. We can only rely on ourselves to fight against the heavens. At this moment, old man Li's face was also a little sad. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Alas, we are just mortals. How can we fight against the heavens? Mrs. Li also nodded her head with a miserable expression. The ancients had always maintained a reverent heart for the heavens. In their view, the locust plague was a punishment from the heavens to the human world. How could mortals resist it? In the end, humans couldn't fight against the heavens. Li Zishuan saw that his parents had accepted their fate and had no fighting spirit. He couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that his task tonight was a little heavy. He had to pull his parents together. He couldn't complete this plan alone. Chapter 48. The atmosphere in the study was extremely stifling. Li Zongyuan's parents had already believed in their son's prophecy, but even if they knew about it in advance, what could they do? At most, They could stock up a batch of food in advance to ensure that their family members wouldn't starve to death. But there would still be tens of thousands of people starving to death because of the lack of food. Although Li Zongyuan's parents weren't exactly good people, they knew that many people would starve to death in the future, but they couldn't do anything about it. Their hearts were filled with grief. Li Zishuan had been worried that if his father knew about the locust plague, he would try to stock up on food in advance so that he could raise the price of food and make a fortune from the disaster. But looking at his father's sorrowful face, Li Zishuan knew that he was overthinking things. He secretly chided himself for being a petty person. However, knowing that his father wasn't a petty merchant, Li Zishuan felt gratified in his heart. He walked in front of his father and firmly said, "Don't worry. Father, if we don't try, how can we know that we can't fight against the heavens?" Master once said that the world thinks that men can't fight against the heavens, but they don't know that it's just an excuse that the weak find for themselves. As long as we try our best, then men can defeat the heavens. When Li Jingma heard his son's words, he felt his blood boil. He raised his head and asked his son, have you thought of a good idea? Li Zishuan sat back down on the stool, took a sip of tea, and nodded. Ever since I returned from Mount Longhu, I've been thinking of a solution. In those days, when I thought about how the Great Tang would starve for thousands of miles in a year, I was so worried that I couldn't eat or sleep. Cough cough. Don't talk nonsense. Get to the point. Li Jingma hurriedly interrupted. He cursed in his heart. You still have the face to say that you can't eat or sleep. You eat in different ways every day, and you even made a chicken to eat. And you don't even wake up until late in the morning. Madame Li was also amused by her son's shameless words. She realized that her son's skin was getting thicker and thicker. But this was also good. A thick-skinned person wouldn't suffer losses easily. In Madame Li's eyes, her son was good. Seeing that his parents' expressions were not as dejected as before, Li Zishuan knew that his goal had been achieved, so he stopped fooling around and seriously said, "Today, I thought of a method that can eliminate the locusts to a large extent. At the very least, it can ensure that the grain in our family's farmstead will not be harmed." Li Zishuan saw a rooster snatch away a grasshopper brought by Iron Egg today, so he came up with a plan. In this era without chemical pesticides, Li Zishuan could only think of using biological control to deal with locusts. The overwhelming number of locusts was obviously not something that could be caught by hand. They could only breed animals that could hunt locusts. The power of biological control was not to be underestimated. Li Zishuan read a technical post in his previous life. According to statistics, a black-spotted frog could hunt more than 135 locusts, the larvae of locusts, per day. A swamp frog could hunt more than 120 locusts per day. A toad could hunt more than 160 locusts per day, and an adult bird could eat 167 adult locusts per day. Imagine if tens of millions of white birds could be brought in now. When the locusts outbreak next year, just these tens of millions of white birds could eat all the locusts in the Tang Empire overnight. However, because birds and frogs were not easy to breed on a large scale, Li Zishuan wanted to set up a large-scale chicken farm. He wanted to use all the resources of the Han family manor to breed as many as they could. Li Jingma had traveled extensively for so many years, but he had never heard of a method to deal with the locusts. Hearing this, he asked curiously, what method have you thought of? Li Zishuan did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Father, if there is a method to deal with locusts that can guarantee that the Han family manor will not suffer any losses when the locusts come, but it will require our family to fork out a large amount of money. Father, are you willing to do it?" Li Jingma glared at him and said angrily, "You brat, what kind of person do you think your father is? Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. If there is a way, how can your father not help?" Madame Li also agreed, if you have a method, just say it. Your father and I will support you fully. If the money is gone, your father can still earn more. However, to see so many people starve to death, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life." Li Zishuan was also touched by his mother's sincere kindness. He nodded and continued, "Father, your method is simple." "Father, your son's method is very simple. Our family will be responsible for providing the Han family village with chicken seedlings. Let all the villagers help us raise chickens. Based on the number of chickens raised by each villager, we will reduce their rent by 10% to 30%. When the locusts come next year and the chickens have grown up, we can have the farmers herd the chickens into the fields and let the chickens eat all the locusts. This way, not only will the crops be protected, the chickens will also grow faster. When the locusts are over, we can sell the chickens or supply them directly to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. In this way, we won't lose money and can even help the farmers. Li Jingma listened to his son's plan while thinking in his heart. When his son finished, he realized that his son's plan was logical and logical. He had considered all the problems and couldn't help but feel gratified. However, he still had a question in his heart. He asked, "Xian, your idea is quite thorough. It may not be impossible. However, with just these chickens, can we really eat all the locusts in the Han family manner?" Li Zishuan smiled confidently. "Father, don't underestimate the chickens. Father, don't underestimate the ability of chickens. I once read a book that said that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. By then, I estimate that 20 chickens can almost guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 mu of land. As long as the plan goes smoothly, we can fight against the heavens. Moreover, the chickens fed with locusts will grow faster and their meat will be incomparably delicious. After the locusts are over, if we supply the chickens to the Drunken Immortal restaurant, we can definitely raise the price." Although Li Jingma didn't know which book would record such a boring matter, seeing his son's solemn vow, he nodded thoughtfully. Madame Li then asked, "Xian, if we herd the chickens into the fields, what will happen if they eat the crops?" Li Zishuan smiled. "Mother, with so many locusts in the fields, the chickens definitely won't have the appetite to eat the crops." Madame Li was enlightened. Li Zishuan saw that his parents were more or less convinced and asked his father, "Father, how much money can we spare at this stage?" Li Jingma thought for a moment, then said, "Give me 3 days, and I can probably spare 300,000 strings of cash for you." When Li Zishuan heard this, he was shocked. He knew that his father was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich that he could spare 300,000 strings of cash in just 3 days. Currently, the entire Tang Empire's annual revenue was only about 20 million strings of cash. Moreover, this 300,000 strings of cash was only a portion of the liquid assets. Adding in the immovable assets, Li Zishuan couldn't imagine how rich his family was. When Li Jingma saw his son swallowing his saliva in shock, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He had finally regained some of his status in the family. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before saying, "Father, let's spare some money. You can get someone to buy food. We'll stock up as much as we can. With more food, we'll have more confidence. As for the other 150,000 strings of cash, I'll use a portion to buy chicken seedlings for the Han village and build a chicken coop. The remaining portion will be kept for emergencies. Father, what do you think?" With a solution, and more importantly, with the support of his father's strong financial strength, Li Zishuan was in high spirits. He secretly rejoiced that he was reborn as a rich second generation. Otherwise, even if he had a way to control the locusts, it would only be a small matter. But now it was completely different. If the plan went smoothly, Li Zishuan could save a large area of people. Li Jingma stroked his beard and said, "Okay, we'll follow Xian'er's plan. But today's matter must not be spread, or our family will be in trouble." Li Zishuan knew that this was a serious matter. He nodded and said, "Father, don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. In a few days, when Iron Egg's injuries are healed, I'll go with them to the Han village and discuss this matter with Han Lijing. The sooner this plan is carried out, the better." Li Jingma nodded in agreement. At this moment, Madame Li smiled meaningfully and said, "Xian, you're not young anymore. It's time to think about marriage. Mother thinks that Miss Han is not bad." Li Jingma's face was full of question marks. He didn't know what was going on. However, Li Zishuan's old face turned red, and he was greatly embarrassed. He hurriedly fled. Madame Li shook her head and laughed. "This child." Chapter 49. When Li Chengqian returned to the Eastern Palace, he immediately ordered his personal attendant to find 10 young eunuchs who knew how to write. Li Chengqian asked them to copy Lan Er's journey to the west as quickly as possible. He stood behind one of the young eunuchs and read the story while he was at it. This made the young eunuch suffer. The crown prince was already urging him. Now that the crown prince was standing behind him, how was he supposed to write? The young eunuch's hands began to tremble uncontrollably and sweat began to appear on his forehead. As a result, his speed naturally slowed down. Li Chengqian had been reading this page for quite some time. Seeing that the young eunuch still hadn't finished copying, He couldn't help but feel displeased. Looking carefully at the young eunuch's trembling hands, Li Chengqian understood what was going on. He felt somewhat helpless, but he couldn't be too harsh. Li Chengqian could only walk away and say to the young eunuchs who were copying, "You guys copy as quickly as possible. Try to copy 2 copies today. After you finish copying, I will reward you greatly." The eunuchs hurriedly bowed respectfully. Li Chengqian turned around and said to the personal attendant, "Zhang Gui, after they finish copying, report to me as soon as possible." The personal attendant quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Li Chengqian returned to his bedroom to rest. 4 hours later, Zhang Gui brought 2 booklets and delivered them to Li Chengqian's bedroom. "Your Highness, 2 copies have been copied. Please take a look." Li Chengqian quickly walked forward and took one of the booklets. He sat on the bed and impatiently flipped it open while saying to Zhang Gui, "Good. Not bad. Those who copy will be rewarded. Zhang Gui, have someone deliver the remaining booklet in your hands to Changle Palace." "Yes." Zhang Gui cupped his hands and left. Only then did Li Chengqian wholeheartedly immerse himself in the bizarre journey to the west. The moon hung in the sky. Changle Palace. Big Sister Yen, why are you here at Changle Palace at this time? Below Changle Palace, a young palace maid dressed in purple saw an acquaintance and quickly went forward to ask. The tall palace maid stepped forward and replied with a smile, "Younger Sister Li, Attendant Zhang sent me to deliver a book to Her Royal Highness. He said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent it over. But Her Highness has already gone to bed." Li raised her head and looked at the attic where the lights had already been turned off, and said with difficulty. Yen also looked up and hesitated. His Royal Highness didn't say that he had to personally deliver it to Her Royal Highness. "Why don't you help me put this book in Her Royal Highness's bedroom? After Her Royal Highness wakes up tomorrow, you can inform Her Royal Highness?" Li tilted her head and thought for a moment. This was indeed a solution. She nodded and agreed. "All right then. Big Sister Yen, give me the book." Li took Journey to the West and entered the palace. Worried that she would wake up the princess, she could only put it on the table in the main hall on the first floor. Anyway, she wasn't worried that someone would take it away. The next morning, Changle Palace. When Li saw a little fatty wearing a python robe walking over, she hurriedly went up to greet him. "This servant greets Your Highness Duke of Wei." The little fatty nodded. "And where's Changle?" This little fatty was the second son of the current emperor and Empress Zhang's son, Duke of Wei, Li Tai. He was only 9 years old this year, but at a young age, he was brimming with talent and was peerlessly intelligent. He was fond of literature and had collected tens of thousands of books. Thus, he was deeply doted on by Li Er. Of course, smart people were all somewhat arrogant. Li Tai had always been at odds with Li Chengqian. He looked down on this older brother of his, thinking that Li Chengqian only became the crown prince because he was born a year earlier than him. In terms of talent, Li Tai was confident that he could completely surpass that older brother of his. A few days ago, Li Tai heard from his subordinates that Li Chengqian brought Changle out to relax and even brought back a type of delicacy for Imperial Father. As a result, Imperial Father was greatly pleased and praised Li Chengqian for his filial piety and for the harmony between the siblings. Li Tai was somewhat unhappy. He knew that type of delicacy. It was called nibbled chicken. Later on he also ate it and he ate a lot. Every day, he had the imperial bodyguards line up to buy it for him to eat. It was indeed delicious, but he felt that Imperial Father shouldn't give the credit to his older brother. This nibbled chicken wasn't invented by the crown prince. Therefore, Li Tai also came to Changle Palace today to show concern for this younger sister of his. He wanted to see if she wanted to go out to relax and he could accompany her. Firstly, although Li Tai didn't get along with Li Chengqian, he had always been on good terms with Changle. He was also concerned about his younger sister's health. Secondly, if Changle wanted to go out to relax, he could also legitimately follow her out. When he returned, he might even receive Imperial Father's praise and say that they siblings were harmonious. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment Li bowed and replied, "Your Highness, the princess hasn't woken up yet." Li Tai was a little disappointed. It seemed that he had come early. He casually said, "Oh, then this prince will sit in the front hall for a while and wait for Changle to wake up." After saying that, he directly entered the main hall. Leah hurriedly went in to serve tea. Li Tai sat on the bench and glanced at a small booklet on the table. On it was written, "Journey to the West." He couldn't help but feel curious. He thought to himself, what kind of book is this? This prince has read a lot of books, but he has never seen it before. He immediately took the booklet and flipped through it. Leah wanted to stop him, but she didn't dare. This Prince of Wei's temper had always been bad. She thought to herself, she could only wait for the princess to come and ask Prince of Wei to return the money. Presumably, Prince of Wei wouldn't go back on his word. Li Tai was attracted by the first page. As he read further, more novel things appeared. Things like a monkey that jumped out from a rock, Patriarch Bodhi, Somersault Cloud, 72 transformations, and uproar in heaven. He had never heard of these novel and strange things before. However, these plots were so hot-blooded and so attractive. Li Tai's mind couldn't help but become more and more immersed in that exciting story. After a while, there was a sound of a table and chair colliding from above. Li Tai was startled awake. Leah also reacted and hurriedly said, "It seems that the princess has woken up. Your Highness, Prince of Wei, this servant will take her leave first. This servant needs to serve the princess and put on her clothes." Li Tai waved his hand, and Leah hurriedly went upstairs. At this moment, Li Tai saw that he was the only one left in the room. He looked at the book, Journey to the West, and his eyes flashed with extreme reluctance. After pausing for a while, a trace of hesitation and struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end, when he saw that there wasn't much time left and that Chang'e would come down in a while, Li Tai gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination finally flashed in his eyes. He looked around like a little thief and confirmed that he was the only one in the front hall. Then, he stuffed Journey to the West into his long sleeves at lightning speed. He didn't care about the astonished eyes of the two little palace maids standing at the door and directly ran away. In the attic. "Princess, Prince of Wei is already waiting for you downstairs," Leah reported while combing Chang'e's hair. "Oh, Brother Qingke came to look for me? Hurry up. Don't let Brother Qingke wait for too long." When Chang'e heard that Li Tai came to look for her, a trace of happiness flashed across her delicate little face. Leah hurriedly sped up and said, "Princess, the Crown Prince sent someone to deliver a book last night. When I saw that Princess had already gone to bed, I put the book in the front hall." Chang'e's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was overjoyed and said, "That's great. It must be the Journey to the West that Brother Crown Prince heard yesterday. Brother Crown Prince is really careful. He copied it into a book and sent it over. Hurry up. I have to go down and take a look." After a quarter of an hour, Chang'e Palace's main hall. Where is Brother Qingke?" Chang'e looked at the empty front hall and asked doubtfully. Also looked confused. She looked around and said doubtfully, "He was still here just now." At this time, a little palace maid came in and carefully reported to Chang'e, "Princess, I saw Prince of Wei a quarter of an hour ago. He seemed to have something urgent and left in a hurry." Chang'e was even more confused. She didn't know what was wrong with her brother so early in the morning. After thinking for a while, she couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. She asked again, "Didn't you say that Brother Crown Prince sent a book? Where is the book?" "Princess, the book is over there." Leah pointed at the table, but found that there was nothing on it. She couldn't help but be stunned. Then she was terrified. She quickly knelt down and said, "Princess, please forgive me. I really didn't lie. That book was on the table all this time. Prince of Wei just came down and looked through it." Chang'e thought for a while and finally reacted. She couldn't help but be flustered and exasperated. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "Stinky Qingke, let's see how Chang'e will deal with you in the future." After saying that, she quickly walked out. She was going to the East Palace. Since Li Tai had stolen Journey to the West, even if she went to find Li Tai now, she probably wouldn't be able to get it back in a short time. She might as well go to the East Palace and see if there were any other copies. It had to be said that Chang'e really understood Li Tai very well. Li Tai ran back to Prince of Wei's mansion in a flash. He even looked back with a guilty conscience to see if anyone was chasing after him. When he saw that there was no one behind him, he let out a sigh of relief. He instructed the imperial bodyguards at the gate, "Except for my imperial father's summons, if anyone else comes, Just say that I am not here. Do you understand? Although the two imperial bodyguards felt strange, they didn't dare to ask in detail. They quickly bowed and answered. Li Tai then hurriedly returned to his bedroom and carefully took out the small book. Then, he couldn't wait to start reading again. His mind slowly entered the bizarre world of Journey to the West. Chapter 50. Last night, the more Li Changqian read Journey to the West, the more he read, the more excited he became. It wasn't until the third quarter of the morning that he began to feel sleepy. Unable to endure, he could only reluctantly put down the book and fall into a deep sleep. If Li Zishuan knew that Li Changqian had not finished Journey to the West, after reading for so long, he would definitely despise him deeply. The vernacular version of Journey to the West only had 39 chapters and no more than 100,000 words. Compared to Li Zishuan's previous life speed of reading a novel of 3 to 4 million words in 3 days, it was simply too slow. When Chang'e arrived, Li Changqian was still sleeping soundly. In the past, this kind of situation was not common. As the heir to the throne, laziness would be impeached. Moreover, as the crown prince, he had to pay respects to the empress every morning. This servant pays respects to your imperial highness. Seeing Princess Chang'e leisurely walk over, Yen'er promptly stepped forward to pay her respects. Nodding her head, Chang'e asked, where is Big Brother Crown Prince? Her voice was as clear and melodious as an oriole's, as if waking up the entire garden. Hesitantly Yen'er replied, reporting to the princess the crown prince has not yet woken up. Chang'e wrinkled her beautiful brows, somewhat incredulous. She said, quickly wake Big Brother Crown Prince up. In a moment, we still have to pay respects to Imperial Mother. Finished speaking, she entered the palace. Hearing this, Yen'er promptly went to the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters and woke him up. A short moment later, Li Changqian walked out, yawning with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Chang'e came so early. Seeing Chang'e sitting there, Li Changqian casually greeted her. Rolling her eyes, Chang'e angrily said, Big Brother Crown Prince, why did you wake up so late today? Don't you know what time it is? We still have to pay respects to Imperial Mother. Hearing this, Li Changqian's drowsiness immediately dissipated. Yen'er, quickly help me wash up. On the palace road, brother and sister hurriedly made their way to the inner court. Seeing Li Changqian lose his self-control today, Chang'e curiously asked, Big Brother Crown Prince, what's wrong with you today? You look listless. Li Changqian said embarrassedly, I was reading Journey to the West last night and forgot the time. Hearing Journey to the West, Chang'e remembered the purpose of going to the Eastern Palace in the morning. She said angrily, Brother Crown Prince, the Journey to the West that you gave me last night was secretly taken away by Brother Qingke this morning. Humph, Brother Qingke is too much. She wrinkled her nose. Li Changqian was stunned. His younger brother had always considered himself a modest gentleman. How could he do such a tasteless thing? But seeing that his younger sister was a little unhappy, he coaxed her. Don't be angry, Chang'e. After I gave you a book yesterday, I asked Zhang Gailing to copy a few more. They should have finished copying by now. After we pay our respects to Mother, you can follow me back to the Eastern Palace to get them. Hearing this, Chang'e was overjoyed. She secretly thought that Brother Crown Prince was so considerate. That's great. Thank you, Brother Crown Prince. After paying her respects to Empress Zhang's son, Chang'e impatiently pulled Li Changqian to the Eastern Palace. Just now, Chang'e had not made any complaints about Li Tai in front of her imperial mother. She only believed that Li Tai was playing around with her and was not truly angry. It was not worthwhile to tell her imperial mother and have Li Tai be criticized. It had to be said that Princess Chang'e's heart was extremely good. Li Changqian could only call for Zhang Gui and have him fetch another copy of Journey to the West for Chang'e. Chang'e took the book and fondled it admiringly. If it were not for the fact that this was not the right place, she would have immediately flipped it open to read the story. Li Changqian understood his younger sister's feelings. He said, Chang'e, quickly go back and read. Today, I still have to make a trip out of the palace to return the original copy of Journey to the West to Lan. While I'm at it, I'll bring an interesting person to Li Zishuan. Chang'e curiously asked, Who is it? Li Changqian kept her in suspense. Someone who is like Li Zishuan, always having some strange and wonderful ideas. Oh, that's right. Yesterday, I saw a very interesting toy at the Li estate. It's called a skateboard. It's very suitable for you, Chang'e. I also plan to open a shop with Li Zishuan that will specialize in selling these strange and bizarre items. Hearing this, Chang'e became even more interested. Hearing Crown Prince say this, Chang'e is also interested. If Crown Prince brother does not have enough money, Chang'e can lend some of her private savings to Crown Prince brother. Li Changqian thought it over. The daily expenses of the Eastern Palace were quite large. To take out 200 strings of coins at once and have to scrape them together was truly troublesome. He said, Chang'e, why don't you take out 100 strings of coins? I'll give you 10% of the shares. What do you think? Chang'e was very excited to have the opportunity to open a shop. Okay. Tomorrow, I'll have someone send the money over. It's a pity that I still have to attend the palace ceremony today. Otherwise, I would be able to leave the palace with Crown Prince brother and take a look at that shop. Li Chongqian comforted her. There's no rush. When the shop officially opens, you can come with me. Prince Wei's residence. Li Tai had not gone out ever since he returned in the morning. He even forgot to greet Zhang's son. This little fatty was lying on the bed, reading Journey to the West, with great interest while muttering to himself. Sigh, this monkey is really too heaven-defying. He even dares to bully the Jade Emperor. This is really King satisfying. Wow, this golden hoop incantation is really powerful. This monkey won't dare to be impudent in the future. This golden cudgel is really magical. It can be big or small. I'll ask the Imperial Works Supervisor if he can make one for me. Pfft, this Zhu Beiji is really funny. I can't take it anymore. Haha. Sigh, why is this damned monk so stupid? This old woman is obviously a transformation of the white bone spirit. How can he not see it? If I were Sun Wukong, I would definitely beat this damned monk to death with a single blow. I'm so angry. Huff, huff. The maids outside the bedchamber could not help but look at each other in dismay when they heard Prince Wei's angry curses and laughter. They thought to themselves, could it be that Prince Wei had lost his mind? Li Tai was quick-witted. His reading speed was much faster than Li Chengqian's. He finished reading Journey to the West in one morning. Sigh, it's finished so quickly? Which damned person wrote this? It's so short. He could have written another 100 or so chapters. Li Tai said angrily as he flipped through the book and realized that it was gone. He angrily threw the book to the ground. However, even though he threw the book away, he could not help but recall the story he had just read. Li Tai hesitated for a while before picking up the book. He muttered, this story is really interesting. Let me see who wrote this book. I'll get him to write a story for me later. He saw a person's name on the cover of the book. Li Zishuan? I've never heard of him. However, this person is quite talented to be able to come up with such an interesting story. However, the writing style is immature. Why does it look like it was written by a child? It's such a good story, but the writing is so lousy. It's a disgrace to the educated. Li Tai was still thinking about how talented the person who could come up with such an interesting story was. However, when he saw the words, he could not help but feel angry. The young eunuchs of the Eastern Palace copied the original handwriting in order to respect the original author. At this moment, the words that Li Tai saw were naturally immature. In the eyes of a prince like him, who had a small accomplishment in calligraphy, these words were like dog scratches. They were not worthy of such an interesting story. Thinking about it this way, although the person who wrote the story had a strange idea, it was only a little clever. It could not be compared to this prince's talent. Li Tai stroked his chin and thought narcissistically. P.S. Some people are thinking that the story is progressing too slowly. Even now, the main character hasn't come up with many inventions. Swordsmen admit that this is indeed the case. Swordsmen in the early stages of the story have to spend a lot of time and effort to portray the personalities of the characters around the main character to set up a stage for the main character. Swordsmen don't want the main character to only come up with inventions. Swordsmen want to create characters with flesh and blood. They don't want to simply copy modern inventions and bring them back to ancient times to build up the plot. This is too blunt. The main character will slowly bring in many advanced technologies that Great Tang doesn't have. There will be many exciting things. Everyone, don't be anxious. However, swordsmen will make sure that every invention comes naturally. This is a story with flesh and blood. It isn't a simple encyclopedia that relies on inventions. Swordsmen want to let the main character fully assimilate into Great Tang before changing it. If the main character comes up with advanced technologies, the main character won't be able to acclimatize. Swordsmen want to make the plot more natural and rich. So, everyone, don't be anxious. You will fall in love with many characters in the story. Swordsmen are already sick of fast food novels. Swordsmen don't want to write fast food novels. Those novels are enjoyable for a moment, but after a while, they become boring and don't leave an impression on the readers. Thus, readers who want to see the main character using advanced technologies to show off his skills in Great Tang, be patient. Whatever you want, this book will have it. It just needs to be set up so that when the conditions are right, success will come naturally. Don't you think so? Chapter 51. Iron Egg, Are Your Injuries Better? After breakfast, Li Zixuan came to Mingyue Xian to check on Iron Egg's injuries. When Iron Egg saw that the young master had come, he quickly got up but was pressed down by Li Zixuan. He could only continue to lie down and said, "Young master, Iron Egg's injuries are almost healed. He should be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "And that's good. Pay more attention to rest. Tell Xiao He what you want to eat." Thank you, young master," Iron Egg said gratefully. Li Zixuan saw that there was nothing he could do here, so he nodded and turned to leave. Iron Egg stretched out his hand and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't have the courage and put down his hand dejectedly. "Hey, young master, you're here?" Li Zixuan had just gone out when he bumped into Han Yushi, who had just returned with a basin of clothes. Li Zixuan looked at the clothes Han Yushi was carrying and frowned. "Why did you go to wash the clothes? Why didn't you let the servants in the manor wash them?" Hearing the concern in Li Zixuan's words, Han Yushi said shyly, "Young master, Yushi isn't a spoiled young lady from a big family. Yushi can do these things herself." Li Zixuan was a little helpless and couldn't persuade her anymore. He could only remain silent. Han Yushi suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Ah, young master, I almost forgot about business. Please wait for Yushi for a while." After saying that, she hurriedly ran into the room, leaving behind a confused Li Zixuan. After a while, Han Yushi came out with a wine gourd. Li Zixuan looked at it and found it familiar. After thinking carefully, it seemed that when Yushi ran over to ask for help yesterday, she was carrying it. He couldn't help but be a little puzzled. "Young master, Iron Egg and I entered the city this time mainly to bring some of the first batch of fruit wine for you to try. After what happened yesterday, Yushi almost forgot about it." After saying that, Han Yushi herself felt a little embarrassed. Li Zixuan laughed in spite of himself. But when he thought of the fruit wine he had drunk at the Han Manor, Li Zixuan really missed it. Just as he was about to open it and smell the wine, he saw the little girl, Xiao He, hurriedly running over, as if someone was chasing after her. Young master, Grand Crown Prince is here." The young maidservant ran over and said while panting. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have been so nervous. However, ever since she found out that Li Zixuan was the crown prince yesterday, she was so scared that she screamed when she saw Li Zixuan today. She quickly ran over to find Li Zixuan. This made Li Chengqian very gloomy. He thought to himself, "Could it be that my complexion is not good today?" Li Zixuan, on the other hand, was very calm. He made no sound and said, "If the crown prince is here, then he's here. How can you be so flustered? You have to be as calm as me." After saying that, he turned and said to Han Yushi, "Then Yushi, I'll leave first. I'll come back later to try this wine. Call me if you need anything." Han Yushi nodded. Li Zixuan came to the front hall and found that it wasn't just Li Chengqian. There was also a man around 16 or 17 years old accompanying him. That man was quite handsome, but he didn't care about his appearance and was dressed very casually. After Li Zixuan came in, he bowed to Li Chengqian and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." In private, he could call Li Zixuan brother, but now that there were outsiders, Li Zixuan didn't want to give others something to use against him because of such a small matter. Li Chengqian hurriedly said, "Brother Zixuan, there's no need to be so courteous. Today, I'll introduce you to an interesting person. This is Yan Xiaoning, the son of the Minister of Works, Yan lied. He's obsessed with the art of machinery. Xiaoning. This is Li Zixuan. I've mentioned to you before that he's quite good at all kinds of exquisite machinery. Moreover, his imagination is often wild and unrestrained, always exceeding expectations. The two of you should be able to become like-minded friends. Hearing Li Chengqian's introduction, Li Zixuan was secretly surprised. He only asked Li Chengqian to help him find a skilled craftsman. Who knew that he would actually trick the son of the Minister of Works? How could he afford to hire such a great person? However, the name Yen Lide was somewhat familiar. Li Zixuan stopped his wild thoughts and cupped his hands. Greetings, Brother Xiaoning. Since the Crown Prince personally introduced him, Yen Xiaoning didn't put on airs and cupped his hands in return. He smiled and said, Greetings, younger brother. I've heard from the Crown Prince that younger brother always has wonderful ideas and can create many new strange things. Today, I've specially come to broaden my horizons. Li Zixuan said modestly, I don't dare. The Crown Prince has overpraised me. If Brother Xiaoning doesn't mind, you can call me Little Xian. Li Chengqian was a bit impatient when he saw the two of them dawdling. He stepped forward and patted their shoulders. He smiled and said, All right, stop pretending. We'll all be good friends in the future, so there's no need to be so polite. Ha! The three of them laughed. Yen Xiaoning's disguise was torn off by Li Zixuan and his true face was revealed. He didn't continue to be polite with Li Zixuan and went straight to the point. Little Xian, I've heard from the Crown Prince that you've made a scooter. It's quite interesting. Can you show it to me? Li Zixuan wasn't used to the way he spoke just now. Seeing Yen Xiaoning immediately change his style, he was quite happy. He said, No problem. Since Brother Xiaoning wants to see it, then follow me. Lan should be in the west courtyard at this time. Other than sleeping in the backyard, this little girl would usually stay at Li Zixuan's place. Li Zixuan brought the two of them to his courtyard. As expected, he saw Lan riding a scooter in the west courtyard with Xiaoxi looking after her. Li Zixuan waved his hand and shouted, Lan, come over quickly. Lana heard her brother's call and quickly turned her head. She rode the scooter and ran over like a gust of wind. Xiaoxi also ran over behind her. Ever since Yen Xiaoning entered the courtyard, his eyes never left the scooter under Lan Er's feet. Currently, the only means of transportation on land in the Tang dynasty were horses and carriages. It was the first time Yen Xiaoning saw such a light and fast scooter. He couldn't help but be captivated by it. Greetings to the Crown Prince. Xiaoxi quickly bowed when she came over. She also knew Li Chengqian's true identity yesterday. Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. Other people were afraid of Li Chengqian, but Lan wasn't. She was still young and didn't know how terrifying imperial power was. The little girl put the scooter aside and came to Li Chengqian's side. She said, Big brother Gaoming, did you bring Lan journey to the west? Li Chengqian smiled bitterly. This little girl wanted to return something to him the moment they met, but luckily he brought it over today. He passed the booklet in his hand to her and smiled. I brought it. To thank Lan Big brother Gaoming also brought a gift for Lan As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade white lion from his sleeve. Wow, so cute. Thank you, Big brother Gaoming. Lan won't ask Big brother Gaoming for the previous request. Lan snatched the jade white lion and cheered. Li Chengqian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to get such a pleasant surprise by giving a jade white lion. No one wanted to owe someone a favor all the time, not to mention that he was the empire's heir. Every action of his was important. Li Chengqian secretly thought that this jade white lion was really worth it. Li Zixuan secretly shook his head. This little girl really picked up sesame seeds and threw away watermelons. Obviously, a promise from Li Chengqian was much more precious than this little toy. However, this was his little sister's own choice. Li Zixuan didn't want to interfere. Lan come and greet your big brother Xiaoning. He's here to make something fun for you today. Li Zixuan saw that after talking for so long, he actually forgot that Yen Xiaoning was at the side. He quickly said. When Lan heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. Other than eating, a child's hobby was nothing more than playing. Lan went forward and said obediently, Lan greets big brother Xiaoning. Cough cough. Hello little sister Lan. Hearing someone call him, Yen Xiaoning quickly shifted his gaze from the scooter. At this time, Lan Er mischievously shook the jade white lion in her hand and blinked her eyes. She meant, "Where's the greeting gift?" Yan Xiaoning was dumbfounded. His mind wasn't here just now, so he didn't know what was going on. This was like a child asking for a red packet from an adult during Chinese New Year. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, "Lan Er, don't be rude." Chapter 52. Little Xian, can you lend me your scooter to take a look? The few of them had just sat down on the stone bench in the west courtyard. They hadn't even exchanged greetings for a while when Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but ask impatiently. Yan Xiaoning seemed to be an impatient person. Li Zishuan found it funny and said, "No problem, Brother Xiaoning, you can take a look if you want." Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning hurriedly placed the scooter on the stone table. Then, he came over and observed it carefully. From time to time, Yan Xiaoning would flip the scooter around while sighing. In less than 15 minutes, Yan Xiaoning had thoroughly studied the structure of the scooter. He put down the scooter, looked at Li Zishuan, and said, "Li Zishuan. Little Xian, although the structure of this scooter is simple, its creativity is really surprising. Why didn't I think of such a simple and convenient thing before? I really can't figure it out." Yan Xiaoning hit his head in annoyance after he said that. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoning, you don't have to be annoyed. Actually, think about it carefully. The structures of many things that we use in life are generally not complicated. For example, the structure of a carriage is also very simple. But why didn't anyone think of making a carriage hundreds of years ago? In the end, it's a person's creative thinking problem. My master once told me that there's nothing that can't be done. Because sometimes creativity is far more valuable than technology. If your thinking isn't broad enough, you'll never be able to create valuable new things." Yan Xiaoning was enlightened. He clapped his hands and laughed. Yes, that's what I meant. I've encountered many similar problems before. It's obviously very simple, but I just can't think of it. Little Xian, you've hit the nail on the head. Li Chengqian also nodded thoughtfully at the side. Li Zishuan said modestly, "Brother Xiaoning, you're just a bystander. Many times if you jump out of the picture and change your thinking, you can often get unexpected results." Yan Xiaoning nodded in agreement. He looked at the scooter and said, "But little Xian, your scooter has a lot of imperfections. For example, the wheels will probably be very jerky when you turn them. Also, the handle at the front of your scooter can only be used as a handrail. It can't control the direction of the scooter." Li Zishuan nodded. He thought to himself that this brother was indeed from an engineering family. He really understood the mechanical structure. He could see the flaws of this simple scooter at a glance. Well, Brother Xiaoning is right. When I made this scooter, it was just a casual move to coax my little sister. This scooter can indeed continue to be improved. Oh? So little Xian, you already have an improvement plan? Yan Xiaoning was very curious. He could see the problem with the scooter, but it didn't mean that he had a solution now. I do have some ideas. Xiaoxi, go to the kitchen and get me a piece of unburnt wood. Li Zishuan instructed Xiaoxi. He could barely write with a brush, but drawing was really difficult for him. The lines of an engineering drawing needed to be horizontal and vertical. The soft tip of a brush was very difficult to do. At least, he couldn't do it. Xiaoxi accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan saw that Yan Xiaoning and Li Chengqian were confused, so he smiled and explained, "I'm more used to drawing with charcoal. I want to draw a drawing for Brother Xiaoning so that it'll be easier to explain." The two of them nodded. After a while, Xiaoxi walked over with a burnt wood stick. After Li Zishuan took it, he pulled out his sword and swung it a few times. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They saw that Li Zishuan had a thin and long wooden stick in his hand. It was even sharp at the bottom. It was also Li Zishuan's first time using the wind-chasing sword to sharpen a pencil. When he saw that the result was pretty good, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that his control over his strength had become more skillful. Good swordsmanship. I didn't expect little Xian to know swordsmanship. Yan Xiaoning praised. The Tang people valued martial arts, and the children of high officials and nobles loved to carry swords. Although Yan Xiaoning's swordsmanship wasn't high, he still had a good eye. He didn't expect that this new friend of his not only had a unique idea in terms of machinery, but also seemed to be quite skilled in swordsmanship. Yan Xiaoning was now more and more interested in Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan didn't reply. He directly spread out a piece of paper on the stone table and started to draw. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was very proficient in mechanical drawing. Whether it was a computer drawing or a manual drawing, the drawings he drew didn't need to be modified by a teacher. They could be sent to the factory directly for processing. In his previous life, Li Zixuan's college organized an internship at the FAW headquarters. Their task was to go to the workshop and draw the key parts of the cars they saw in the workshop. They also had to mark the dimensions. At that time, due to the limited conditions in the workshop, they couldn't even use a ruler. As a result, many of the students drew crookedly like a dog paddle. Only Li Zixuan's drawings were like works of art. It wasn't because he had taken art classes, but because Li Zixuan's copying ability was very strong since he was young. When he was young, he could look at the New Year's painting on the wall and completely draw the flying dragon. Moreover, his drawings were very beautiful. Later on, when he went to college, Li Zixuan couldn't help but regret that he didn't enroll in an art school. It had to be said that Li Zixuan was an engineering dog with artistic cells. At this moment, Li Zixuan was in front of the paper. He closed his eyes and thought about the structure of the ball bearing. The strange thing was that Li Zixuan's mind quickly formed a three-dimensional model of the ball bearing. This strange scene scared him so much that he almost cried out in surprise. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was waiting for him to pick up the pen. Li Zixuan didn't care about the reason why there was a three-dimensional image in his mind and directly picked up the pen to draw. At this moment it was really smooth. Li Zixuan felt very strange at this moment. It was as if his brain was a computer and his hands were a printer. The three-dimensional image in his mind was directly reproduced on the paper through his hands. Soon, Li Zixuan had drawn the three-dimensional view of the ball bearing and the isometric view on the paper. Of course, he didn't mark the dimensions and tolerances. He was just explaining the theory of the ball bearing and didn't need to do that. Li Zixuan put down the pen and sighed softly. Yan Xiaoning couldn't wait to come over. He wanted to see what Li Zixuan was drawing. He saw that there were 4 different drawings on the paper. The lines were horizontal and vertical. Some were real and some were fake. This was the first time Yan Xiaoning had seen this kind of drawing. But why did he draw 4 drawings? Could it be 4 parts? Yan Xiaoning looked at Li Zixuan with a dumbfounded expression. Li Zixuan was confused by his look and wondered, "What's wrong, Brother Xiaoning? Is there something wrong?" Yan Xiaoning pointed at the paper and asked embarrassedly, "Little Xian, why did you draw 4 drawings? What does this mean?" Li Zixuan was stunned. Was this not how the ancient craftsmen drew drawings? Did they not know about the three-dimensional view? Brother Xiaoning, this is my first time drawing a mechanical drawing. Maybe the drawing method is different from yours. How did Brother Xiaoning draw before? Yan Xiaoning suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Coincidentally, I have a few drawings with me. Little Xian, let me show you. After he finished speaking, he took out a roll of drawings from his sleeve. Li Zixuan took the drawings and opened it. Sure enough, the ancient craftsmen didn't use the three-dimensional view drawing method. They only drew planar drawings. The parts that couldn't be expressed in planar drawings were directly marked with words. Li Zixuan looked at the densely packed words on the drawings and couldn't help but have a headache. This was too inconvenient. No, I have to teach Yan Xiaoning modern engineering drawing methods. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to communicate with him in the future. Li Zixuan thought to himself. Chapter 53. Li Residence. West Courtyard. Li Zixuan rolled up the drawing and passed it to Yan Xiaoning. Brother Xiaoning, I understand your drawing method, but I still think my method is more concise and clear. Then little Xian, hurry up and tell Big Brother what's behind your drawing method. Yan Xiaoning saw that Li Zixuan was very confident in his drawing method and couldn't help but want to know what was so special about it. Brother, this drawing is a tri-view and an isometric side view of a component. The tri-view is to draw the outline of the object from the front, side, and top. For example, this stone, Brother Xiaoning, look at it from the front. Li Zixuan picked up a stone as a reference and explained the tri-view drawing method to Yan Xiaoning. After a while, he gave Yan Xiaoning the part that the professional teacher taught him. Brother Xiaoning, look, with these tri-view drawings, the craftsman can form the model of the component in their mind. It's also easier to mark the dimensions on the tri-view drawings. After listening to Li Zixuan's explanation, Yan Xiaoning stood up and paced around. He frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Wonderful, wonderful, this drawing method is wonderful. Xiao Xian, you're a genius. Your drawing method is indeed clearer and there are fewer unnecessary markings." Yan Xiaoning sat down again and rubbed his hands. He stared at Li Zishuan and said excitedly, "I must tell my father about this drawing method and let him spread it. Xiao Xian, are you willing to be a supervisor? If my father knows of your talent, he'll definitely be willing to ask His Majesty for an official position for you." Li Zishuan shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xiaoning. I've been away from home for many years and just came back a few days ago. I don't want to be an official yet." The supervisor was almost equivalent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences in his previous life. Li Zishuan wasn't willing to do research there every day. Moreover, he had a lot of things to do recently. The Strange Interest Pavilion was about to open, and the locust extermination plan was about to start in 2 days. Hearing Li Zishuan's rejection, Yan Xiaoning sighed. "Ah, that's too bad." Yan Xiaoning looked at the drawing again and asked doubtfully, "Xiao Xian, what's this isometric side view for?" This view is mainly to help the craftsman form a 3D model of the object in their mind. Because some objects with complicated structures, it's hard to form a 3D model with just a tri-view drawing. Yan Xiaoning nodded his head thoughtfully. At this time, Li Zishuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Brother Xiaoning, you only noticed the drawing method, but you neglected the drawing itself." "Oh, is there a mystery behind it? Don't tell me, let's take a look." Yan Xiaoning began to re-examine the blueprint according to the principle of 3 views that Li Zishuan had just explained to him. After looking at it, Yan Xiaoning stood up and closed his eyes, imagining the 3D model of the object in his mind. After a while, Yan Xiaoning opened his eyes and said excitedly, "I know what this is. Xiao Xian, what are you planning to do with it?" Although he could imagine the 3D model of the object, he couldn't think of a use for it. Li Zishuan smiled. "I've named it a ball bearing. Brother Xiaoning, think about it. What would happen if it was used to connect the wheels and axles?" Yan Xiaoning was quite knowledgeable in mechanical design. After hearing Li Zishuan's explanation, he immediately understood. He was even more excited than before. "That's amazing. This is a genius design. With this ball bearing, all vehicles, no matter if it's a horse carriage or a truck, will have very little resistance. Xiao Xian, how did you come up with this? This invention is amazing." Li Chengqian didn't know much about machinery and didn't say anything before. Now that he saw Yan Xiaoning praising the object, he couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoning, is this thing really that good?" Yan Xiaoning was extremely excited at the moment. After hearing the Crown Prince's question, he confirmed without thinking. "Of course, it's not an exaggeration to call this the most useful invention in Tang Dynasty. Your Highness, you might not know this, but if all the carriages in Tang Dynasty use this ball bearing, then the same horse will be able to pull at least 50% more of the load of the carriage. At that time, merchants will be able to transport more goods at once. During war, a grain carriage will be able to carry more rations. Other than carriages, other machines that require transmission can also use this ball bearing. Your Highness, do you think this invention is important or not?" Hearing Yan Xiaoning's analysis, Li Chengqian was also stunned. He didn't care if the merchants could transport more goods, but it was crucial that they could increase the efficiency of transporting rations. In this era, one of the decisive factors in the outcome of a war was the issue of rations. Li Chengqian finally understood that Yan Xiaoning's previous praise wasn't excessive at all. He was also a little excited now. "Brother Zishuan, this item is of great importance. Can I bring it back to the palace?" Li Chengqian also knew that Li Tai had been competing with him for favor recently, but he didn't have any other good ideas. He couldn't act like a spoiled child in front of Li Tai's eldest grandson, could he? If he dared to do so, he would definitely be reprimanded by Li Er for not having the dignity of a country's heir. There were some things that Li Tai could do, but he couldn't, because he was the crown prince. Seeing Li Tai dote on Li Er more and more, Li Chengqian was also anxious, but he could only be anxious. Now that he saw that Li Zishuan's invention had such great uses and could even be used in the military, Li Chengqian's first thought was that perhaps he could use this item to gain Li Er's praise. At the same time, he could also ask for some benefits for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little helpless at this moment. Although the ball bearing had many uses, these two people didn't need to be so excited, right? Hearing that Li Chengqian wanted to immediately present the blueprint to Li Er, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Your Highness, this ball bearing is indeed very useful, but we don't know if it can be made yet. If we present the blueprint to His Majesty now, I'm afraid we're being too hasty." When Li Chengqian heard this, he felt that it was reasonable and secretly thought that he was too impetuous. Brother Zishuan's words are very true. Then I'll wait for you and Xiaoning to make this thing and install it on the carriage before reporting it to Imperial Father. At that time, I'll definitely give you two a reward. When Yan Xiaoning heard Li Zishuan's words, he began to frown and ponder. He was a little too excited just now and didn't even think about whether this thing could be made or not. He thought for a while and hesitated before saying, "Little Xian, I'm afraid that this ball bearing is very difficult to make." When Li Zishuan proposed this ball bearing, he didn't know if it could be made with the Tang dynasty's technology. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a little disappointed when he heard Yan Xiaoning's negative answer. However, he also wanted to know where the technical difficulties were, so he asked, "Brother Xiaoning, where will the difficulties be?" Chapter 54. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Yan Xiaoning thought for a while and said, "Xiaoxian, I think the most important part of your ball bearing is the steel ball between the inner and outer walls of the bearing. If the steel ball is not the same size or irregular in shape, then the ball bearing will be useless." Hearing Yan Xiaoning's analysis, Li Zishuan also admired him. This person was indeed an expert and could always see the key to the problem. He cupped his fist and said, "Brother Xiaoning is right. The size and quality of the steel ball are indeed very important." Yan Xiaoning nodded and continued, "This is where the problem lies. As far as I know, it's very difficult to make steel balls that are exactly the same size and shape with the current technology." Li Zishuan suddenly realized that this was where the problem lay. With the current technology of the Tang Empire, it was as difficult to make a batch of steel balls of the same size and shape as the people in the 80s and 90s to make the ball on the tip of a ballpoint pen. Without a complete industrial system, Li Zishuan also couldn't solve this problem. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly, Li Zishuan remembered that in addition to ball bearings, there were also roller bearings. Although they weren't as good as the former, they were still many times better than the current bearings of the Tang Empire. "Brother Xiaoning, since there's no way to make a batch of steel balls of the same size, I wonder if it's possible to make a batch of small iron rods of the same size with the current technology?" Li Zishuan asked. "Of course it's not difficult." Yan Xiaoning nodded. The process of making iron rods was easier to control than steel balls. Then there's no problem. Li Zishuan was a little happy when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoning, I have an idea. We can replace the steel balls in the ball bearing with small iron rods of the same size and then add some grease to increase lubrication. What do you think?" Yan Xiaoning closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Li Zishuan with a strange expression. Li Zishuan was puzzled by his look. He touched his nose and said, "Brother Xiaoning, what's wrong?" Yan Xiaoning sighed and said, "Xiaoxian, you're really a monster. Why do you have such wonderful ideas one after another? In the past I thought that I was extremely smart. Today, it's really infuriating to compare myself to others. I really want to break open your head and see what's inside." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Haha." Yan Xiaoning was speechless. Li Chengqian interrupted, "Xiaoning, does that mean you can create it?" Yan Xiaoning nodded and said, "Your Highness, if we use this plan, we can indeed make it. Although it may not be as good as the ball bearings, compared to the bearings currently in use, this kind of roller bearing is still completely superior. As for the specific performance, we can only test it after it's built and installed in the car." Li Chengqian said excitedly, "That's good. Xiaoning, you'll have to work hard for the next few days to make this thing. I'm looking forward to seeing how light and convenient my Tang Empire's carriages will be after installing this bearing." Yan Xiaoning replied, "Yes, Your Highness. When I get back, I'll have my father ask the supervising craftsman to make a batch first." Li Chengqian nodded and looked at Li Zishuan. He smiled and said, "Brother Li Zishuan, are you satisfied with the people I brought to you today?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. Brother Xiaoning is not only skilled, but also straightforward. It's my fortune to have such a friend." Yan Xiaoning also laughed and said, "Haha, I'm also very happy to have a good friend like you, Xiaoxian." Li Zishuan also had the intention to rope in a technical talent like Yan Xiaoning. He said, Brother Xiaoning, the Crown Prince and I have opened a strange interest pavilion that specializes in selling rare items like scooters. Moreover, I have a lot of other interesting things in my mind that I'll make and sell in the future. I wonder if Brother Xiaoning is interested? Yan Xiaoning slapped his thigh and agreed. Of course I'm interested. I just don't know how to cooperate. He wasn't very interested in making money. He was mainly interested in the other interesting things that Li Zixuan had mentioned. He wanted to see what other ideas Li Zixuan had in the future. Li Zixuan explained, currently, the Crown Prince of the Strange Interest Pavilion owns 30% of the shares with 200 strings of cash and his network of connections. I own 70% with 2,000 strings of cash and the ideas in my mind. If Brother Xiaoning wants to join, you don't have to pay. I only need Brother Xiaoning's skills. I can give Brother Xiaoning 10% of the shares. What do you think, Brother Xiaoning? Yan Xiaoning was a little surprised when he heard that the Crown Prince only owned 30% of the shares. He secretly thought that Li Zixuan was really bold. Since the Crown Prince only owned 30% of the shares, then it was kind of Li Zixuan to give him 10%. Moreover, he didn't have to pay. He would get dividends every year. He could also stay by Li Zixuan's side and see his creative ideas. Thinking about it this way, it was quite worth it. Yan Xiaoning nodded and agreed. Okay, then let's cooperate happily in the future. We'll strive to make the Strange Interest Pavilion the best in Tang Dynasty. There was finally a technical backbone in the team. Moreover, Yan Xiaoning's father was the Minister of Works. If he joined the team, they could borrow part of the research and development ability of the work supervisor. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay, then the Crown Prince and I will be the chairman and vice chairman of the Strange Interest Pavilion. I'll be in charge of the future development of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The Crown Prince can just sit there and wait to collect money. Brother Xiaoning, you'll be the technical director of the Strange Interest Pavilion. You'll be in charge of technology and production. Technical director? What was that? Why did it sound like a eunuch? Yan Xiaoning frowned and said, Can you change my position? Li Zixuan. They chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them got up and prepared to leave. Li Zixuan suddenly remembered that there was one more thing that he didn't say, so he added, Brother Xiaoning, I'm planning to sell the scooters in the first batch of goods in the Strange Interest Pavilion. However, we don't have a workshop yet. I wonder if you can commission the work supervisor to produce 300 of these scooters first. We can pay the wages and materials according to the market price. Yan Xiaoning nodded. No problem, I'll go back and tell my father. Apart from completing the tasks assigned by the higher-ups, the work supervisor would usually take on some private jobs to support the family. As long as it didn't affect the government's tasks, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye to it. Li Zixuan said happily, Then I'll leave it to you. However, we must have our own workshop in the future. If Brother Xiaoning knows any familiar craftsmen, I can spend a lot of money to hire them. Yan Xiaoning nodded his head in agreement. I'll take note of that in the future. At this moment, Li Changqian spoke up. Brother Zixuan, there is something that I forgot to tell you. Today, I've given 10% of the shares to Changel. In the future, she can be considered one of the shareholders of our Strange Interest Pavilion. Li Zixuan was very fond of that clever and gentle little girl. Thinking it over, he said, Since Her Imperial Highness the Princess wishes to become a shareholder, then I'll give 10% of my shares to the princess. There's no need to give it to the Crown Prince. His father's words last night were reasonable. The Crown Prince represented the imperial family. If he only gave 30% of the shares, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Fortunately, he could use Princess Changel's name to give another 10% of the shares. This way, as long as the Strange Interest Pavilion didn't take the initiative to court disaster, there would be no worries about its future. Li Zixuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so generous today. However, it would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity. Smiling, he said, Then I'll thank Brother Zixuan for his good intentions on behalf of Changel. There's no need for your Imperial Highness to be so courteous. Since the matter had been settled, Li Changqian and Yan Xiaoning took their leave. Li Zixuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The Strange Interest Pavilion had finally taken shape. Chapter 55. After lunch, Li Zixuan recalled that Han Yushi wanted him to try the newly brewed fruit wine in the morning, but he was interrupted by Li Changqian and Yan Xiaoning. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan went to Mingyue Xian to look for Han Yushi. "Young master, you're here?" Han Yushi said happily. "Yes, I was about to try the newly brewed fruit wine in the morning, but I was interrupted. So I came over to try it in the afternoon." Li Zixuan nodded. "Young master, please take a seat here. Yushi will pour you some wine." Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. Han Yushi then walked into the room to get the wine. After a while, Han Yushi came out with a wine gourd and a wine glass. "Young master, please try it." Han Yushi poured a glass of wine and handed it over. Li Zixuan took the wine glass and sniffed it lightly. A mellow fragrance of wild fruits entered his nostrils, making him feel as if he was in a forest. Li Zixuan took a sip. It was sweet and mellow. Although he had drunk it once at the Han village, he still felt amazed when he drank it again. "Yushi, who did you learn how to brew wine from? I see that many brewers in the city don't brew as good as yours." Li Zixuan drank the fruit wine and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hearing Li Zixuan's praise, Han Yushi smiled and said, "Young master, you flatter me. How can Yushi's skills be compared to the brewers in the city? My mother taught me how to brew wine. My father always loved to drink the wine my mother brewed. Later on, my mother passed away, so I brewed wine for my father." He didn't expect Yushi's mother to be a master brewer. Li Zixuan continued to ask, "Yushi, other than fruit wine, do you know how to brew other wines?" Han Yushi nodded and said, "Yes, my mother also taught me how to brew white wine and sake. These include Yingzhou's Fushui, Wuqing's Ruoxia, Hezhong's Mulberry, Yuzhou's Yichuan, Xingyang's Tuku, Fuping's Shidonkan, Jianin's Braised Spring, Hedong's Qianhe Grape, Lingnan's Yunqi Baoyuo, Yicheng's Joey, Shuanyang's Yishui, Cheese Lu Wine, and so on." Han Yushi counted with her fingers and listed all the wines she knew how to brew. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. Was that even possible? Yushi, how did your mother make so many kinds of wine?" Han Yushi thought for a moment and said, "I heard from my mother that my grandfather, Du Daoling, was the most famous winemaker in the former Sui dynasty when he was alive. Even Minister Wei Xuanqing of my dynasty praised his winemaking skills. My mother learned her winemaking skills from my grandfather." Li Zixuan asked curiously, "Who is Wei Xuanqing? Is he very knowledgeable about winemaking?" Han Yushi widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Young master, don't tell me you don't even know Minister-left Prime Minister Wei Zheng?" "Ha! Wei Xuanqing turned out to be Wei Zheng." Li Zixuan had heard in his previous life that Wei Zheng was not only a straightforward minister, but also a master winemaker. He did not expect Han Yushi's grandfather's winemaking skills to be above Wei Zheng's. It was really a surprise. Cough, cough. Who doesn't know about Wei Xuanqing and Minister Wei? I was just testing you. Li Zixuan casually made up a story. He did not care whether Han Yushi believed him or not and continued to ask, "Yushi, why didn't you make wine to sell before?" Han Yushi said sadly, "The Han village did not have enough food left over these years. How could we have extra food to make wine?" Li Zixuan patted his head. "So that was the reason. Yushi, do you know why I bought the Han village's fruit wine at such a high price?" Han Yushi said gratefully, "Yushi knows that young master is helping the Han village. Those fruit wines are actually not worth that much money." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Although I have the intention of helping the Han village, it is not entirely because of this. When I was at Mount Longhu, I saw my master often drinking a kind of brightly colored wine. My master said that it was a kind of mixed wine invented by the people of the Abbasid Caliphate. After drinking it a few times, my master felt that the taste was very special, so he figured out the recipe and brewed it himself. There is a very important ingredient in this recipe, and that is the fruit wine. Yushi, the fruit wine that you make can be considered to be of the highest quality among fruit wines. It is the most ideal ingredient to make this kind of mixed wine. That is why I bought your fruit wine at such a high price. I thought that after buying it, I would find a wine master to make this kind of mixed wine. It will definitely sell well in the future." When talking about what she was best at, Han Yushi was also very interested. She asked curiously, "Young master, what is the name of this wine? Is it really that good?" "I heard from my master that this is called a cocktail. As for whether it is good or not, I don't know how to taste wine, so I don't know. But my master has tasted all kinds of good wine in the world, and in the end, he only has a soft spot for this cocktail. I think that the taste of this wine should not be bad." Li Zixuan continued to use his master as a shield. That's right. Li Zixuan wanted to make a cocktail. In Li Zixuan's previous life, he and his uncle had watched a movie about a plane crash, but he forgot the specific name. In the movie, a black captain wanted to drink a cocktail on the plane. In the end, there was no cocktail, so he added alcohol into the fruit juice and drank it as a cocktail. One day, his uncle was eating at his house and suddenly remembered this scene. He added the same amount of Huiyuan 100% orange juice into half a glass of whiskey. In the end, he watched his uncle drink it to his heart's content. Later, out of curiosity, he also went online to look up the method of making cocktails. Cocktails were generally made with rum, tequila, vodka, whiskey, and other spirits as the base, and fruit juice, egg white, milk, sugar, and other auxiliary ingredients, stirred or shaken. Finally, lemon slices, fruit, or mint leaves could be used as decorations. He could directly use the existing white wine from the Tang dynasty to distill it. The fruit juice could be replaced with the fruit wine brewed by Han Yushi. The effect should be better. After mixing it, he added some ice cubes. In the hot summer, Li Zixuan believed that no wine lover could resist this temptation. As for how to obtain the ice cubes, Li Zixuan said that it was such a simple question that any transmigrator would know. However, he had to think of a way to let his father buy a saltpeter mine first. Otherwise, when everyone reacted, the price of saltpeter would definitely be expensive. At that time, when he thought about a group of Tang people drinking cocktails, this scene was quite interesting. When Han Yushi heard Li Zixuan say that the cocktail was so good, she couldn't help but eagerly say, "Then, young master, can you let Yushi try to make this cocktail?" Li Zixuan was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but he couldn't bear to. If he let Han Yushi make the cocktail, she would definitely try a lot of wine. He was afraid that Han Yushi would get drunk. Han Yushi saw that the young master was embarrassed and thought that the young master didn't want to teach her the recipe. For a moment, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She quickly said, "I'm sorry, young master." Yushi was rash. When Li Zixuan saw her sad face, how could he not know that she misunderstood? He quickly explained, "Yushi, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want you to try it. I'm just worried that you will taste too much wine when you mix the cocktail and get drunk." When Han Yushi heard that, it turned out that she misunderstood. Her face turned from sadness to joy and said embarrassedly, "Young master, you don't have to worry about this. Yushi has a special physique. No matter how much wine I drink since I was young, I won't get drunk. My father and I don't know what's going on." Li Zixuan was stunned. There was such a thing? He had seen it on the internet in his previous life. There was a kind of person who was born to not get drunk even after 1,000 cups. He didn't expect to meet such a strange person in the Tang dynasty. Yushi, is what you said true?" Li Zixuan still couldn't believe it. "Of course it's true. Young master, you can ask my father if you don't believe me." There's no need. I believe. Then there's no problem. Yushi, you're also a master brewer. I'll copy the recipe for you later. As for the ratio of the various ingredients, you can slowly try it. When you return to the Han village this time, tell your father that when I'm done with some things, you can come to Chang'an to help me mix the wine. I'm representing my father to try to hire you as the bartender of our Zuaxian restaurant. How about a monthly salary of 10 strings of coins? Teaching this recipe to Han Yushi was more reassuring than teaching it to others. Li Zixuan really didn't expect this matter to go so smoothly. Han Yushi was very surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that she could finally help the young master. She quickly said, "Young master, you've helped the Han village so much. How can Yushi ask for a salary?" Yushi is already very happy to be able to help the young master mix the wine. Li Zixuan insisted, "This monthly salary is what you deserve. You have to take it. If you don't want it, I won't help the Han village in the future." Han Yushi could only nod her head reluctantly. Chapter 56. After dinner, Li Zixuan looked at his father and said, "Dad, come to the study. I have something to talk to you about." During the day, he saw that Yan Xiaoning was straightforward and had a deep understanding of machinery. That was why he gave him 10% of the shares and pulled him into the company. However, he knew nothing about Yan Xiaoning's family situation. Although he believed that Yan Xiaoning's character was not like a fickle villain, Li Zixuan still wanted to know more about Yan Xiaoning's family. Recently, the cooking at home had been getting better and better. Old man Li was about to sit on a stool and drink a cup of tea after finishing his meal when he heard that his son was looking for him. He was about to say, "You brat, why are you looking for me?" Who knew that after Li Zixuan finished speaking, he didn't wait for his reply and went straight to the study. It turned out that what this kid said just now was not a discussion, but a notice. Father Li was so angry that he almost fainted. At this point, what else could he say? Madam was still glaring at him, so Father Li could only follow him unhappily. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, didn't mean what his father thought. He was just lost in thought for a moment. It was Father Li who thought too much. In the study, Li Zixuan saw that his father had sat down and asked directly, "Dad, do you know Yan Lied Minister Yan?" Father Li was puzzled. "Of course I've heard of the Minister of Works of the Tang Empire. Why are you asking this? Did you offend someone from his family?" He was still a little worried. "No, Dad, what are you thinking? Am I the kind of person who likes to stir up trouble? It's mainly because the Crown Prince brought Minister Yan's son, Yan Xiaoning, over today to talk to me about the wonderful pavilion. I saw that Yan Xiaoning was straightforward and was quite proficient in machinery, so I gave him 10% of the shares and pulled him into the wonderful pavilion." Father Li was a little surprised when he heard this. A light flashed through his eyes. "Xian, is your wonderful pavilion really that promising? Why do so many people think highly of him?" He had originally thought that this strange interest pavilion was just something his son was doing for fun, so he didn't think much of it. Who knew that the Crown Prince would want to invest? And now the son of the Minister of Works, Old Man Li, who had been in business for many years, immediately smelled a business opportunity. Could there really be a great opportunity here? Li Zixuan said proudly, "Of course, father. My wonderful taste pavilion is going to dominate the Tang Empire in the future. Anyone with foresight can see the bright future of the wonderful taste pavilion. I don't care about my son showing off." Li Jingma pondered for a while, then looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Xian, if you want to make this shop bigger and stronger, you can't do it without a lot of money. How about I give you 3,000 strings of cash for 20% of your Strange Taste Pavilion shares?" Li Jingma thought about the chicken that his son had eaten. Now, he had high hopes for his Strange Interest Pavilion and wanted to get a share of the profits. When Li Zixuan heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. "Father, this Strange Interest Pavilion is my first business. I don't have many shares in my hands. Besides, we are a family. Why should we be so clear about it?" This little rascal. Old Man Li could only stare at him angrily. "Father, I'm still talking about business with you. What do you think of the Yan family? There won't be any problems if I cooperate with Yan Xiaoning, right?" Seeing that his father was leading him astray, Li Zixuan quickly changed the topic. Li Jingma thought about it seriously, then said slowly, "I've heard of Minister Yan. Minister Yan came from an engineering family. He was a master craftsman in the 9th year of Wuda, and was promoted to the Minister of Works this year. Minister Yan is an upright person with superb skills. He has great attainments in architecture, craftsmanship, and painting. He can be considered a master of his generation. The current Chang and city of the Tang Empire was planned and designed by Minister Yan. His younger brother, Yan Liben, is a master craftsman. He is very good at calligraphy and painting. As for his son, Yan Xiaoning, I don't know much about him. However, the Yan family is very strict and is a true family of gentlemen. Xian, if you cooperate with Yan Xiaoning, there will only be benefits and no disadvantages." When Li Zixuan heard that Yan Liben was Yan Lied's younger brother, he was shocked and opened his mouth wide. He might not have heard of Yan Lied, but who didn't know of Yan Liben's name in his previous life? He was a great painter in the Tang dynasty. His walking carriage painting and portraits of past emperors were treasures passed down from generation to generation. Li Zixuan didn't expect the friend he just made today to have such an amazing family background. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Well, since father said so, then I can rest assured." After that, he turned to go back to his room to sleep. "Xian, don't you want to consider father's suggestion? That's 3,000 strings of cash." Old Man Li didn't give up on the idea of getting a share and shouted from behind. Li Zixuan hurriedly quickened his steps and ran away. Although his family had a lot of money, it was more comfortable for him to spend his own money. Strange Interest Pavilion's embryonic form had been formed and he didn't lack funds now. He was just waiting for this young eagle to take off. This stinking brat. West Courtyard. Li Zixuan laid on his bed and couldn't help but think of the strange scene in his mind when he was drawing during the day. Although he could rely on the memories of his previous life to imagine the three-dimensional structure of the ball bearing in his mind, it was only a vague illusion and not a real thing. However, the ball bearing in his mind during the day was real and clear as if there was a real ball bearing in front of his eyes. At that time, he even felt that he could make it rotate 360 degrees at will. As a young man from the 21st century, Li Zixuan didn't believe in ghosts and gods. However, he couldn't explain what happened during the day, so he could only try again. At that moment, Li Zixuan closed his eyes and began to recall the structure of the ball bearing. Sure enough, a realistic three-dimensional model immediately appeared in his mind. At that moment, there was no one to disturb him, so Li Zixuan could finally relax and boldly observe. It would be great if I could enlarge it. Li Zixuan saw that the structure of the ball bearing was too small and couldn't be seen clearly. He felt that it was a fly in the ointment. As if it had heard his thoughts, the model in his mind began to enlarge rapidly, and all the minute structures on it could be seen clearly. Li Zixuan was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. How the F***ck could this work? That scared me to death. Since it can be enlarged, can it be rotated? Li Zixuan silently thought about the rotation in his mind. Who knew that the model would also start to rotate? What the F***ck? Did my brain become a computer? This scene was very familiar to Li Zixuan. This was because in his previous life, when he used a drawing software on his computer to draw a 3D model of some parts or machines, those drawings could be enlarged or rotated 360 degrees with the help of the mouse. Right now, it was as if there was this software in his brain. What the hell was this? Li Zixuan's heart had a trace of fear of the unknown, but also a trace of excitement. He opened his eyes and looked around. After confirming that he was alone in the room, he closed his eyes again. Since the ball bearing works, can I change it to something else? Li Zixuan was eager to try. Let's try a bicycle? Li Zixuan's mind moved and a 3D model of an unbranded bicycle appeared in his mind. The outline of every part of the bicycle and every assembly could be seen clearly. Li Zixuan could even see every grain on the tires. Could this be my golden finger? I can recreate a 3D model of a modern object in my mind? As if he had found a new toy, Li Zixuan was having a lot of fun. Cylinders, water wheels, motorcycles, etc., flashed through his mind. After a while, Li Zixuan became a little arrogant. He wanted to create a big treasure. Why don't I try a tank? Li Zixuan's mind moved and a huge armored tank appeared in his mind. But it did not last long. In less than 2 seconds, the tank disappeared. Immediately after, there was a sharp pain in his mind. It was not physical pain, but mental pain. Li Zixuan had never experienced this kind of pain before. He could not help but groan and pass out. Chapter 57. In the study of the Yen residence. A lean and elegant old man stared at the drawing on the table for a long time without saying a word. After a long time, the old man finally turned around and said to the young man in front of him, This drawing method and the ball bearing were invented by Li Zixuan? Yen Xiaoning nodded. Yes, father. This old man was the Minister of Works. Yen lied. The drawing on the table was exactly the same as what Li Zixuan drew during the day. It turned out that Yen Xiaoning used his memory to copy the drawing that Li Zixuan drew during the day. A light flashed in Yen Li's eyes as he praised, I have never seen such a drawing method before, but it is indeed very convenient and worth popularizing. Furthermore, this ball bearing is truly a genius creation, but it's a pity that it's difficult to manufacture. I don't know who his teacher is, but his knowledge of machinery is so profound. I'm afraid he has already caught up to you, Ning. He is a promising talent. Ning. You should invite him back to the manor some other day and test him for father. If he is really talented, this old man will ask His Majesty to give him an official position in the Imperial Censorate. Yen Xiaoning smiled bitterly. Father, I also told Li Zixuan today, but he said he wants to be filial at home and doesn't want to be an official right now. Yen Li glared and said angrily, Nonsense, with such talent, how can he not work for the country? Call that brat over some other day and I will talk to him. At such a young age, he is already not thinking about improving himself. How ridiculous. The next day before dawn, Li Zixuan woke up. He woke up in pain. He felt as if there were thousands of needles stabbing into his brain. Li Zixuan felt that it would be better if he just fainted, but this kind of thing couldn't be fainted so easily. Li Zixuan held his head in pain. His face was ferocious and his veins were bulging. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and down his back. Waves of piercing pain came from the depths of his soul, causing Li Zixuan to groan uncontrollably. But at this time, it was usually the time when people were sleeping soundly. Xiao He and Xiao Shi were still sleeping soundly in the room outside. Am I going to die the moment I transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? Wasn't I just thinking about the tank? You damned heavens! You want to kill yours truly the moment yours truly found out that he had a cheat as well? This Goldfinger doesn't even have King instruction manual. I don't even know if I can use it for a treasure like a tank. Li Zixuan's heart flashed with anger and unwillingness. He had just discovered that he had a cheat, but he did not expect that he would lose his life because he did not use it properly. How can he blame me for this? This young master doesn't know what to use and what not to use. Just as Li Zixuan felt that his head was about to explode, there was a slight fluctuation in his dantian. Then, there was a cooling sensation in his mind, which slightly relieved Li Zixuan's pain. Li Zixuan was shocked. He suddenly remembered that he was severely injured at Zhongnan Mountains. Sun Simiao had said that he would need to rest for a month to recover. But he had used the Taishan Sutra and recovered more than half of his injuries in a day. This meant that the Taishan Sutra was very useful for healing injuries. But this time, it seemed to be a mental injury. He did not know if the Taishan Sutra would work. Forget it. I don't care anymore. I'll just treat it as a last resort. If I don't take any measures, I'll probably die from the pain or become mentally disabled. Li Zixuan endured the pain in his mind and sat up. He crossed his legs on the bed and used all his strength to activate the 5th level of the Taishan Sutra. At this moment, there was a warm feeling in his dantian. But it was of no use. His mind was still in extreme pain. Li Zixuan's face hardened. I don't believe it. I'll fight you to the death today. Forcing himself to be alert, Li Zixuan planned to go all the way. Regardless of the pain in his mind, he crazily activated the Taishan Sutra again and again. He did not know how many times he had activated it. The true energy in Li Zixuan's body was constantly being compressed. His body was completely soaked in sweat, and water could be wrung out of his clothes. At this moment, his face was extremely pale and he was in extreme pain. His hard work paid off. The quantitative change finally led to a qualitative change. Li Zixuan felt as if a trace of the compressed true qi had unexpectedly turned into a drop of liquid. He only heard a clear, ding-dong sound. His previously incomparably violent mind immediately calmed down when he heard this clear sound. At this moment, Li Zixuan's mind felt extremely clear. It was as if the dry and cracked earth had welcomed the moisture of rain. He was so comfortable that he wanted to shout. Could it be that my Taishan Sutra has broken through to the 6th level? This was Li Zixuan's first reaction. After a careful examination, he found that the Taishan Sutra was still at the 5th level. However, it seemed to be closer to the 6th level than before. In other words, it would not take long for him to become a master. But why did the pain in his mind disappear? Could it be that the Taishan Sutra could not only heal physical injuries, but also mental injuries? Li Zixuan could not find any other explanation. He could only think of it this way. But why did he almost kill himself when he experimented with the tank last night? Was it because the tank was too big and its structure too complicated? Could it be that his mind could not handle such a large amount of information? Should he try again? Li Zixuan was courting death. Li Zixuan had no other choice but to slowly try it himself. In the time travel novels he had read in his previous life, the main character would usually receive a system grandpa to explain how to use the gold finger. However, this gold finger of his did not even have a manual. He could only rely on himself to figure it out. Li Zixuan immediately thought of small objects such as screws. Slowly, the things in his mind became bigger and more complicated. It was only when he thought of the cars in his previous life that Li Zixuan felt a sharp pain in his mind. Li Zixuan knew that this should be his limit. He immediately stopped thinking. He did not want to continue the painful feeling from before. Li Zixuan was now sure that this gold finger of his should be able to construct a three-dimensional model of some industrial machinery and parts in his mind. Then he could turn these models into detailed blueprints through his own hands. However, this gold finger seemed to have limitations on the size and complexity of the object. With his current ability, he could barely construct complex industrial products like cars. However, Li Zixuan was already very satisfied with this. Although he had studied mechanical design in his previous life, it did not mean that he could draw a three-dimensional model of some of the mechanical structures in his previous life. He believed that no one would be so free as to memorize all the mechanical structures in their mind. Since this Taishan Sutra could heal mental injuries, would it be able to strengthen his mental strength? If his mental strength was strengthened, would he be able to construct more complex objects? Ever since he had transmigrated into this body, Li Zixuan clearly felt that his memory was much better than in his previous life. Previously, Li Zixuan had thought that this was a benefit that all transmigrators had. However, now that he thought about it, this did not seem to be the case. It should be that the Taishan Sutra could not only strengthen his body but also his mental strength. The more Li Zixuan thought about it, the more he felt that his speculation was extremely close to the correct answer. If this was really the case, then when the Taishan Sutra broke through to a higher level in the future, would it not mean that he would be able to construct larger and more complex machine models in his mind? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan was a little excited. However, at the same time, he felt that this gold finger of his was a bit of a scam. If the body that he had transmigrated into had not learned the Taishan Sutra, which was an inner force skill that could not only strengthen the body but also the mind, then wouldn't that mean that his gold finger would be useless? It would probably be difficult to even construct a screw model in his mind. Thinking of this gold finger was too much of a scam. It even needed to be complemented by internal strength. It seemed that in the future, other than improving his skills, there would be another purpose for training, and that would be to activate a more powerful gold finger. Sigh, since the sun is not up yet, let's train for a while more. The miserable Li Zixuan had turned into a training machine again. Chapter 58. Early in the morning, Li Zixuan heard the drums of dawn being beaten outside. He knew that a new day had begun. Having narrowly escaped death last night, Li Zixuan was covered in sweat. At this moment, his body was sticky and uncomfortable. He got up and walked out of the inner room, wanting to ask Xiaohe to go to the kitchen and have someone boil some hot water. "Young master, you woke up so early today?" Outside the room, Xiaohe saw that the young master actually woke up as soon as the morning drum sounded. She couldn't help but be surprised. Facing Xiaohe's surprised gaze, Li Zixuan felt a little embarrassed. Now, everyone in the family knew that he was a lazy person. "Cough, Xiaohe. Tell the kitchen to boil some water for me. I want to take a bath." After saying that, he quickly went back to his room. "Yes, young master." Xiaohe was a little confused. Didn't the young master just take a bath last night? Why did he want to take a bath now? The young master really liked to be clean now. In the early Qin dynasty, the ancient people washed their hair every 3 days and took a bath every 5 days. In the Han dynasty, there was even a break. The officials worked 5 days and took a day off. In the Tang dynasty, it was changed from 5 days to 10 days. It was called a break day. After Li Zixuan transmigrated, he didn't care about those rules. He basically took a bath once a day. Mrs. Li naturally wouldn't say anything. It was just a waste of firewood money. The Li family had a big business and didn't care about these things. Xiaohe and Xiaoxi were already used to the young master's actions of taking a bath every day. Xiaohe didn't expect that the young master would take a bath every other night. Seeing that the young master went back to his room, she didn't ask and went straight to the kitchen to pass the order. After taking a bath, Li Zixuan felt refreshed and planned to go to the front hall. Xiaohe quickly went in to help Li Zixuan tidy up the bed. She saw that the bed was wet. Did the young master wet the bed? No wonder the young master wanted to take a bath so early in the morning. Xiaohe instantly blushed and screamed, "Ah!" She ran out. Li Zixuan hadn't gone far when he heard the girl's scream. He quickly walked back and thought, "What's in my room? Why is this girl so scared? I didn't do anything shameful last night, did I? What are you shouting for? What's wrong? Is there a ghost inside?" Li Zixuan blocked Xiaohe's way. Xiaohe couldn't stop in time and bumped into his arms. Xiaohe jumped far away as if she had been electrocuted. She lowered her head and blushed, not daring to speak. She was afraid that if she told the truth, her young master would fly into a rage and sell her out. Li Zixuan saw Xiaohe blushing, lowering her head and not speaking. He was a little confused and wondered, Xiao, what's wrong with you? Say something. Are you counting ants here? Xiao whispered. Then I'll tell you. Young master, you can't blame me. It's not your fault, it's not your fault. Just tell me what it is. Xiao then stuttered. Young master, did you do that last night? What did I do wrong? Why are you speaking in such a strange way? Make it clear. Xiao hesitated for a long time before she said hesitantly. It's that young master, did you wet the bed last night? I saw that your bed was wet. Damn it. Li Zixuan instantly felt as if he had been struck by 18 bolts of heavenly lightning. That should have been because of the problem with his body last night, and the pain caused him to sweat uncontrollably. In the end, this girl thought that it was because he wet the bed. If this were to spread out, wouldn't this young master's reputation be ruined? Li Zixuan patted the girl's forehead angrily and said, What are you thinking? It's sweat. You're so young. Why don't you think about it? Xiao obviously didn't believe him. How could anyone sweat so much? The young master must be embarrassed and deliberately covered it up, so she said, Young master, you're right. It's sweat, it's sweat. I will never tell anyone. Li Zixuan could see that the girl didn't mean what she said. He said angrily, It's really sweat. Something went wrong during my practice last night. That's why I sweated so much. If you don't believe me, you can smell it. I'm so old. Can't you tell sweat from urine? Xiao blushed when she heard the young master's straightforward and vulgar words. She quickly ran away and said, I won't smell it. Young master, don't hit me. I won't tell anyone. Li Zixuan was speechless. He forcibly grabbed Xiao and took her into the bedroom. Well, don't misunderstand. Our protagonist didn't do anything embarrassing. He just wanted Xiao to know that the bed was indeed sweat. This was related to his reputation for the rest of his life. Li Zixuan had to be serious with this little girl. Seeing that the little girl finally believed him, Li Zixuan was relieved. He went to the front yard to have breakfast with his parents, little sister, and Han Yushi. After breakfast, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi went to Mingyue Xian to see if Iron Egg's injury had recovered. Iron Egg had been staying at the young master's house these days. He had good food and drinks. There were also maids to take care of him. The young master often came to visit him. Even Madame Li came to visit him many times. Iron Egg was very grateful for these, but he wasn't happy. Since he was almost killed by Chao Xiaoyun last time, Iron Egg's desire to become stronger didn't disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. He was like a tiger in his heart, ready to attack. Yesterday, when the young master came to visit him, Iron Egg wanted to tell the young master about it. But when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know how to say it. This morning, Iron Egg felt that his injury didn't hurt anymore. He tried to get out of bed. After a while, he felt that walking shouldn't be a problem. Iron Egg went to the back garden of Mingyue Xian alone. He looked at the koi fish in the pond and sat on a rock beside it in a daze. His mind kept replaying the scene of being bullied by Lu Haojian and being beaten by Chao Xiaoyun. The first time, if the young master didn't come in time, Lan would have been bullied. The second time, if he didn't make a prompt decision, his sister would have suffered misfortune. Even so, he was almost beaten to death. Fortunately, his sister was fine. Otherwise, Iron Egg would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Although the two incidents didn't cause any serious consequences, there was a lot of luck involved. Iron Egg didn't want to be so lucky for the rest of his life. Iron Egg used to be a mischievous brat in the Han village. Usually, he would dig out bird nests, play in mud, and fight grasshoppers with Denyo and the others. Children at this age were carefree because even if something happened, their parents would help them shoulder the burden. But these two incidents made Iron Egg realize that the outside world wasn't beautiful. His father couldn't be by his side all the time and shelter him from the wind and rain. Besides, his father would grow old one day. He couldn't rely on his father for the rest of his life. He wanted to become strong. He wanted to be as strong as the young master. That way, he could protect his sister and the people who cared about him, such as Lan. He estimated that he and his sister would be leaving the young master's house in the next 2 days. No matter what, he had to beg the young master to teach him martial arts. Whether the young master agreed or not, he had to try. Iron Egg kept encouraging himself in his heart. He had to perform well and be sincere so that the young master would accept him. At this moment, voices came from the entrance of Mingyue Xian. Iron Egg walked out of the garden and saw that the young master and his sister had come together. He quickly went to greet them. "Young master, you're here." "Iron Egg, why are you out of bed?" Li Zixuan saw Iron Egg walk over and was shocked. Iron Egg smiled and said, "Young master, Iron Egg's injuries are almost healed. He can barely walk." "Oh, that's good. Iron Egg, you were injured so badly that I was worried sick." Seeing that Iron Egg's injuries were finally healed, Li Zixuan was happy. "Young master, since Iron Egg's injuries are healed, I'll go back with Iron Egg today. My father hasn't seen Iron Egg for a few days. He must be worried sick." Although she didn't want to leave, Iron Egg's injuries were healed. There was no reason for them to continue living here. Han Yushi said goodbye to Li Zixuan. Iron Egg heard his sister say this and felt a little nervous. He still hadn't told the young master about his situation. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. Iron Egg's injuries are just healed. Let him rest for another day. I'll go back with you tomorrow. I'm going to the Han village to find your father." Thinking about it, her father should have raised enough money. She had to go to the Han village to find Han Lijing as soon as possible to finalize the matter of raising chickens. After calculating how many chickens the village could raise, they could then purchase the chicken seedlings. Since the young master said so, Han Yushi could only nod. Iron Egg heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly thought that he should hurry up. Taking a deep breath, Iron Egg felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He carefully said, "Young master, Iron Egg has something to tell you." What's the matter with Iron Egg? Li Zixuan was a little curious. He had always admired this child. He planned to go to the Han village to talk to Han Lijing and see if he could keep Iron Egg by his side. At this moment, Iron Egg resisted the nervousness in his heart and the pain in his body. With a plop sound, he knelt in front of Li Zixuan. Iron Egg knew that he didn't have money or ability. He didn't have anything to show. He could only follow the storytellers in the restaurants and use his sincerity to move the young master. Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were shocked by this kneeling. Why couldn't this child talk nicely? Why did he have to kneel? Li Zixuan wanted to pull Iron Egg up, but Iron Egg hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. "Young master, Iron Egg wants to be your disciple. I beg you to teach me martial arts. Iron Egg wants to become strong. He wants to protect my sister and everyone who cares about Iron Egg from harm. I beg you, young master, to agree." Iron Egg knows that he doesn't have money or ability, but Iron Egg will remember young master's kindness for the rest of his life. After saying this, he was about to kowtow. This time, Li Zixuan ignored Iron Egg's attempts to stop him and quickly pulled Iron Egg up. This child must have heard too many stories. Even if he wanted to be his disciple, he didn't need to kneel and kowtow. Li Zixuan was also shocked by Iron Egg's words. Was this still the shy brat he saw before? After all, Iron Egg was only 6 or 7 years old. It seemed that after experiencing these two things, Iron Egg had matured a lot. Sure enough, setbacks were a catalyst for a person to mature quickly. Han Yushi was also a little surprised by her brother's actions. When she heard Iron Egg's words, she was a little touched. She couldn't help but think of the scene where Iron Egg stopped Chao Xiaoyun regardless of the danger and let her go first. Han Yushi couldn't help but tear up. Her brother had grown up. Han Yushi was both touched and gratified. She looked at Li Zixuan and wondered if the young master would agree. Chapter 59. After being pulled up by Li Zixuan, Iron Egg's eyes were still fixed on Li Zixuan. He really hoped that the young master would accept him. Feeling the deep pleading in Iron Egg's eyes and recalling the words of Iron Egg, Li Zixuan could not help but feel touched. This child was only 6 or 7 years old. It was not that he could not accept him as a disciple, but there were some things that had to be made clear in advance. Li Zixuan turned around and put his hands behind his back. After thinking for a while, he said, "Iron Egg, you risked your life to save Lon. I have always been grateful to you. But if you want to be my disciple just to learn martial arts and not be bullied, I can't accept you." Iron Egg asked anxiously, "Why, young master?" Han Yushi also looked at Li Zixuan curiously. She heard the young master's words. It seemed that Iron Egg did have a chance. Li Zixuan said slowly, heroes use martial arts to break the rules. Iron Egg, if you only focus on learning martial arts and pursue power without paying attention to self-cultivation, sooner or later you will go astray and bully the weak with your martial arts. Iron Egg hurriedly promised, young master, Iron Egg will not do that kind of thing. Please believe in Iron Egg. Iron Egg only wants to learn martial arts and not be bullied. Li Zixuan shook his head. At the end of the day, Bruiser still had the temperament of a child. Once a person gained power, their way of thinking would change. When the time came, they would be slightly instigated by a villain, and it would be easy for them to go astray. Bruiser's thinking was still too simple. Iron Egg, I can accept you as my disciple and teach you martial arts, but I will also teach you other things to help you cultivate your mind. You must pay equal attention to them. If your mind is not stable, how can you practice martial arts? Besides, I don't want you to become a brute who only knows martial arts. Many things can't be solved by martial arts alone. I hope you can become a useful person to the Tang Empire. If I find out that you only know how to practice martial arts and neglect the cultivation of the heart, then I will expel you from the sect. Are you still willing? With the arrival of Zhen Guan's golden age, the world would gradually become peaceful. Most of the time, one could not rely only on martial strength and bravery to fight. In times of war, scholars were useless. However, in times of peace, a martial artist was of little use. Therefore, Li Zixuan didn't want Iron Egg to only learn martial arts. He wanted to teach Iron Egg some other things so that he could survive in peaceful times. As for how much Iron Egg could learn, that would depend on his luck. After hearing this, Han Yushi's eyes lit up. She didn't expect the young master to be so considerate and consider so much for Iron Egg. She hurriedly pushed Iron Egg, indicating that he should quickly accept her as his disciple. Iron Egg was overjoyed when he heard that Li Zixuan could accept him as his disciple. However, after Li Zixuan said those principles, he didn't fully understand them. However, when he saw his sister urging him, he no longer hesitated and knelt in front of Li Zixuan again. Young master, Iron Egg agrees to cultivate the heart and practice martial arts with you. I beg you to accept Iron Egg as your disciple. Li Zixuan didn't stop him this time. He nodded and said, well, Iron Egg, go back and tell your father. If your father agrees, I will officially accept you as my disciple. That's great. My father will definitely agree. Thank you, young master. Finally hearing a definite answer, Iron Egg jumped up excitedly. Li Zixuan found it a little funny that he was still a child. He originally wanted to keep Iron Egg by his side and let him learn something. This child's temperament wasn't bad at all. Now that he unexpectedly accepted Iron Egg as his disciple, it didn't seem too bad. He just didn't know how good this child's potential was. After this trip to the Han village, he would bring Iron Egg by his side and let him start learning. Thank you, young master. Han Yushi was also happy for her brother. Iron Egg could learn something by the young master's side. It was better than playing in the mud in the countryside. Therefore, Han Yushi was very grateful to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile, this is Iron Egg's own opportunity. Yushi, you don't have to thank me. After dinner, seeing that Han Yushi and Iron Egg had returned to Mingyue Xian and Lan, had also returned to the backyard, Li Zixuan told his parents about accepting Iron Egg as his disciple. Very good. Iron Egg is a clever and brave child. I quite like him. When Madame Li heard this, she smiled and was the first to express her support. Housekeeper Wang had told her about how Lan was almost bullied in the Han village. Madame Li, who had always been kind, was immediately furious. When she heard that Han Lijing's son, Iron Egg, had risked his life to protect Lan, Madame Li was very surprised that this child was so brave at such a young age. When she heard that her son wanted to accept him as his disciple, she naturally agreed. Moreover, Madame Li had her own little plan. If her son accepted Iron Egg as his disciple, then his relationship with Han Yushi would naturally become closer. She might even be able to hold a grandson soon. Old Man Li frowned. He felt that his son couldn't even control himself, so how could he teach a disciple? He was simply leading the child astray. However, since his wife had already agreed, he couldn't say otherwise. He could only say, Xian, since you've become Iron Egg's master now, then you have to act like a master in the future. Don't lead the child astray, understand? Li Zixuan could only agree gloomily. That's right. Father, how's the nibbling chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant selling recently? Are there any other restaurants that imitate the nibbling chicken? Old Man Li frowned and felt a little surprised. He asked, Xian, how did you know that there are restaurants that imitate the nibbling chicken? It seemed that he had guessed correctly. As expected, he still couldn't underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Li Zishuan sighed and said, I guessed, but I didn't expect it to be so. Father, then are the sales of our nibbling chicken not as good as before? Li Jingma nodded and said, a few days ago, the Yunqi restaurant in the East City also released their nibbling chicken. Although the taste is a little different from our Drunken Immortal restaurants, their price is cheaper. One serving is only 700 copper coins. Recently, the sales of our nibbling chicken have dropped by about 30%, and it's still continuing to drop. Then Father, tell shopkeeper Lu to give some discounts to the Drunken Immortal restaurant's nibbling chicken. For example, every month, they'll sell it at half price or something. In any case, our cost is low and the taste is good. We're not afraid of a price war with them. Old Man Li thought about it and nodded in agreement. That's also a good idea. But Xian, why do you care so much about the sales of the nibbling chicken? Even if the Drunken Immortal restaurant doesn't have the nibbling chicken, their business has always been very good. Although the nibbling chicken was very profitable, Li Jingma's family business was big, so he didn't care too much about it. Li Zishuan said matter-of-factly, Father, people fight for their dignity, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. This nibbling chicken was invented by us. Why should we let these imitators earn more than us? Father, first tell shopkeeper Lu to lower the price for a while. After I go to the Han village and settle the matter of raising chickens, I'll make something good for the Drunken Immortal restaurant. When the time comes, I'll see how the Yunqi restaurant will compete with us. Li Zishuan obviously couldn't bear to let a knockoff's nibbling chicken surpass the authentic one. His father didn't care about this bit of money, but he did. Hearing that his son was going to make something new, Li Jingma was curious and asked, Xian, what are you going to make? Father will naturally find out in the future. That's right, Father. How's the preparation of the 300,000 strings of string of money? Old Man Li glared at him and said, Naturally, there's no problem. The funds will all be in place by tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll send the money to the family storehouse. I'll give you the key. Then thank you, Father. Your son will go to the Han village tomorrow and explain the matter of raising chickens to the villagers. Then we'll start buying the chicken seedlings. This autumn harvest, Father, you must remember to send people to buy grain. Yes, Father knows. You just have to take care of your own matters. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to learn how to do some things. This matter can be considered a test for you. Li Zishuan nodded and said solemnly, Your son understands the importance of this matter. I won't mess it up. Chapter 60. The next day, after breakfast. When Li Zishuan saw that Tai Dan was walking more naturally and easily than yesterday, he knew that Tai Dan's injuries were more or less healed. He called San Bao over and asked him to hire a carriage to head to the Han family manor. But in his heart he thought, after Yan Xiaoning finished making the roller bearings, I have to make a luxurious carriage for my family first. Otherwise, I have to hire a carriage every time I go out. How troublesome it is. As a rich second generation, it was not too much to ask for a luxurious carriage, right? After letting Iron Egg and Han Yushi get on the carriage, Li Zishuan was embarrassed to go in the same carriage as Han Yushi. He could only ride the big white horse at home and follow the carriage to the Han village. Father, Iron Egg and I are back. As soon as they arrived at the door of the small courtyard of the Han family, Han Yushi jumped off the carriage, supported Iron Egg, and shouted into the courtyard. After being away from home for so many days, she was also a little homesick. Then she heard footsteps in the courtyard. Before the person arrived, the sound came first. Yushi, Iron Egg, you're back? Han Lijing walked out and saw that his son and daughter were back. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. A few days ago, Li Zishuan asked someone to send a letter to him, saying that Iron Egg was injured in Chang'an City and was recuperating in the Li family. He had been very worried these days. Although he usually ordered his son around and didn't care about him at all, when he heard that his son was injured, Han Lijing couldn't help but worry. He had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. Now that he finally saw that his son was fine, he felt relieved. At this moment, Han Lijing caught a glimpse of Li Zixuan standing to the side. He was shocked and interrupted his thoughts of talking to his son and daughter. He hurriedly went forward and said, "Young master, you're here too." Li Zixuan said apologetically, "Uncle Han, this time Iron Egg and Yushi came to the city. It's my fault that I did not take good care of them and let Iron Egg get injured. I'm really sorry, Uncle Han." Han Lijing quickly waved his hand. Although he didn't study much, he could still distinguish right from wrong. It was too far-fetched to blame Li Zixuan for this matter. "Young master, please don't say that. You can't blame young master for this matter. Young master, thank you for taking care of Iron Egg after he was injured. Let's not just stand outside. Let's go in and talk. Uncle Han, other than sending Iron Egg Yushi home, I also have something to discuss with Uncle Han." They sat down in the room and chatted for a while before Li Zixuan cut to the chase. "Young master, if there is anything you need, please tell me." Han Lijing sat up straight and earnestly said, "I don't dare to instruct you, but I have something to discuss with Uncle Han. Previously, when I was at my house, I found that Yushi's winemaking skills were very good, so I wanted her to help me make a new wine. The monthly salary is 10 strings of coins. I don't know if Uncle Han is willing." Han Lijing's eyes widened. 10 strings of coins. It was more than what he worked hard to earn in a year. He quickly shook his head and said, "Young master, you can't do that. It's our family's honor that Yushi can help you. Previously, young master has brought so many benefits to our family. You can't ask for such a high salary from young master." Li Zixuan said, "Uncle Han, what I want to discuss with you is not about money. I want to ask if you are willing to let Yushi help me make a new wine. As for the money, if Yushi is willing to help me, she deserves it. Once the new wine is made, the profit will be far greater than this small amount of money. Please don't refuse." When Han Lijing heard this, he finally thought of the crux of the problem. His daughter was still an unmarried daughter. Although the villagers would not be as particular as those wealthy families, if his daughter were to appear in public to help the young master make a wine, it would inevitably cause gossip. However, his family had received so many favors from the young master's family. Now that it was rare for him to be able to help the young master, it was really difficult to refuse. Han Lijing was also in a dilemma for a moment, so he might as well give the choice to his daughter. "Yushi, are you willing to help the young master make a wine? I respect your decision." Han Lijing's tone was somewhat solemn. When Han Yushi heard that she could help the young master, she was only excited and did not think so much. Now that she saw her father's solemn expression, she realized that things were not as simple as she thought. She was a girl. If she agreed to help the young master, she would definitely not be able to avoid getting along with him day and night. It would easily cause gossip. However, it was rare for her to have the opportunity to help the young master. She really did not want to refuse. Moreover, she did not hate working with the young master. She even had some faint expectations in her heart. Han Yushi gritted her teeth and said, "Father, I want to help the young master make a wine." Even though she knew that she should not do this, Han Yushi still could not bear to refuse the young master's request for help. As long as I can help the young master, let others gossip if they want to, Han Yushi thought in her heart. Han Lijing sighed softly in his heart. Ever since Li Zixuan left the Han family manor last time, he realized that there was something wrong with his daughter. However, as a father, it was really difficult for him to speak about a girl's private matters. If only the child's mother was still alive. Sigh, he hoped that his daughter would not regret it in the end and would have a good ending. "Young master, since Yushi has agreed, then this old man has no objections." Li Zixuan did not think as much as the father and daughter. He was still in the mindset of a modern person. He did not think that there was anything wrong with letting Han Yushi help him make a wine. However, he also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. When he heard Han Lijing's words, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart and cup his hands to thank him. "Uncle Han, there is one more thing. Iron Egg told me yesterday that he wants to be my disciple and wants me to teach him martial arts. You are his father, so I thought that this kind of thing should only be done with your consent." This. Han Lijing was a little shocked. He secretly thought that Iron Egg, this stinky brat, even knew how to find someone to be his disciple? He looked at Iron Egg in surprise. At this time, Iron Egg had his head down and was counting ants. He was quite courageous when he wanted to be his disciple, but after that, Being looked at by his father like this brat also felt a little embarrassed. I heard that the young master also has a famous master. Iron Egg can be your disciple. It is his good fortune. As long as the young master does not think that this brat is stupid, of course I will agree. Han Lijing thought about it and said with some gratitude. His son's future following the young master was obviously better than playing in the mud in the countryside. Which father did not want his son to be successful? In the past, he could not even take care of his children's food and clothing. Naturally, he did not have the time to think about his son's future. Now that there was such a good opportunity, of course he would agree. Li Zishuan nodded and said, since Uncle Han has agreed, then after 2 days when I am done with the matters at hand, Iron Egg will follow me back to Chong'an to study martial arts. Han Lijing solemnly bowed and said gratefully, thank you, young master, for promoting this stinky brat. If this brat is disobedient in the future, young master, feel free to scold and discipline him. If he is beaten to death, he deserves it. This old man will not say a word. Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. He said, Uncle Han, this time I came to the Han village because there is a very important matter that I need to discuss with you. Han Lijing saw that he was serious and asked in confusion, young master, what is it? Chapter 61. Han Village, Han family's small courtyard. Uncle Han, my father and I plan to have all the farmers in the village help us raise chickens. We will be responsible for providing the chicken seedlings, and we will also use a portion of the rent as payment for everyone raising the chickens. Li Zishuan revealed the main purpose of his visit to the Han family village this time. Hearing this, Han Lijing asked curiously, young master, isn't it just asking everyone to help raise a few chickens? Why do we need to pay them? It's not like it takes much effort. Li Zishuan explained, Uncle Han, it's not about raising a few chickens. We plan to raise at least 50,000 chickens in the Han village. Of course, we need to pay the farmers a corresponding amount. Ah, so many. Even though Han Lijing was someone who had escaped death on the battlefield, he was still shocked by the huge number of chickens. Han Yushi, who was beside him, also opened her small mouth in shock. Young master, why are you and master raising so many chickens? Han Lijing really couldn't understand. We have a use for these chickens next year. Now, I need to trouble Uncle Han to gather all the farmers in the village at noon. I will talk to them about this matter. If they are willing to raise them, I will do a count and immediately send the chicken seedlings over. Li Zishuan replied. Han Lijing swallowed his saliva and nodded. That's fine. Young master, please sit here for a moment. I will inform the farmers to gather at the threshing field at the village entrance. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and thanked him. Then I will have to trouble Uncle Han. 2 hours later, at the threshing field of the Han village. Old Hu, why did Lijing call everyone here? Old Hu stared and said, how would I know? But I heard that young master came to the village today. Hey, could it be that young master is here to give us business again? Last time, the people in our village picked fruits and earned quite a bit of money, right? This year, we might even be able to make new clothes for the children. Young master is really a good person. Of course. If anyone dares to say anything bad about young master, I, Lu Yue, will be the first to beat them to death. A chubby village woman beside them interrupted. Old Hu, I'm afraid you won't beat them to death. You will crush them to death, right? Ha! Another burst of laughter came from the side. Stop quarreling, stop quarreling. Young master is here. When Li Zishuan arrived at the threshing field, he saw that there were already 200 to 300 villagers gathered here. At this time, Han Lijing came up to him and said, young master, all the villagers have gathered here. Including the women, there are a total of 348 people, and 208 households. Young master, you can go up and talk to them now. Li Zishuan nodded. Thank you, Uncle Han. Then he walked to the front of the crowd. Looking at these simple and adorable villagers, he thought about the locusts that were coming next year. If he did not do anything, most of these people would probably starve to death. At this moment, he felt a sense of urgency. As soon as he stood in front of the crowd, the noisy crowd immediately quieted down and waited for Li Zishuan to speak. Uncles and aunties, I've come to the Han family manor today mainly to discuss a business deal with all of you. If you're willing, we can cooperate. If you're not, I won't force you either. There's no need to worry. Li Zixuan loudly stated the purpose of his visit. His internal energy was strong, and everyone in the field could hear his voice clearly. Young master, if you have anything to say, just tell us. No matter what business it is, as long as I, old Hu, can do it, I'll be the first to support it. Yes, young master. If we can help, we'll definitely help. Young master, just tell us what it is. Yes, we'll definitely help. Li Zixuan gestured with his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down. Then I'll say it. Just do what you can. This business deal is very simple. I want all of you to help my family raise chickens. My family will provide the chickens for free, and according to the number of chickens raised by each household, a portion of the rent will be reduced every year. For example, if a household raises 100 chickens, then this household's rent will be reduced by 10% this year. If they raise 200 chickens, then the rent will be reduced by 20% and so on. Does everyone understand? As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, the crowd below burst into an uproar. There's actually such a good deal? Raise 100 chickens, and the rent will be reduced by 10%. Yes, aren't these conditions too generous? Why does young master want to raise so many chickens? Is what young master said true? Did I hear wrongly? Li Zixuan waited for them to talk privately for a while before asking them to quiet down. What's everyone's decision? If you're not willing to cooperate, you can leave now and do your own things. I won't hold any grudges. No one was willing to leave. The bearded man couldn't help but shout again. Young master, only a fool wouldn't agree to such generous conditions. My old Hu family is willing to help young master raise 500 chickens. Old Hu's words were shocking. He wanted to raise 500 chickens. According to his calculations, he wouldn't have to pay rent for a year. Young master, my family is willing to raise 800 chickens. With someone taking the lead, the people behind immediately began to fight with each other, fearing that they wouldn't be able to raise enough chickens. Li Zixuan coughed heavily, interrupting the noisy crowd, and said loudly, each family can raise a maximum of 400 chickens, and you must ensure that the chickens have at least an 80% survival rate. Please consider the number of chickens in your family and do what you can. Don't simply give a number. If you've thought it through, go to Han Lijing's place to register and sign the agreement. After a few days, I will send the chickens over. Only then did the crowd quiet down, and each of them was thinking about how many chickens they could raise. Young master, these chickens, whose eggs do they belong to? The village woman who called herself Lu Yu asked embarrassedly. You woman, young master has already given us so many benefits. Why are you still so greedy? Of course, these eggs belong to young master's family. The bearded man immediately jumped over and scolded angrily. Husband, I'm just asking. I didn't say that I'm greedy for these eggs. Lu Yu retorted without any confidence. Li Zixuan coughed heavily to stop the couple's quarrel and said loudly, the chickens that each family raises, and the eggs that they lay, belong to each family. I know that everyone doesn't have much food to feed the chickens, but I can pay for a chicken farm in the back of the mountain. Everyone can raise the chickens in the back of the mountain and let them find their own food. You can leave a few children to take care of them. In addition, in order to prevent the chicken plague, I will pay to help you build a ventilated chicken house, but you must clean the chicken house every day. I will also provide you with quicklime, and you can sprinkle it around the chicken house. When everyone heard this, they were so excited that their faces turned red. This benefit was too good. They didn't have to do anything at all. At most, they would just have to clean the chicken house. Farmers were never afraid of work. Calculating this, throughout the year, not only would they be able to reduce the rent, but the eggs that the chickens laid could also be sold. This year's income was estimated to be comparable to that of farming. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. We will definitely raise the chickens well for young master. Not to mention an 80% survival rate, I can guarantee that 90% of the chickens will survive. Young master, my family has 5 children. Raising 400 chickens is no problem at all. Young master, my family also has 4 children. We can also raise 400 chickens. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Li Zixuan was also very gratified. His words were not in vain, so he shouted, after everyone has thought about it, go to Han Lijing to report the number and press your fingerprint. In the next few days, I will send the chicken seedlings over one after another. According to the number that each of you reported, the chicken seedlings will be distributed. I hope that everyone will raise these chickens well. Han Lijing had already set up a table at the side. Han Yushi sat on the stool and held a brush, waiting for everyone to report the number. As soon as everyone heard Li Zixuan's words, they immediately scrambled to get to the table. Chapter 62. In the afternoon, in the small courtyard of the Han village. After Li Zixuan explained the matter of raising chickens to the villagers, he and Iron Egg returned to the small courtyard of the Han village to rest. There were no extra stools there, and standing was tiring. Li Zixuan's laziness had not been cured. Iron Egg, did you go to school before? Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to chat with his new disciple. Master, Iron Egg went to school in the village last year, but the village ran out of money to pay for the school, so the teacher ran away. Iron Egg no longer called Li Zixuan young master, but master. It was also the first time that Li Zixuan heard someone call him master, and he felt a little proud. He then asked happily, Iron Egg, how many words did you learn after going to school for a year? Iron Egg scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Master, Iron Egg knows about 100 words. He was a famous brat in school, and his grades were not good. So little, not as good as Lan. Although Lan was young, her mother had taught her how to read and write when she was very young. Although Lan's writing skills were immature, it was almost the same as Li Zixuan's calligraphy. Li Zixuan patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said earnestly, Iron Egg, you can't be illiterate. In the future, you have to learn from Lan every day. Even Lan knows more words than you. As a man, how can you be worse than a girl? Yes, master. Iron Egg answered with a bitter face. Young master, we're back. Han Yushi's clear voice came from the door, followed by Han Lijing. Li Zixuan quickly got up and greeted them with a smile. Uncle Han, Yushi, thank you for your hard work. Han Lijing waved his hand and said with a smile, Young master, what are you talking about? With this livelihood, I'm afraid our Han manor will become the richest manor in the vicinity of Chang'an. No matter how hard it is, I, old Han, am willing to do it. Haha. Yes, Uncle Han, you have to believe me. As long as the farmers work hard, their days will only get better and better. All right. Have you calculated the number of chickens? How many chickens did the farmers register? Han Lijing hurriedly handed the booklet in his hand to Li Zixuan and said, Young master, the amount reported by each household in the Han village is recorded here. Yushi and I haven't had the time to calculate it yet. The main thing was that he had never been to school, so how could he know how to count? Li Zixuan flipped open the booklet and glanced at it. He found that almost every household had signed up for 400. Only about 20 households had signed up for 300 or 200. Han Lijing had also signed up for 400. After Li Zixuan practiced the Taishan Sutra, his brain's reaction was unusually fast. After he glanced at the booklet, he immediately calculated the total number in his mind. Closing the booklet, Li Zixuan smiled and said, There's no need to trouble Uncle Han to calculate. I've calculated that the farmers have signed up for 78,600 chickens. I'll round it up. When the time comes, I'll purchase 80,000 chickens. Uncle Han, you can distribute the excess evenly to each household. Take it as a token of my appreciation to the farmers. The additional portion will not be included in the amount they have to pay me next year. Li Zixuan waved his hand and sent out an additional 1,400 chickens. Han Lijing saw that the young master calculated so quickly, and secretly thought that the young master was really knowledgeable. Iron Egg was the young master's disciple. Even if he didn't learn martial arts, if he could learn 30% of the young master's knowledge, it would be enough to last him for a lifetime. When he heard that the young master wanted to send out an additional 1,000 chickens, Han Lijing was shocked. He hurriedly said, Young master, you can't do that. This young master's conditions are already generous enough. If you do that, won't you lose money? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Uncle Han, this isn't worth much. If the farmers can live a better life, I'll be happy. If my mother knew, she would be happier than I am. Oh right, Uncle Han, I also want you to help me find a type of person. Young master, what kind of person are you looking for? Han Lijing asked curiously. That's right. Uncle Han, do you know a type of person who can make a flock of chickens very obedient? For example, if you tell the flock to head east, the flock will head east. Is there such a person? Li Zixuan wasn't confident that he could find such a person. If he really couldn't find such a person, then when the locust exterminating plan was implemented next year, he would have to hire a lot of people to chase the chickens down to the ground and eat the locusts. The efficiency would be very low. In his previous life, he had seen a lot of experts on the internet who could train chickens like they were their own arms. He just didn't know if there was such a person in the Tang dynasty. Han Lijing, who was listening at the side, was stunned. He asked in bewilderment, young master, is there such a person in the world? It seems like I'm thinking too much. Li Zixuan was slightly disappointed. Master, I know. I know who can make chickens obedient. Iron Egg, who was at the side, jumped up and shouted excitedly. Oh, Iron Egg, you really know? Li Zixuan asked in surprise. Stinky brat. Don't talk nonsense. How come I don't know that there is such a person in the farmstead? Han Lijing frowned and scolded. Father, there really is such a person. Uncle Hu's silly son, Uncle Hu's son, can make a flock of chickens obedient. Moreover, his sister also has this ability. Iron Egg hurriedly explained. Oh, so that child really knows how to do this? How come I don't know? Han Lijing asked in puzzlement. Li Zixuan ignored the puzzled Han Lijing and pulled Iron Egg over. He hurriedly asked, Iron Egg, quickly tell Master what is going on? Yes, Master. It's just that uncle who has a son. Since he was young, he didn't like to play with the children in our farmstead. He usually stays alone in the small courtyard at home and keeps his chickens company. We all call him Silly Who in private. There was once when I went to Uncle Hu's house to help my father return something. I saw him and his sister playing with the chickens in the courtyard. I heard him squawk and the chickens ran to the east. His sister squawked and the chickens ran back. Moreover, the chickens weren't afraid of them at all. At that time I thought it was strange. But after hearing what Master said, I feel that the two of them are quite suitable for Master's conditions. Oh, there is such a thing. That's great. Iron Egg, what are the names of these two children? I have to meet them. Li Zixuan originally didn't have much hope. He didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. He couldn't help but be excited. Master, that Silly whose real name is Hu Guoji. His sister is Hu Guoji. If Master wants to meet them, I can bring Master there. Iron Egg replied. Li Zixuan, who was about to follow Iron Egg to meet the two children, suddenly staggered and almost lost his balance when he heard these two strange names. Why are their names so strange? Li Zixuan wondered. Han Yushi, who was at the side, explained, Young Master, I know this. It is said that when Aunt Lu was pregnant, Uncle Hu wanted a boy. He went to the Taoist temple in Chong and West City to find a fortune teller. The Taoist priest said that Aunt Lu was definitely pregnant with a boy. Uncle Hu was overjoyed and went home to tell Aunt Lu. In the end, after Aunt Lu gave birth, she found out that it was a girl. Uncle Hu conveniently named her Hu Guoji. A year later, Aunt Lu was pregnant again. Uncle Hu went to another Taoist temple to have his fortune told. The Taoist priest there said that Aunt Lu was definitely pregnant with a boy this time. Later, Aunt Lu gave birth to a boy. Uncle Hu named the boy Hu Guoji. Li Zixuan was thunderstruck when he heard this. He was speechless for a long time. He silently mourned for these two unlucky children to have such an unreliable father. The world was really big. There were all kinds of strange things. There were many strange things in modern society. He didn't expect to encounter such a strange thing in the Tang dynasty. Uncle Han, then I'll have to trouble you to bring me to meet the two children. I'm quite interested in their abilities. Han Lijing nodded and said, Okay, then Yushi, you and Iron Egg can stay at home and cook. Young Master must be hungry after being busy for so long at noon. We'll be back soon. Han Yushi nodded and agreed. Okay, Father. Yushi will go and cook now. Chapter 63. On the way to Li Zixuan's house, Han Lijing introduced his family situation to Li Zixuan. The uncle who that Iron Egg mentioned was called Hu Han Yun. The people in the village called him Old Hu. He used to be a blacksmith and a government soldier. He only moved to the Han village 10 years ago. Hu Han Yun's wife was Lu Yue, whom he met after he moved to the Han village. She was considered a flower in the village when she was young, but her personality was very shrewish. Young Master, actually, this Old Hu is also a pitiful person. Han Lijing suddenly sighed heavily. Li Zixuan was puzzled. Oh, Uncle Han, how is he pitiful? Sigh. Back then, Old Who also fled from the north and came to our Han village. He was a forthright and righteous person. He could talk to anyone. It didn't take long for him to take root in the village. Later, he finally married Lu Yue. Everyone thought that his good days were coming. Who knew that Lu Yue's first child was actually born? More than a month after it was born, everyone found out that the girl was born blind. Old Who's family didn't have much money to begin with. In order to raise money, he did everything he could. Then, he brought his daughter to basically all the big and small medical centers in Chang'an, but no one could cure that child's eyes. Ah! Old Who's child was a blind girl? Li Zishuan was shocked. He had met Hu Honyun before. This man gave him the impression that he had a carefree personality. He didn't expect him to bear such a painful misfortune. Sigh, young master, this isn't the worst. Later on, Lu Yu gave birth to a son, Hu Guoji. Although the child was born healthy, the couple slowly realized that the child's reaction was very slow, and his speech was also very slow. The doctors all said that the child was a bit stupid. Someone in the village advised Old Who to send the foolish child to the temple. Old Who refused and said that even if his son was a fool, he would raise him for the rest of his life. Han Lijing finished and shook his head. His face was full of worry. Li Zishuan was silent after hearing this. In this era, the medical conditions were definitely not as good as in the future. Moreover, the people in this era were even poorer. There were always misfortunes. Alas, even though the world is at peace, the common people are still suffering. The two of them walked for a while before Han Lijing stopped. He pointed at a dilapidated farmhouse in front of them and said, "Young master, we've arrived." "That's Old Who's house." Li Zishuan looked around and realized that this courtyard was even more dilapidated than Han Lijing's house. The courtyard was surrounded by a low wall made of reeds and bamboo sticks, and there were a few dilapidated huts inside. It could be seen that this family lived in poverty. Han Lijing came to the front of the courtyard and shouted inside, "Old Who, quickly open the door. Young master is here." Li Zishuan saw Han Li shouting at the door from behind. He suddenly felt like laughing because this scene was very similar to a joke from his previous life. "Old friend, quickly open the door. I'm checking your water meter." Fortunately, his tolerance was good, otherwise, he would have laughed out loud. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the courtyard. "He's here. Is Han Lijing here?" Li Zishuan recognized the voice. It was Lu Yue's voice. He heard it during the mobilization meeting in the afternoon. When the courtyard door opened, it was indeed the plump Lu Yue. Just now, he heard from Han Lijing that she was a flower in the village when she was young. Li Zishuan took a closer look and found that her facial features were still considered normal. It was just that the years had left too many traces on her face. It seemed that she had suffered a lot in these years. But why was her figure so fat? Could it be that women get fat easily when they reach middle age? "Lijing, you're here? Io, isn't this young master?" "Young master is also here. Quickly come in and have a seat." She quickly came over to pull Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan quickly moved away and cupped his hands. "Hello, Aunt Lu. We're here to see the Hu siblings. Are they at home?" Lu Yue was puzzled. "Young master, why are you looking for these two children? I'm afraid that these two children are insensible and impolite. They'll offend young master." Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. "Aunt Lu, it's okay. Why would I be calculative with two children? Do I look like such a petty person? I heard from Uncle Han about these two children today. Coincidentally, I know a famous doctor. I'm here to see these two children. I'll ask that doctor later to see if there's a cure." Lu Yue heard this and a huge surprise rushed to her head. Her breathing quickened and her eyes widened as she stared at Li Zishuan. She said in disbelief, Young master, you're saying that our family can still be saved?" "Aunt Lu, I didn't say that it can definitely be saved. As for the specific situation, I'll have to see them to know." Okay. I'll bring young master to see them now. Young master, quickly follow me." Lu Yue couldn't wait to bring Li Zishuan in. "Cough Yue, why isn't Old Who at home?" Han Lijing asked at this time. Lu Yue then remembered that Han Lijing was next to her. She quickly turned around and answered, "Our master went to the fields." It seems that the rented cattle from the farmstead can be used by our family today. Our master went to the fields in advance to guard. Han Lijing suddenly understood and nodded. The few of them entered the courtyard. Li Zishuan saw that there was a flock of chickens in the courtyard. There were about 10 of them. Beside the flock of chickens stood 2 children. The slightly older girl was about 7 or 8 years old. She was so skinny that Li Zishuan even suspected that this girl didn't weigh more than 40 pounds. The girl's facial features could be considered delicate and pretty. However, her pair of lifeless eyes somewhat destroyed her beauty. The little boy was slightly chubby and was about 6 or 7 years old. He was squatting on the ground with his hand supporting his chin. He was muttering something to the flock of chickens. No one knew what he was saying. After he finished speaking, he was still laughing. Lu Yu saw that her son was making a fool of himself in front of the young master. She angrily shouted, "Sure enough, quickly come over and greet the young master." "You actually came over too." When the little boy heard the shout, he stood up and turned his head. He smiled at Lu Yu and said, "Mother." After he finished speaking, he didn't immediately run over. Instead, he turned around and pulled the bamboo stick in the girl's hand. He brought the girl along with him. Li Zishuan looked at his actions and raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. "Sure enough, quickly greet the young master." Seeing her son and daughter walk over, Lu Yu said to them, who actually bowed and politely said, "Greetings, young master." Although she couldn't see, the direction in which she bowed was actually facing Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was also somewhat surprised. However, what made him even more surprised was this girl's temperament. It was a kind of calm and indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples. Standing beside her was like standing on the surface of a calm lake. This girl, at such a young age, her temperament was probably even more indifferent than those monks. At this time, Hu Sure chuckled and scratched the back of his head. He laughed foolishly and said, "Heh, sure, greets, young master." This child's pronunciation was really very slow. Moreover, it seemed that this child was really struggling to speak. Also, when Hu Sure said this sentence, coupled with his name, Li Zishuan felt that it was a little strange no matter how he heard it. Chapter 64. Looking at the 2 children in front of him, Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable. Other children at this age were playing with their friends outside, but these 2 children could only squat at home and play with a flock of chickens. How sad. "Aunt Lu, you go do your things first. I want to talk to these 2 children alone for a while." "Ah, then young master, if you need anything, call me." Lu Yue responded and brought Han Lijing to sit in the front hall. "Is your name Guoji?" Li Zishuan bent down and tried to smile kindly. Perhaps because he felt Li Zishuan's goodwill, Hu Zishuan said with a silly smile, "Young master, you already know my name. Why are you still asking for me?" It seemed that this child wasn't stupid. Previously, when Li Zishuan saw that he didn't forget to pull his sister along when he came over, Li Zishuan felt that this child wasn't as stupid as Han Lijing and the others said. Now that he saw Hu Guiyuan, although he spoke slowly, his thoughts were very clear and organized. Li Zishuan was even more certain of his judgment. "Sure enough, I heard that you can make chickens very obedient. Can you show it to your brother?" "Yes." Hearing Li Zishuan mention chickens, Hu Guoji suddenly became excited and quickly pulled his sister to the flock of chickens in the east corner of the yard. Li Zishuan crossed his arms with great interest as he stood to the side, watching the 2 siblings play out what kind of tricks they would play. He saw Hu Guoji raise 2 chubby little hands and let out a burst of hurried, goo 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 sounds. The flock of chickens seemed to have heard the order and excitedly surrounded him. Goo 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 sounds around him. Sister, it's your turn." Hu Guoji shouted at Hu Guoji. She took out a willow leaf from her waist, put it to her mouth, and blew an incomplete tune. The flock of chickens that were surrounding her turned around and ran to her side. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. In his previous life, his family had also raised chickens, but when his mother usually called the chickens to feed them, those chickens would only run over and watch nearby. They would only dare to come over to eat when his mother was far away. It wasn't like this. When the chickens heard the voices of the 2 siblings, they were not afraid of them at all. They surrounded them as if they had taken drugs. It was really amazing. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that there would be something even more extreme. Sure enough, Hu seemed to be a little high at this time. He ran to his sister's side and stood in front of the flock of chickens. Then he turned his head to Li Zixuan and smiled proudly, saying, "Hey, hey, young master, look, quickly." Hu Guoji raised his hands, half-squatted, and jumped up and down. His mouth made a very rhythmic G-G-G-E sound. The flock of chickens in front of him, at this moment, seemed to have heard his call and lined up neatly in front of him. What was even more amazing was that the flock of chickens actually followed Hu Guoji's rhythm and began to jump. They also tilted their necks and turned their heads neatly. Perhaps Hu felt that it was boring for his brother to play alone, so he put the willow leaf next to his mouth and played a happy and melodious tune with Hu Guoji's rhythm. In the small courtyard, a young girl was standing under the sun and playing a tune. A young boy was happily walking while making strange sounds. The flock of chickens on the ground twisted their bodies to the rhythm. This scene was so beautiful that it almost blinded Li Zixuan's titanium alloy eyes. At this moment, Li Zixuan's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. The scene in front of him was as if a young girl was playing music, and then a young boy was below the stage, leading a flock of chickens to do a square dance. Qu'est-ce. Li Zixuan expressed that this was really something that he had seen long ago. Hey, young master, Guoji. How is your acting? The two children played for a while, and Hu Guoji felt tired first, so he stopped and ran to Li Zixuan's side, somewhat proudly asking for praise. Usually, only his sister was willing to play with him. When other children saw him and his sister playing with a flock of chickens, they all treated them as fools and distanced themselves from them. This time, it was rare to have such an amiable young master who specially wanted to see him and the flock of chickens perform. Hu Guoji was very happy and had long regarded Li Zixuan as his best friend. Li Zixuan could see that Hu Guoji urgently needed to be acknowledged and praised by others. He also understood that this child's heart was lonely and lacked recognition. Li Zixuan smiled, rubbed Hu Guoji's head, and said, "Sure enough, your performance was very good. You really are the smartest child I've ever seen." Hu Guoji, who was on the side, heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that this young master would say something to hurt her brother like other people and make him sad. Her brother's heart had been hurt enough. At this time, when she heard Li Zixuan praise her brother, Hu Guoji felt a trace of gratitude towards Li Zixuan from the bottom of her heart. When Hu Guoji heard Li Zixuan's words, he jumped 3 feet high and excitedly rushed to the front hall. As he ran, he cheered, "Mother, young master, just said, I'm not a fool. He said, I'm the smartest child in the village." At this moment, he was so excited that he spoke faster than before. This was the first praise he received from an outsider since he came to this world. Finally, there was someone who didn't treat him as a fool. Of course, Hu Guoji's heart was excited. Although he was young, he had been treated as a fool by the children in the village since he was young. His self-esteem had been trampled over and over again, so of course, he was more mature than his peers. He was so eager to be recognized, and today, there was finally someone who recognized him. Hu Guoji felt that he had never been as happy as today. In his heart he thought, "This young master who came from nowhere is really a good person." At this time, Hu Guoji used the bamboo stick to explore the road and came to Li Zixuan's side. She smiled and said, "Thank you, young master, for saying so. I haven't seen my brother so happy in a long time." Although her heart was as calm as still water, it was only for outsiders. For this brother of hers, she naturally cared and loved him very much. Li Zixuan habitually shook his head. Suddenly, he realized that this girl seemed to be unable to see, so he quickly said awkwardly, "Haha, what I said just now was actually the truth. I didn't deliberately say that to make you happy." Hu Guoji said in disbelief, "Really?" "Of course it's true. In the eyes of others, your ability to make chickens obedient may be worthless, but in my eyes, your ability is priceless," Li Zixuan said with certainty. "Well, although I can't see young master's expression, I can feel young master's sincerity. Young master is speaking the truth. Thank you, young master." Hu Guoji's face finally broke into a smile and said happily. Chapter 65. Actually, how did you and your brother manage to make the chickens listen to you? Li Zixuan saw that this little girl was not as distant to him as before, so he wanted to chat with her. Who actually replied softly, "Young master, isn't this normal? You actually believe that anyone who spends all their time with these chickens will eventually have the ability that my brother and I have. Moreover, my brother and I treat these chickens as our good friends, so naturally, they will listen to us. Li Zixuan was silent. This sentence sounded simple, but it contained endless loneliness and sorrow that ordinary people could not imagine. If it were not for their rough childhood, how could they spend all their time at home with these chickens? Actually, I just said that your and your brother's ability is valuable in my eyes. Do you know why? Li Zixuan wanted to change their fate, but this also required them to work hard. He could not cultivate their habit of reaping without sowing. Who actually shook her head and said, although I can feel that young master is telling the truth, I can't think of what my brother and I can do for young master with this ability. Actually, you should have heard from your mother that I want to raise a large number of chickens in the Han family manor, right? Who actually nodded. Li Zixuan continued, I need you and your brother to teach your ability to a group of people. Next year, I need you to lead these people to help me control the flock of chickens in the manor. When I tell you to drive the flock of chickens, you just have to do it. Who actually was puzzled and asked, young master, what do you need these chickens to do? Li Zixuan smiled and said, you will naturally know next year. I can't tell you now. I really hope that you can help me. This is not a deal. If you are willing, you can treat me as a friend. As your friend, I will also find a way to find a famous doctor to treat your illness. Who actually was surprised when she heard this, but then she shook her head and said, young master, as long as you can find someone to treat my eyes, I am extremely grateful. When I was young, my father spent a lot of money to treat my eyes. I don't want to trouble others anymore. Moreover, I am already used to the darkness. As for the matter that young master mentioned, he was actually very willing to help. This girl was so young, but she was so sensible. Li Zixuan was still lamenting how unfortunate old Hu was, but now it seemed that he was lucky to have such a sensible daughter. Li Zixuan smiled and said, since we are friends, we don't need to care about these things. I will keep your eye disease in mind. If it can be cured, I will definitely find a way to cure it for you. In fact, there is more than darkness in this world. When you can see it one day, you will be fascinated by this colorful world. Who actually looked forward to the world described by Li Zixuan. He said, in that case, thank you, young master. Aunt Lu, I've seen these two children. I'll talk to the famous doctor later and see if he can treat them. I also want these two children to help me. I hope Aunt Lu can agree. Li Zixuan entered the house and said to Lu Yu-yi. Lu Yu-yi smiled happily and said, young master, you have helped our family so much. We don't know how to thank you. Young master, if you need anything, please tell us. Li Zixuan told Lu Yu-yi the plan that he had just told Who actually. Han Lijing and Lu Yu-yi were both shocked. They really didn't know why Li Zixuan did this. Lu Yu-yi couldn't help but ask, young master, what is the use of letting people learn this? Li Zixuan smiled and said, it is very useful. Aunt Lu, you will know next year. Aunt Lu, let these two children help me teach people. I can spend 20 strings of coins to hire them. The tens of thousands of chickens that our Han family village will raise in the future will be called the Sky Chicken Brigade. These two children will be the captains of the Sky Chicken Brigade. Haha. In June next year, the sky would be filled with locusts pouring down. There would be a Sky Chicken Brigade on the ground, like divine soldiers descending from the sky. This would be a war without gunpowder. It would be a battle between man and heaven, a battle between chickens and locusts. Lu Yu-yi didn't care about the Sky Chicken Brigade. She just heard that the young master was going to give her 20 strings of coins. This was 20 strings of coins. Lu Yu-yi had never seen so much money. She really didn't expect that her stupid son and blind daughter could bring so much profit to the family. At this moment, her eyes were shining. Li Zixuan felt that her eyes were full of small amounts of money. He couldn't help but find it funny. Of course Lu Yu-yi wouldn't refuse Li Zixuan like old Hu. She and old Hu had been married for so many years and had become more realistic. She hurriedly agreed. Young master, don't worry. I will urge Wang Zhenghe to teach this ability to others. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. Thank you for your cooperation, Aunt Lu. I will ask someone to send the money over another day. He then turned to Han Lijing and said, Uncle Han, let's go to the field to find Uncle Hu. We have to tell him about this. On the way to the field, Han Lijing couldn't help but ask, Young master, what do you want Wang Zhenghe and Wang Zhenghe to teach people to train chickens for? Li Zixuan smiled. Uncle Han, It's not convenient for me to talk about this now, but please keep this in mind. When you go back later, inform the people in the village. In the Han family village, whether it's adults or children, the first 100 people who learn the ability of Hu Zhenghe and Wang Zhenghe to train chickens will receive a reward of 500 coins. Uncle Han, you will work hard and be in charge of the assessment. Help me record these people's names in the book and then hand it to me. Han Lijing was dumbfounded. He really wanted to say, young master, is it really good to spend money like this? In his eyes, Li Zishuan's actions were really nonsense. On the ridge of the field outside the village, the two of them found old Hu. Seeing him sitting on the ground, bored to death as if he was waiting for something, the two of them walked over. Old Hu, young master and I are here to see you. Han Lijing called out. Io Lijing, young master, why are you here? Old Hu stood up in surprise. Uncle Hu, I came to talk to you about Wang Zhenghe and Wang Zhenghe. Li Zishuan replied. Young master, what's there to talk about those two children? Old Hu stared at him in confusion. Li Zishuan told Old Hu about his thoughts just now. Old Hu immediately widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Young master, don't make fun of me, Old Hu. You only want my two children to teach people how to train chickens, and young master will find a famous doctor to treat the two children? Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. Uncle Hu, what I said is true. Why would I make fun of you? Hearing the affirmative answer, Old Hu suddenly became so emotional that his eyes turned red. His lips trembled. Young master, as long as you can get people to treat my two children, my life will be yours from now on. Even if young master wants me to die, I am willing. Li Zishuan also admired this honest and affectionate man in front of him. In his previous life, he had seen many parents who abandoned their children after giving birth to deformed or disabled children. This Old Hu did not care about any difficulties and did not abandon his children. This was a man worthy of respect and also a father worthy of respect. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? Why would I want your life? As expected, as long as you can help me teach a group of people, that would be the best reward for me. Chapter 66. Outside the Han village, in the fields. Old Hu kept thanking the young master, but he was not good with words. In the end, he only said the same few sentences. Li Zishuan felt very awkward listening to him. Seeing this, Han Lijing interrupted him and said, Old Hu, you've been waiting here for so long. You still haven't seen the cattle? Old Hu heard this and shook his head dejectedly. He pointed at a middle-aged man who was plowing not far away and said, Lijing, look, old Wang's family hasn't used up all the cattle. There's not much rain this year, so the fields are hard to plow. I'm so worried. Uncle Han, can't we borrow more cattle from the county? Li Zishuan heard Old Hu's complaints and was a little confused, so he asked. Han Lijing shook his head and said, Young master, you don't know, but we have a lot of people in the village. The county has already given us more cattle than the other villages. At this time, it's spring plowing season everywhere. The county definitely doesn't have any extra cattle to give us. Old Hu sighed heavily and said, Lijing, with the current speed of plowing, I'm afraid that many of the villagers will miss the spring plowing season. What should we do? Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard this. In his previous life, he was also a child from the countryside. He knew how serious the consequences of missing the spring plowing season were. At that time, many families would starve. If everyone missed the spring plowing season, it would definitely affect their enthusiasm for raising chickens. This problem must be solved. He pondered for a while, then looked at Old Hu and asked, Uncle Hu, how much land can a cow plow in a day? Old Hu scratched his head and thought for a while before saying, Young master, the fields are very hard to plow this year. A cow can at most plow 4 mu of land a day. If we plow more, we're afraid that the cows will be tired out. If this was in the previous years, they could plow 6 to 7 mu of land a day. It's all because there's not enough rain this year. For mu of land a day, this speed was too slow. Li Zishuan frowned and looked at Han Lijing and asked, Uncle Han, how many cattle do we have in the village? Young master, this year, the farmstead has rented 20 cows, which is already much more than the other farmsteads. Li Zishuan silently calculated in his heart. At this rate, wouldn't it take more than a month to finish plowing? That wouldn't do. It was not that he had not thought of spending money to buy cattle from other places, but in this era, cattle had always been scarce. If he bought cattle from other places, what would happen to the people there?
If only he was like the other transmigrated protagonists and had a system with him. He could directly exchange for a farming tractor and guarantee that he could plow dozens of acres of land in a day.
Sigh, since we don't have a tractor, and we can't increase the number of cattle, it seems like we have to think of other ways to increase the efficiency of farming. This problem was easy to solve. He had countless advanced mechanical models in his mind, and he would definitely be able to find a better plow. Uncle Han, I'll go and see what kind of plows the farmers are using. Li Zixuan instructed and walked towards Old Wang, whom Old Hu had pointed out. Han Lijing and Old Hu quickly followed. Li Zixuan came to the embankment beside Old Wang, and his eyes began to focus on the plow that Old Wang was using. Old Wang was concentrating on plowing and did not notice that someone was looking at him. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was very short-sighted.
In this life, he did not know if it was because of his divine ability, but his eyesight was very good, and he could clearly see the structure of the plow from afar. He discovered that the structure of the plow was very strange. The shaft of the plow was actually straight, and it was actually about 9 feet long. With such a long shaft, it would probably be very difficult to turn around. Li Zixuan quickly constructed a three-dimensional structure of the plow in his mind, and based on his knowledge of engineering mechanics, he analyzed the various parts of the plow. He discovered that the plow required a large amount of pulling force to plow the land, and its structure was clearly unreasonable. Li Zixuan furrowed his brows. He was thinking about which better plow should be used to replace the current one. Various plows from different eras flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he stopped at a plow that was not very different from the current one. I'll choose you. This should be called a curved plow, and it should not have appeared yet. The structure of this curved shaft plow should have been modified from the structure of the plow in front of us. Even though the modification is not very big, every modification is very crucial. Compared to the plow that Lao Wang is using, this curved shaft plow obviously saves more effort. It is very easy to see this by drawing an analysis of the force exerted. At this time, Li Zixuan not only had a three-dimensional model of the curved plow in his mind, but he also had a force analysis diagram. It was obvious that the curved plow was more labor-saving, and it was not just a little. The most important thing was that the plow was not difficult to manufacture, and it was easy to mass-produce. When he returned, he could immediately find a craftsman to start manufacturing. This way, he could ensure that the Han family village would not miss out on the spring plowing. In fact, the Tang dynasty was currently using the long straight plow that was passed down from the Han dynasty. The curved plow that Li Zixuan imagined in his mind only appeared in the Jiangdong region in the later part of the Tang dynasty, and thus it was also called the Jiangdong plow. Compared to the long straight plow, the curved plow was more flexible and labor-saving. In the case where the soil was moist, even a strong young man would be able to pull it. Uncle Han, you guys plow like this for now. I will think of a way for you guys in the next 2 days. I will definitely not let the villagers miss out on the spring plowing. Li Zixuan had a solution in his mind, so he turned around and said to Han Lijing. When Han Lijing and Old Hu heard this, they were pleasantly surprised. The land was the life of the villagers. If they missed out on the spring plowing, the harvest would be greatly reduced, and it would not be rare for people to starve to death. They did not expect that the young master would actually help them think of a way. This was really too surprising. Thank you, young master. All of the villagers in the Han family village will remember young master's kindness for the rest of their lives. But what method does young master plan to use? Are you going to Chong and to buy more cattle? Han Lijing solemnly bowed to express his thanks, but he was also very curious about what method Li Zixuan would use to help them. If he were to buy cattle for their village, then the price he would have to pay would be too expensive. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, Of course I'm not going to buy cattle. If I were to buy cattle, what would the villagers in other places use? Uncle Han, in 2 days, I will bring you a more labor-saving plow. At that time, your plowing speed will at least increase by 2 times. When Han Lijing and Old Hu heard this, they were both shocked. Did such a plow exist in this world? Old Hu's eyes widened exaggeratedly, and he cried out in disbelief. Young master, are you speaking the truth? How could there be such a godly plow in this world? Li Zixuan nodded with certainty and said, Uncle Hu, don't worry. Seeing is believing. In 2 days you will naturally know. Chapter 67. When Li Zixuan returned home, the sky was almost dark. He also brought iron egg ova.
Since he had accepted this disciple, Li Zixuan also planned to teach him well. He would let Iron Egg stay in the west courtyard first. Since the west courtyard was so big, he could just pick a wing room for him. As for Han Yushi, of course, she didn't come with him. Li Zixuan planned to let her help with the wine mixing after he was done with his work. At that time, the first batch of fruit wine from the Han village would be delivered. Recently, he really didn't have time to care about this. There were too many things to do. During dinner, Li Zixuan's parents expressed their goodwill to Iron Egg, a new member of the family. Iron Egg, who was always dignified and strong, was a little embarrassed. During dinner, he was teased by Lan was also very happy about Iron Egg's arrival. Now, she finally had a playmate of the same age. Although her brother was usually very good to her, he always treated her like a child. Lan always felt a little indignant. Now that Iron Egg was here, she was no longer the youngest. Of course, this was only what she thought. In reality, Iron Egg was a few months older than her. After dinner, Li Zixuan reported the number of chickens raised by the Han village to Old Man Li in the study. Old Man Li was shocked. 80,000? So many? Xian so many chickens. Can the villagers raise them all? Father, don't worry, they can definitely raise them all. I will arrange for the villagers to take care of them. I plan to prepare to buy the chicken seedlings tomorrow and send them to the Han village in batches. Li Jingma nodded and said, Yes, the sooner the better. Father, do you know the market price of the chicken seedlings in Chang'an? How much is one? Li Jingma thought for a moment and said, About 70 to 80 copper coins for one. But Xian if you need so many chicken seedlings, I'm afraid that the peddlers in Chang'an will not be able to supply all of them. 70 to 80 copper coins for one? So expensive? Li Zixuan was shocked. In his previous life, a chicken seedling only cost 3 or 4 yuan each, which was about the same as the Tang dynasty. But after thinking about it carefully, he understood. Modern chicken seedlings were hatched in batches using large automatic incubators, so the cost was naturally lower. Li Zixuan frowned when he heard the second half of his father's words. Dad, do you have any way to provide a large number of chickens in a short period of time? In his impression, as long as it was related to business, his father was omnipotent. Unfortunately, he was disappointed this time. Old Man Li shook his head, showing an expression of helplessness. Xian, I have indeed done various businesses in my early years. However, I have never set foot in the chicken market. Li Zixuan felt a little helpless. Then let's buy as many as we can and send them over. I believe that those peddlers will definitely think of a way when they see that the market is in short supply. At that time, we just need to give them more money. Li Jingma nodded and said with a smile, you've seen through it all. Early the next morning, Li Zixuan called Wang Zhong and asked him to bring Sanbao, Fu, and a few other servants to the East Market to purchase as many chicken seedlings as possible. The few of them took the money and left with the order. Li Zixuan calculated in his mind. If he calculated according to the price of 80 yuan per chicken, 80,000 chicken seedlings would cost about 6,400 strings of coins. Of course, with Li Zixuan's large purchases, there would be many other peddlers who would raise the price. Li Zixuan felt that if he wanted to buy 80,000 chicken seedlings, he would need to spend about 8 to 9,000 strings of coins. This was really expensive. Early in the morning, Iron Egg was also picked up by Li Zixuan to learn how to read from Lan. This made Lan very happy. She never thought that she would become a teacher one day. Looking at the little girl with her hands behind her back, pretending to be mature and steady, teaching Iron Egg, Li Zixuan couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, Li Zixuan's guess was not wrong at all. After Wang Zhong and the others came to the East Market, they were like bandits. When they met peddlers who sold chicken seedlings, they directly bought all of their stock. Merchants had the most sensitive noses. Some of the peddlers soon heard the news from Wang Zhong and the others. So one by one, they heard the news and one by one, they raised the price of the chicken seedlings and sent people to the surrounding counties to purchase chicken seedlings in large quantities. In half a day, the price of a chicken seedling rose from 75 yuan per chicken to 85 yuan, and finally to 90 yuan per chicken. In a short time, chicken seedlings were expensive in Chang'an. However, Wang Zhong and the others still didn't care about the price. They bought all the chicken seedlings in the West Market and told the peddlers that they still needed a lot of chicken seedlings and asked them to hurry up and stock up.
Young master, this old servant bought all the chicken seedlings in the West Market. There were only about 8,000 in total. In the end, some peddlers raised the price, but this old servant still bought all of them. Those peddlers will go to the surrounding counties to stock up today. We can continue to buy tomorrow. In the front yard of the Li residence, Wang Zhong pointed to more than 10 large wooden boxes on the ground and reported to Li Zishuan. Noisy chattering sounds came from the wooden boxes. For a moment, it was very lively. Li Zishuan nodded and agreed. Uncle Wang, you did the right thing. I believe that the price of the chicken seedlings will only be more expensive tomorrow. I'll have to trouble Uncle Wang to bring 7 or 8 servants and hire a few carriages to transport these chicken seedlings to the Han village. Give them to Han Lijing and let him distribute them according to the order that everyone signed up. Also, let Han Lijing immediately gather people in the village. The wage is 30 yuan per person per day. Let them surround the back of the mountain and build a chicken farm. You can continue to purchase the chicken seedlings tomorrow. Wang Zhong nodded and immediately went to gather people. Li Zishuan returned to the west courtyard and went to his study. He spread out a piece of rice paper and closed his eyes. He drew the structure of the curved shaft plow and labeled the dimensions. Li Zishuan also learned about the measurement units of the Tang dynasty. The labeled dimensions were naturally converted. He also noted the things that needed to be taken note of during the processing. After he finished drawing, Li Zishuan rolled up the drawing and prepared to go to Yan Xiaoning's house to find him. Of course, the sooner the better. The villagers of the Han village were still waiting for his curved shaft plow to plow the land. Under the lead of a servant, Li Zishuan arrived at the Yan residence. After the gatekeeper announced his arrival, Yan Xiaoning came out to greet him with a big smile. Haha, Xiaoxian, how come you have time to visit me today? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Xiaoning is the technical director of our Strange Interest Pavilion and one of the 4 major shareholders. Of course I have to come and greet you. Haha. Yan Xiaoning's forehead was full of black lines. He hated the title of technical director, but Li Zishuan wouldn't agree to change it no matter what. Now that he heard these words, he felt a little disgusted. Yan Xiaoning coughed twice and said, Xiaoxian, come with me to the front hall. Why are you standing at the door? Li Zishuan nodded and followed Yan Xiaoning into the residence. Chapter 68. In the front hall of the Yan mansion. After the two sat down, Li Zishuan asked, Brother Xiaoning, how many scooters have you made? He didn't come here just to deliver the blueprint. He was also very concerned about the opening of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Yan Xiaoning smiled proudly and said, Hee, Xiaoxian, you don't trust me? The first batch of 300 scooters was completed yesterday. We're just waiting for the opening of the Strange Interest Pavilion. With his father's current status, it was easy for him to get someone to make some scooters. Li Zishuan's heart also relaxed. This Yan Xiaoning was really direct and efficient, unlike some pedantic scholars who did things indecisively. As an engineering student, he didn't embarrass his fellow engineering students. Brother Xiaoning, I'm relieved. Otherwise, how can the Strange Interest Pavilion open without products? By the way, Brother Xiaoning, have you found the craftsman for the Strange Interest Pavilion? He had asked Yan Xiaoning to help him find a group of skilled and honest craftsmen. The Strange Interest Pavilion must have its own workshop in the future. This would be more conducive to keeping secrets and monopolizing the technology. Yan Xiaoning was even more proud when he heard Li Zishuan ask about the craftsman. He smiled and said, Hee, I wanted to give you a surprise, but since you asked, I'll tell you. After my father found out that I'm working with you on the Strange Interest Pavilion, he gave me one of our previous workshops. In the future, this workshop will be a part of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The craftsmen in the workshop used to work in the general's office. Their skills are excellent. Li Zishuan was really surprised when he heard Yan Xiaoning's words. He only asked Yan Xiaoning to help him find a few craftsmen. He didn't expect Yan Xiaoning to give him a workshop directly. This gift was really precious. Since Yan Xiaoning was so generous, Li Zishuan couldn't be stingy. He waved his hand and said generously, Brother Xiaoning is really kind. I have to thank Uncle personally. I'll pay all the craftsmen's salaries in the future. Yan Xiaoning looked at him with a strange expression and couldn't help but say, The craftsmen in the workshop work for Wonderful Interest Pavilion. Of course you should pay them.
Little Xian, are you planning to let my father continue to pay them? Li Zishuan felt that Yan Xiaoning's words made sense.
He patted his head in annoyance and secretly scolded himself for being a fool.
Well, Brother Xiaoning is right.
I've been so busy these 2 days that I've become muddle-headed.
Where is the workshop? Shall we go and take a look?
Since he already had a workshop, wouldn't it be more convenient for him to let the craftsmen in the workshop make the curved shaft plows?
The workshop is in Yi Lane, which is very close to the East Market. It will be very convenient in the future. Li Zishuan said happily, that's great. Brother Xiaoning, shall we go to the workshop to have a look?
Since little Xian wants to go and take a look, then big brother will respectfully accept.
He followed Yan Xiaoning to Yi Lane.
After making several turns and entering a small alley, he saw a relatively large group of courtyards. Although the houses were not luxurious, they occupied a large area. There was a sign hanging above them that read, Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop.
Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning in confusion. He didn't expect him to act so quickly.
Yan Xiaoning seemed to see the confusion in his eyes. He smiled proudly and said, My father said that since he gave the workshop to us, of course he had to change the name.
This plaque was personally inscribed by my father. What do you think? Many people in Chong and can't get my father's calligraphy. Although Li Zishuan didn't know much about calligraphy, he could see that the calligraphy was vigorous and powerful. It was hundreds of times better than his own doggy handwriting.
He immediately exclaimed in admiration.
He praised in admiration, Uncle Yan's calligraphy is really good. I owe him such a big favor this time. I must thank him in person someday.
Yan Xiaoning laughed in his heart. This is the effect I want. When you fall into my father's hands one day, let's see how you can find an excuse to be lazy. Haha. But then he said without changing his expression, Well, little Xian, my father is very pleased that you have such good intentions.
Let's go in and have a look.
The two entered the workshop and saw that there were more than 20 rooms inside. There were some empty spaces outside with some wood and iron piled up.
Li Zishuan even found a big iron furnace.
The scale of the workshop was really beyond Li Zishuan's expectation. He thought it was just a small workshop, but it was actually equivalent to a small factory.
At this moment, Li Zishuan was really moved.
Looking at Li Zishuan's shocked expression, Yan Xiaoning introduced it to him. Little Xian, this workshop was built by my father in the year of Wuda Yuan. At that time, it was just a small workshop and my father was only a supervisor. But our Yan family is a real engineering family and we know many people in the same field. It didn't take long for the workshop to expand gradually and we have more people. Now, there are more than 60 craftsmen in the workshop. Some of them are old craftsmen, such as Faubert, who worked with my father before. Their skills are superb. Little Xian, you can't mistreat these old craftsmen, or else my father won't forgive you. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Of course I won't mistreat them. These people will be the foundation of our Strange Taste Pavilion in the future. In the future, their salaries will be increased by 50%. Yan Xiaoning raised his thumb and laughed. Haha, brother, you're generous. The two of them entered a house and saw an old man dressed like a farmer drilling wood.
He should be making a scooter.
Faubert, are you busy?
Yan Xiaoning called out.
The old man turned around and saw Yan Xiaoning. He smiled and said, Oh, young Master Yan, you're here.
This is? He pointed at Li Zishuan.
When Li Zishuan heard Yan Xiaoning call this person Faubert, he remembered what Yan Xiaoning said just now. He knew that this person was an old man in the workshop and couldn't be neglected.
He took the initiative to introduce himself. Faubert, hello.
I'm Li Zishuan, one of the owners of Strange Taste Pavilion. You can call me Little Xian. Faubert raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, You're the one who invented the scooter and the roller bearing?
Li Zishuan smiled and nodded.
Faubert said in surprise, I didn't expect that you could come up with such a good idea at such a young age. It seems that we old guys are really old. Haha.
What are you talking about, Faubert?
As the saying goes, having an old man in the house is like having a treasure. I have a lot of immature ideas in the future, and I need you to guide me. Li Zishuan valued these old craftsmen very much. Although their physical strength was not good, their experience was very valuable. Faubert felt warm in his heart when he heard Li Zishuan's words. This owner was young and talented, but not overbearing.
Faubert also had a good impression of him. He stroked his beard and smiled. Haha, you're too serious. We old guys just can't stay idle. We have no regrets if we can make one last contribution to the workshop. Faubert, you can call me Little Xian in the future. You're an elder, and I don't deserve it. Haha, then I'll call you Little Xian. Come, Little Xian, you came at the right time. I was just about to talk to you about your scooter and the bearing. Chapter 69. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Little Xian, I'm a straightforward old man, so don't be offended. Although your scooter is innovative, it's just a toy for children. It's not beneficial to the people's livelihood. Your roller bearings are very useful.
Since you have talent in this area, you should study more things that are beneficial to the people.
After they sat down, Faubert began to preach to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was speechless. This old man's temper was really straightforward. If it was a narrow-minded person, they would definitely bear a grudge against him because of this. But fortunately, Li Zixuan wasn't that kind of person. He agreed with Faubert's words. Faubert is right. This scooter is just a toy I thought of to coax my sister. Of course, I won't only make this in the future. Faubert nodded with gratification.
Well, you're worth teaching.
Li Zixuan remembered another purpose of coming to the workshop this time. He said, Yesterday, I went to my family's farmstead and found that it's very difficult to plow the fields this year due to the lack of rain. It's estimated that some of the farmers will miss the spring plowing. Brother Xiaoning and Faubert, do you know about this? Yan Xiaoning's face turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, This situation doesn't only happen in your farmstead. It's more or less the same situation in the surrounding counties of Chang'an. According to my father, this matter has alarmed the imperial court. His Majesty has also learned about it. He's ordering people to transfer a batch of cattle from the northern counties to Chang'an and distribute them to the farmers. He's trying his best not to let the farmers miss the spring plowing. Faubert also nodded and said, I've also heard about this. But Little Xian, why did you mention this? We can't help much with this kind of thing. We can only rely on the imperial court. Li Zixuan stood up and disagreed. Faubert's words are wrong. As the saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. As a craftsman, you must have the spirit of a craftsman. You just taught me to study more things that are beneficial to the people's livelihood. Then why can't we make better farming tools for the people? Faubert raised his eyebrows. He had been in this field for so many years, but today he was being lectured by this little kid. He was proud and arrogant. He was a bit unhappy and frowned. It's easy for you to say. The straight plow used by the Tang dynasty originated from the Han dynasty. After several improvements, it's already the most advanced farming tool. How can there be better farming tools? I don't agree with Uncle Fu's words. How can craftsmen not seek innovation? How can they do things like planting trees for their predecessors and enjoying the shade for their descendants? If they don't try, how can they know that they can't make better farming tools? Faubert was not convinced. So, you can make better farming tools? Li Zixuan could also see that this old man was stubborn. It wasn't that he had a bad heart, but he didn't allow others to question him in the field he was best at. Li Zixuan had seen a lot of people like this in his previous life. Generally, all the big shots in various fields had this kind of bad habit. Li Zixuan didn't talk nonsense.
He directly took out the drawing of the curved plow from his sleeve, spread it out on the table, and said to the two of them, This is a type of plow that I thought of when I saw the villagers using the straight plow in the Han village yesterday. It's a more labor-saving plow. Today, I'm looking for a workshop to make a batch as soon as possible. Brother Xiaoning, Faubert, come and take a look. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert couldn't wait to take a look at the drawing. It was the first time that Faubert saw this kind of drawing technique. He couldn't help but frown. He wanted to ask Li Zixuan, but he was a little embarrassed to do so. He had just quarreled with Li Zixuan, so he couldn't bring himself to ask. Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, was very familiar with this kind of drawing technique. He read the contents of the drawing carefully, then closed his eyes and concentrated. He imagined the structure of the plow in his mind. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes. Little Xian, this plow of yours should be an evolution of the straight plow, right? I saw that you made some changes to the length and shape of the plow shaft. You even installed a wheel on the shaft.
I've never seen this kind of structure before. I can't tell which one is more labor-saving between your plow and the straight plow we use." At this time, Faubert saw that Yen Xiaoning's words were clear and logical. It was obvious that he could understand this kind of drawing. Faubert couldn't help but feel depressed.
He had been a craftsman all his life, and he had his own pride in this field.
He didn't expect that today. It seemed that he wasn't as good as these two little kids. In fact, after Yen Xiaoning finished speaking, he noticed that Faubert was still staring at the drawing. He thought for a bit and understood what was going on.
He patted his head and said embarrassedly, Faubert, I forgot to tell you.
This kind of drawing technique was created by little Xian. These 3 drawings represent the shape of the object when seen from 3 directions. Yen Xiaoning began to teach Faubert about the 3-view again.
Faubert had studied this field for so many years, so he understood it all with just a little bit of explanation.
Even though he didn't agree with Li Zixuan's point of view before, he now somewhat agreed with Li Zixuan's drawing method. He nodded and looked at the drawing again. Li Zixuan also explained at the side, "Faubert, brother Xiaoning, I call this kind of plow the curved shaft plow. It is made up of 11 parts, which are the plow share, the plow wall, the plow bottom, the plow press, the plow head, the plow arrow, the plow shaft, the plow judge, the plow construction, the plow tip, and the plow disc." Li Zixuan pointed at the drawing and explained one by one as he spoke. The 2 listened to him seriously. Even if they could understand the drawing, they definitely couldn't compare to Li Zixuan in terms of understanding the curved shaft plow. Li Zixuan continued, "I changed the long straight shaft into a short curved shaft and installed a plow disc that can rotate freely at the head of the shaft. Not only does this make the plow frame smaller and lighter, but it also makes it easier to turn and turn. It's more flexible to operate and saves more manpower and animal power. Also, I added the plow judge and plow arrow. If the plow judge is used, the plow arrow can be directed downwards and the plowshare will go deeper into the soil. If the plow judge is used, the plow arrow can be directed upwards and the plowshare will go deeper into the soil. By combining the plow judge, plow arrow, and plow arrow, it can adapt to the different requirements of deep plowing and plow. Not only can the plow wall break the soil, but it can also push the plowed soil to the side and reduce the resistance of the plow. With all these improvements, the curved shaft plow saves at least 50% of the effort compared to the straight shaft plow." Li Zixuan looked at the drawing and spoke with assurance. The 2 nodded as they listened. In the end, Faubert couldn't help but say, "Your design is quite innovative, and it sounds reasonable. However, we are only talking about it on paper. No one knows if it will save more effort or be easier to use." Li Zixuan wanted to tell him that there was a theoretical basis for all of this. He just needed to draw a force analysis diagram and do some calculations according to the formula to know which one saved more effort. However, if he told them that, he would have to teach them about engineering mechanics. This was not something that could be explained in a few words. Li Zixuan could only say, "Faubert, what you said is not unreasonable. However, practice is the only standard to test the truth. Instead of arguing here, why don't we make a batch of plows to test first? Won't we know which plow saves more effort?" Faubert muttered, "Practice is the only standard to test the truth. Little Xian, what you said is very reasonable. Then let's make one to test."
Li Zixuan cupped his hands and smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble Faubert to make 20 curved shaft plows.
My village needs them urgently. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring this batch of curved shaft plows to the village for an experiment." Faubert frowned. "Little Xian, you're making so many on your first try?" Li Zixuan smiled confidently. "Faubert, I'm very confident in the curved shaft plows. The villagers of the Han village are waiting for spring plowing. I don't have time to test them one by one. I believe that the curved shaft plows can solve this urgent problem." Faubert hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay, since little Xian said so, then the workshop will work overtime to make 20 curved shaft plows. The day after tomorrow, I'll go with you to the Han village to see the results." "I want to go too," Yen Xiaoning hurriedly added. If the curved shaft plows were really as magical as Li Zixuan said, then this would definitely be a shocking event. He had to go and see for himself.